Yep. Good morning. My name is Paul Litton. I have the privilege of being the Dean at the University of Missouri School of Law, and I am so pleased to welcome you all to the 2026 Veterans Clinic Law Symposium. Before I begin, I want to first just express how proud I am, how proud the entire Mizzou Law community is of our Veterans Law Clinic. Our Veterans Law Clinic changes lives, and we are so proud of the work that the clinic does, and so proud that the clinic provides an opportunity for our students to feel and see the satisfaction of using their law degree to help the most vulnerable. So to our Professor Filbert and our entire staff, thank you all so much. We're so proud of the work that you do. Today's symposium, Show Me Access, Legal Advocacy for Rural Veterans, brings together attorneys, community leaders, and other veteran advocates to explore innovative ways to expand legal access for veterans to make sure that no veteran is left behind. To provide a deeper look at the significance of this work and to officially open our program, it is now my distinct honor to introduce our Provost and Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, Dr. Matthew Martins. Provost Martins is a champion for excellence at Mizzou. He has been instrumental in the Mizzou Forward initiative, helping to recruit scores of premier scientists and other scholars to our campus. His leadership extends beyond our campus as he currently serves as the chair of the Southeastern Conference Provost Group. As a nationally recognized scholar in health psychology with a doctorate from right here at Mizzou, Provost Martins understands the complex intersection of mental health and well-being, a perspective that is incredibly relevant to the work of our clinic and the veterans we serve. So please join me in welcoming Provost Martins.
Thank you, Dean Litton, and good morning, everyone. The Dean just informed me that it is apparently bow tie day today in the law school. He failed to inform me of this, which will be discussed on his annual evaluation upcoming. But I'm super excited to be here nonetheless. So it really is a privilege to be here to kick off the 12th annual Veterans Clinic Symposium. And as Dean Litton just mentioned, the Mizzou Law Veterans Clinic is really one of the great success stories of the School of Law and something that is a clear pride point for all of us here at this institution. So I did not serve in the armed forces myself, but my brother served, my father-in-law served, my stepfather, and both grandparents served, most of whom saw combat. I also have spent time working in the VA system and know how difficult that system can sometimes be to navigate. So I very much appreciate what we do in this clinic for those who have served. Through the clinic, law students gain invaluable hands-on experience while helping veterans and their families navigate complex systems and obtain benefits that they have earned. So as I understand it, to date, the clinic has served over 2,000 veterans, which is staggering, and secured tens and millions of dollars in retroactive benefits. And each year, this symposium highlights important issues affecting veterans and fosters collaboration among all of us who are working to address these issues. This year's focus on the challenges faced by veterans living in rural communities is especially meaningful in a state like Missouri, which as of 2025 has a total of about 400,000 veterans with almost 150,000 residing in rural communities. So I'm hopeful that today's conversations will help deepen our understanding of these critical topics and encourage thoughtful solutions. So I want to thank Director Filbert, excuse me, you're not Dean yet, for all of his hard work, maybe someday, especially if I don't get the bow tie memo, as well as all the faculty, staff, students, and partners whose dedication makes the Veterans Clinic and this symposium possible. And I'd also like to thank Angela Drake, Director Emeriti, for her vision in founding this clinic and shepherding it until her retirement a few years ago. So thank you for being here. Director Drake is also great at cocktail parties, so please keep that in mind going forward. So the work of all of you reflects Mizzou's commitment to service, leadership, and honoring the sacrifices of our nation's veterans, and I hope you have an amazing symposium today. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Brent Filbert, the director of the Veterans Law Clinic, and I'm here with Martha Kleinheslink, and we're going to cover some of the nuts and bolts of the clinic today, of the symposium today, and talk a little bit about what's going to happen, and then I have the honor of introducing Ben Thomas here in a little bit. So, Martha.
Okay, let's cover a little bit of housekeeping before we get started today. This is a little confusing because we've got both in-person attendees and several hundred online attendees. So we want to make sure you are accounted for and that you're able to get your CLE credit. So anything I'm about to say also can be found on our website. So if you think you missed something, please check there. If you don't find your answer there, then please find one of our staff members. So today we'll have an attendance verification code and a CLE program code, and those are different, so pay attention. The attendance verification code is required for our online participants and may be submitted via the verification form, which is linked on our symposium website if you scroll down to the CLE section. That attendance verification code will be shown throughout the day. It's Tiger 2026. It only needs to be submitted one time, and once it is submitted, you will receive an automatic CLE certificate of attendance. So that will help you get credit in your state. We are pre-approved in Missouri. We have not sought pre-approval in other states, so we'll work with you on getting your credit in your state as needed. So then the CLE program ID you will also see throughout the presentation today, and that's the digit that you're familiar with if you're a Missouri attorney. And so jot that down so that you can get your CLE credit in before June 30th. Let's see. You will also receive a feedback survey and an email along with the slides and a program at the end of the day. So be on the lookout for that. The feedback survey should only take like 5 minutes, and it's really helpful to us as we plan the programming for next year, so we know if there's any topics anyone is looking for us to cover or just how we can improve in the future. So here's the attendance code. Like I said, you'll see it a few times today. So this is for our online participants. The link to input this is on our website, and then you will get an automatic certificate of attendance. This is basically saying what I've already said. Just if you have questions, please check the website first. We have quite a few participants online. I think it's over 300, which is our largest numbers ever. So that's very exciting for us.
Yeah, we actually have 382 people participating, which is pretty amazing. 135 are either veterans or active duty personnel or DOW civilians. And so we have 31 different states that are represented who are from different states in terms of on the Zoom. And we have 224 Missouri attorneys who are joining in. So quite a turnout for us today.
So there's probably people online and maybe some in the audience who don't know a lot about the Veterans Clinic here at Mizzou. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Here at the clinic, we represent veterans in their VA disability compensation benefits cases and discharge upgrades completely free of charge. So no veterans will ever pay for our legal services that we provide. The clinic gives an opportunity to law students to get some real life practical lawyering experience before they graduate, because otherwise in law school, there are not a ton of opportunities to get that hands-on experience. So we operate just like a law firm, and we're just located inside of the law school. We teach several courses here at Mizzou Law that are veteran and military related. So we teach the Veterans Clinic, we teach the Advanced Veterans Clinic, Veterans Law, which is a doctrinal course teaching the foundations of the law, law of armed conflict, and military justice courses. So we've really expanded the educational piece with this work, and I think the students are really receiving that well. They really like to sign up for those classes. The clinic has recovered millions of dollars in VA disability benefits for our clients, tens of millions. It's a really hard number to calculate, but the impact is really huge, especially for veterans in Missouri. That's just bringing tax-free dollars into the state. We've secured numerous discharge upgrades for our clients and assisted more than 2,000 veterans. So we're really proud of those numbers. The need is clearly there. We'll talk more about that today. So we're really proud of the work that we do. I'll let Brent Filbert talk a little bit about our programs.
So as far as the different programs, obviously this is related to our rural outreach program. We have other programs as well. We have a homeless veterans program that's highly, highly successful. We're extremely proud of it. We also have programs where we do amicus briefs all the way up to the Supreme Court of the United States. And that is an ongoing enterprise as well. We have an amazing relationship with the medical school here, where the doctors and medical students provide us expert opinions and analysis in our disability compensation and discharge upgrade cases. So that's pretty amazing as well. And then finally, we have a program where we, for students who are going into the JAG course, there's a period of time when they are not getting paid before they report to their first duty station. So during that period of time, which is 8, 9, 10 months, maybe even a year, we hired them to work in the Veterans Law Clinic so they can get some compensation while they're waiting to report to their first duty station. The last bullet here is that we operate heavily, or we rely heavily on private donations. As the director, I should say that again. We really rely on private donations. So just think about that. So as part of that, I guess leading into the next slide, I want to thank our sponsors today. So this is a free CLE. You don't pay for anything. It's free food and all that. And that is because of the sponsors for the symposium. And those are, as you can see, they're Harper Evans, Shook Hardy, Brian Kay, the Paul Law Firm out of Kansas City, Barry Law, the Benson Law Firm out of Kirksville, Joe Mockins Nissan, and the Honorable John L. Walker. So thank you for that. We really appreciate it. And so any of our supporters who are here, any of the sponsors who are here, we would like to get a picture a little bit later today, and so we'll reach out to you, but get a picture out here as far as being with the clinic staff and myself. Okay, now I have the great honor of introducing Ben Thomas. So in life, sometimes you connect with people, we all have, who really change the trajectory of your life really forever. And that's what has happened with the Veterans Law Clinic and Ben. He has been engaged and partnered with the clinic for many, many years, and since he's been involved, it really has changed the clinic forever, and he's going to talk more about that when he speaks here in just a second. So I'm supposed to change this slide here, right? There he is. As you can see from the slide, there's some basic information about Ben, obviously very impressive, but let me tell you just a couple more things about him that make him amazing. One, maybe he would say this. He was one of the very best trial attorneys in the country when he was practicing law. He was the attorney who people and firms and companies would reach out and say, I want that guy in the courtroom representing me. So that doesn't really come out in his bio, but that's the absolute truth about Ben. Next thing is, Ben was a terrific collegiate athlete here at Mizzou, a golfer, and then it was a tremendous golfer up till today. And he has been engaged with Mizzou in many, many ways since the time he went to undergrad and law school here. So as we say in our fight song, he is a true son for sure. Also, I'll say this, Ben is one of the kindest and most genuine people you will ever meet in your life. And I think you'll see that when you hear him talking here in just a second. So we would not be here today talking about rural veterans if it wasn't for Ben and Carolyn Thomas. He recognized the importance of rural veterans and the commitment it takes to assist them and help them and work with them. And so because of his work, which he will talk about and describe, we have developed this, our Rural Veterans Program. We call it Tigers for Troops, and it is something that is very unique and very special. And we really owe that to Ben and Carolyn. So I'd like to have everyone give a very warm welcome to Ben Thomas.
Morning, everyone. I'm going to take my jacket off now. I wear this a lot in Arizona because the golf club where I play golf, there's several KU guys there. So in fact, I hear about that a lot. I have a good friend who was a swimmer when he was at Michigan, All-American swimmer. And of course, the swimming team, they don't have a lot of stuff to send to their alums. You know, what do you send a swimming team? Goggles or something? You know, and the golf coach, you know, I get shirts, jackets, balls, bags. So I've used all that stuff, particularly when the KU guys are around. But kind of fun. So this jacket's, I've had that for a long time. I've been involved with the clinic for 14 years. I don't know where you got that I changed the clinic. I've been taking orders from Angela since day one. No, my wife and I moved to Arizona right after I graduated here in '73. I hope there are some 73 graduates that are listening in the 400 people today. And hello to you. Arizona was good to us, a lot of activity out there, and the legal community was very active, as it is in some other major communities, but Phoenix is particularly active in that regard. But fast forward to 2014, and like many of you, I used to receive the mailing that we got, the transcript. You remember that publication? It was a great publication. And in 2014, there was an article about this new Veterans Law Clinic that was being established here at the law school. And that piqued my interest. And not too long after that, my wife and I were coming back here to Como. She was on the Jefferson Club board and would come back twice a year. And of course, I'd come with her, and then she'd be in meetings, and I would be on my own, or play golf with my friends or whatever. But on one of those events, I called Angela Drake. I didn't know her, of course, and she told me a little bit about the clinic, and I said, well, I'd like to come and meet with you and maybe some of the students just to get a little more information on it. And unfortunately, at that time, she was out of town, but she set up a meeting with, was it Dean Deaton? Gary? Yeah, he was the dean at the time. I met with him, and I met with four of the most energetic, enthusiastic, committed young ladies. They were all young women that were law students that were in the clinic, and it was a little bit exciting just seeing that, what they had and what they were committed to, what the clinic already, and it had just opened. So at any rate, I talked to Angela, and then we finally met at a meeting shortly after that, and I was in her office here, and I asked her, I said, well, does the clinic have an office? And she's sitting at her desk, and she turns around and looks in the corner of her office. And here's all the Veterans Clinic stuff that was in her office, and since then things and what was it, maybe 3 years later, you got the office that you shared, and then the beautiful office that they have here now, which was completed probably 6 years ago or so ago. But why did I get involved? I was following what they were doing and trying to get a little bit more oriented with respect to the veterans law and the process, and it became very clear soon that this clinic and other clinics like it are very much needed because of, and I don't want to get down on the VA, but there's a lot of things they could do better, particularly when it comes to the disability claims, which is what are handled here primarily. And I'm sure some of you know this, but they don't handle the original claim process here. That's handled by the VSO, or the Veteran Service Officer, in their community or that's near them. And so a VSO can help them submit their claim to the VA, but then if the VA denies the claim or returns a low rating, then the veteran is on his or her own in terms of what do I do about it? Can I appeal it? And yes, you can appeal it, but they're on their own. And so that's where the clinic has come in to serve, as you've already heard, a couple of thousand veterans, and probably would like to serve that many again in the next few years, if you get your assistance that you were talking about. Because, funding's huge here. And there's a lot of, with the expansion, there's a lot of need for financing. But I'm seeing very soon how, and I'm sure it's not intentionally trying to harm the veterans, but some of the mistakes that are made are unbelievable. And Angela's smiling up there. She knows the story I'm going to tell. One of their early clients was an old fellow that he must have been either World War II or Korean War veteran, because he submitted his claim decades ago, obviously, and it was denied because they told him that his military records had been burned up in a big fire in St. Louis in the 50s. Some of you may remember that. I was about 9 or 10 years old at the time, and of course my dad, who was in World War II, and my wife's father, who was in World War II, all of those, the men at that time were all veterans, and I remember hearing about this fire. Well, at any rate, this claim was denied because this gentleman's records were supposedly burned up in this big fire. Well, he wasn't the type to give up, apparently, so he reapplied maybe a time or two over the years, and then the clinic opens, and he's one of the first veterans to come to the clinic. And Angela will be the first to tell you this is one of her easier claims. A couple of phone calls, a couple of letters, and they find out his records were not even kept in St. Louis. Can you imagine that? I couldn't believe it. And so everything turns around 60 years late. But then you remember when we were out in Arizona, we had an event in Arizona, and I'm telling that story. And what it meant to me, well, not just what it meant to me, but what it meant to the whole concept of what the Veterans Clinic is doing. And this hand goes up the back of the room. And this older lady said, that happened to my uncle too. And, a few things like that, and you begin to realize that there's a real big need here to help the veterans, and that's exactly what the clinic has been doing from day one. And there's any number of stories I could tell you, but those are the reasons early on why I'm seeing what they're doing. Angela and I had many conversations. This is really going to take off because of the good that's being done. And it's not just the veterans, and that's the biggest part of it, of course. But the other thing I noticed very quickly was how much it meant to the students and the educational value and the preparation for their legal careers that they're getting by working with the clinic. And as a litigator and having my own law firm and having interviewed any number of people, I'm seeing these young students develop to where they are, it's kind of inert to say a good product, but the law school, through the clinic here, and here's why. Here's the way I look at it. Most of us, when we start as young lawyers, you go into the office, here's 6 files, this was what happened to me with the firm I started with, and, well, okay, here's the files. Everything I need must be in the file, right? It's because it's the file for this case. Well, that's not the way it works. But these young people, from day one, they meet with the veteran who comes in. They start out with a blank legal pad, got to get a history, meet the person, whoever it is, get the background information. Then they've got to go get the military records if they don't have them. Then all of the other information to develop that file and put it all together, and then do what? Convince the federal government that they made the wrong decision. Okay, now you're a second, third year law student, and that's your job? Is that education? Is that experience? Is that something that's going to help your legal career take off when you get out into whatever field you get into? So I'm not only concerned about what we're doing for the veterans. I like to talk about and see what they're doing for the students, because I came back here, and Angela invited me back in August of whatever year it was, 5, 6 years ago, to talk to the new young people that were applying to be in the clinic. And I thought, okay, fine, happy to do that. And so we got in the room, it's here in the law school, and 15 or 20, I forget how many, several young people come in. It's August, it's still hot, and they're wearing their flip-flops and their shorts and tank tops and just kind of crawling in. And one of the other speakers was a young attorney. She had just taken the bar in July. Charlotte was her first name. She's now an attorney in Herman, and I forget her last name, but I had met her, as I had many of the other students. And it was really interesting to see here are these young new law students and the way they were living. And here's Charlotte, who had been through the clinic, and professional. I mean, she was top drawer. I mean, there was no question about that. So I'm sitting there thinking, if these students see this person and see what she is now, and she just finished her law school career, look what you can do. I'm going, what can I say to add to this picture? and that's what the law school, in my experience, and in particular the Veterans Clinic, has produced for the legal community here in Missouri and other states. The people that come out of the clinic they're ready to play ball. They're ready to practice law, in my view. And of course, the other thing that was important to me, I never met this man. His name is Major Joe Green. And Major Joe Green lost his life in Vietnam in April of 1970. I never met him, saw his picture, saw a big display of his medals, and knew that he was somebody that had done something, he'd given it all for our country. And now his daughter is giving it all for this clinic. And if Major Joe Green can give his all, and his daughter, and how old were you when your father passed away? 10?
He was from rural Wyoming.
Rural Wyoming? And now he's resting, it was a Fort Bragg? Well, okay. At any rate, I'm seeing people that are willing to give, both Joe and his daughter, and I'm going, why can't I get on board a little bit here? It just kind of had what little I could have. Again, I didn't change anything. She's the one that was running the show. But in these intervening years, 14 years, I'm probably getting close to out of time here. Any number of stories I could tell you about what the clinic has done and the stories that I hear about the successes they've had for veterans. Again, the cases that they take are claims that have been denied or been unreasonably low in how the VA's addressed it. And so their job is not only to present the case, but to turn around this result, which is incredible. And they had Dr. Caldwell. Is he still working with you? He's a retired physician here in Como, and I met him a few years ago. And an example of and this is one of the beauties of the clinic's tie-in with the med school now. They can get the input necessary to really analyze the medical issues that are important. But there was one case where the claim had been denied. I think it was a toxic exposure case. And had been denied because the diagnosis that was given by the veteran's physician wasn't on the list of, 30 diseases that are associated with exposure to toxic substances like Afghanistan or Iraq. And so the claim was denied. And Dr. Caldwell looked at it, and one of the, I hope I get this right, one of the diseases that was on the VA's list, which would have qualified the veteran for a claim, one of them actually was the larger category that the disease he was diagnosed with was included. So his disease that the VA said it's not on our list actually was within one of the categories that they had themselves. So that claim was reversed, right?
And amend the death certificate.
What's that?
Dr. Caldwell helped us amend the death certificate.
Oh.
To get the right.
Well, and it worked out. That's what for the veteran, and that's what they're doing every day here. And frankly, that's why when the Tigers for Troops program came about 6-7 years ago, thereabout, something like that, and it was specifically designed for rural outreach. And I'm from a small town, Rolla, Missouri. Some of you may have known my brother, Tom Thomas, who was in Rolla practicing for years. At any rate, this is an opportunity to really get to those, 150,000 veterans who are out in rural communities. They have contact with their VSO, but there's no lawyers out there that are really qualified to do VA cases. And it was very clear that the clinic was going to need some assistance to get this program going and get it going strong. And that's where I'm going. This is what I want to really be behind, is the Tigers for Troops. And you're going to hear about that already. I'm sorry, what I meant was you heard from Martha already a little bit about what is going to happen. And so the Thomas Fellowship was created in order to help that because of all the travel that's involved. They went to Cape Girardeau last fall. They went to Rolla in February. They're going to Neosho here in another couple of months. And it's several people of the clinic here. So there's a lot of travel expense. And of course, the Tigers for Troops also needed its own attorney to coordinate that. And so that was, I was more than happy to help in that, my wife and I both. So that's taken off and is doing even better. Martha, the young lady you heard from a few moments ago, she was the Thomas Fellow for 3 years. And the current Thomas Fellow is Hannah, are you here? Hannah Eastland, who's doing a really good job. Martha kind of got everything going the first 3 years, and then we had another fellow in between, and now Hannah's taken over and is just running with it. And I'm really proud of what you're doing, Hannah. You've taken it to another level, and I know you'd give Martha credit for helping you do that. But you're going to hear a lot more about that. And I was very happy when you called I couldn't wait to get back here. I'd love to talk about the clinic. Have that. I've got veterans, friends. In fact, a good friend in Phoenix who was Jim Benz, who was a veteran and an attorney, and actually was, I forget what his title was. He was like Bill Clinton established this liaison for veterans to Congress, and he spoke to Congress like for 12 years.
Chairman of the Gulf War Advisory Committee.
Yeah, it's a friend of mine in Phoenix. I knew he was a veteran, but I didn't know he had anything to do with what we're talking about. And you've talked with him, and he's given you some help. Good man, good man. So you think about this stuff. We got a Vietnam pilot that I play golf with every now and then, and he's got some stories, as you might expect. So at any rate, the clinic is, if I haven't changed the clinic, I think the clinic's probably changed my life. And getting some direction in an area where there's specific need, and not only is there need, but there is, and this is getting more practical, tremendous efficiency in terms of how this clinic is operated. I remember speaking in the first few years to Ann Covington, and she just shook her head. She said, I can't believe the good that they're doing and what they're doing on the shoestring that you had to deal with those first few years. And I mean, it's still not what it needs to be, but the efficiency with which this clinic is operated is really something to see, and has been, and I'm sure always will be. Now, you probably had a few too many cinnamon rolls out there in front, but but I'll take care of that. I'll take care of that when I leave. But no, I'm really very proud to be involved. I'm very happy to support it. I'm very happy to keep this Thomas Fellowship going and making this Tigers for Troops a success, because there are many people out there, and you know it better than I do, and I think I see a veteran right here in front of me. You know what's needed, and these people are making it happen, and they're making it happen in a big way, in a productive, in a positive way. So thank you for allowing me to come, and thank you for letting me be involved in the clinic.
All right, can everyone hear me okay? Yes? Okay, wonderful. And if people at home can't hear me, you can message, and then someone can flag me down. Thank you so much, Ben. Let's see if I can get to my slide. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. My name is Carter Brooks Templeton. I'm an attorney at the Mizzou Law Veterans Clinic, and I am really excited to be here. I know it's early, but I really, truly am excited to be here. I was a student in the clinic, and 6 years ago, I was like going to my first symposium as a student. I was sitting where you all are with Emma and my wife Lara, like petrified of the professor up here getting ready to ask me a question. So the fact that I get to be up here today and speak to you all is an honor for me, and especially the topic that we're going to talk about today. Whenever this symposium theme was designed and it was come up with, I was like, wow, this is cool. I need to start thinking about some of the things that I do in my practice to represent and help rural veterans. And so I'm just excited to be able to do that and to share with you all today. Let's see here. First, again, here's the attendance code, program ID. Feel free to write it down. Again, it's on the website. We just want to make sure you all have that information for you. So, what is the plan for this morning? First, I'll talk a little bit about my practice so you can get some background on what it is that I do. We'll talk a little bit about some common obstacles that we see with some of our rural veterans. I'm not going to touch on that too long because Martha and Hannah are going to focus more on that. So I'll just be very quick about that. Then I'm going to really get into kind of the core of the presentation, which is just some practical tips and solutions that I might have for you if you are representing a rural veteran or you are interested in it. some main takeaways that maybe you can write down if you tune in later or you're working on something else. So catch that part at the end if needed. What can you do? So maybe you're a veteran, you're an attorney, you're a VSO, you don't have anything to do with any of those things, but you're just here. You all can do some things to help us out and to help veterans out, and so we'll talk about that. And then you have the great opportunity to hear from one of my former clients, Michael Deaton, which I think will be a really special opportunity, and I think it's going to be a good conversation with him. Some of the goals, first of all, you're probably like, Carter, you have 50 slides and you have like 40 minutes to get through it. So I recognize that, but I would say this would be my main goal for you. Whenever I go to a conference or listen to someone talk, I always want to just write one sentence down of something I took away from the presentation. Maybe you'll take more down, that would be awesome, and you can let me know. But that's my goal for you, is just like one sentence, maybe something will help you, and that's my main goal for today. And speaking of all the slides, there are a lot of slides on there that have information or examples that I'm not going to get to, but you all get them. And so if you want to take the example language I use, please take it, plagiarize it, use it, make it better. But it's in there. I just won't go over every single thing. Okay, quickly, my practice. I was born and raised in a rural community up in northeast Missouri in Kirksville. It's a town of like 15,000 people. Anyone in a town that is less than that? Yeah, how many? 8,000? What's that? 10 to 13? Okay. So yeah, we've got some people who grew up in tiny towns. I grew up in a tiny town. Like on the weekends, my friends and I would go to Walmart because that was the biggest thing in the town. And so like that's what we did for fun. But yeah, I was raised in a really, really small town. Now I live and work, I'm based out of Washington, D.C., which is one of the biggest metro areas there is. And so it's a pretty big contrast compared to where I was raised versus where I live right now. But every time I go back, I just remember my roots. I remember what it was like to grow up in a very rural community. And I think it helps provide some good perspective for me whenever I'm working with my clients. So I represent veterans all across the country. I have veterans in California and New York. But I would say over 90% of my clients are from Missouri, and nearly 60% of them are considered rural. So what happens when you have really kind people like Ben Thomas on our team who say, hey, here, do some research outreach out to rural communities, what happens is then you get clients from those areas. And so it's about 60% of my practice is working with clients in rural areas when I'm all the way out in Washington, D.C. And so the reason I think that maybe Martha asked me to talk is because I regularly navigate some of those barriers that the rural veterans experience, and have kind of picked up some like practice tips that I've had along the way. And so hopefully we will be able to impart some of those on you. So really quick, just some common obstacles to provide some context for you when I do talk about the tips that I have. Long distances to VA facilities and to exams. A lot of times it's going to be an hour or more to get to a VA exam or to even get to a medical professional to have a checkup. So that's a big one. When that doesn't happen, guess what? There's big gaps in medical evidence. And all of a sudden a veteran says, hey, I want service connection for this. And a doctor says, well, you haven't really dealt with this condition for 20 years. It's not always the case. It's just sometimes they can't get care. Sometimes there's limited access to transportation. Whenever I was in college and up in Kirksville, there was not Uber. I don't know if there's Uber there. There's probably not Uber there. There's no public transit system. So a lot of times it's friends and family if you don't have access to transportation. A lot of times there's not access to VSOs or to attorneys. There may be attorneys in the area, but the veterans law practice is very, very niche. It's very confusing, and so a lot of attorneys don't practice in this area. So even if there are attorneys, sometimes there's not veterans law attorneys there. And then oftentimes it's difficult for people in a rural area to get evidence and to submit it if you don't have access to good Wi-Fi, or if you don't have other necessary services like that. So there's a lot of obstacles that they face, and again, Martha and Hannah are going to go into that a little bit more, but just some context for sometimes the things that we have to navigate with those clients. Okay, let's talk about some tips. These are kind of the main things that I'd like to talk about today. The first one is leveraging community resources. So one thing I tell people that they're always kind of surprised about, and I'm like, guys, libraries are so important to me. They really are. Like, you may not go to your library. Yeah, say that's right. libraries are so important. Maybe you haven't been to your, public library in a while, but guess what? Sometimes that's the only place that people can access Wi-Fi. It might be the only place that they can access a computer to get on their email. And so I have used libraries heavily whenever I am trying to get in contact with veterans, when I'm trying to get them evidence, when they're trying to get evidence to me. What do? I look to see, is there a local library in the area? Or sometimes it's not titled a library, but a community center, and they might have library components to it. So those libraries often are going to have private meeting space. They're going to have scanning capabilities. They will often have computers, and nowadays they pretty much always have a standard Wi-Fi connection. So whenever you're representing a veteran and you see some issues with access, that's one of the first things you can ask is there a library in the area? That's what I do. I often direct veterans to their local library. I call the libraries. Guess what? Librarians are so nice. They really are. Like, they're so nice. I call them and I say, hey, do you have a scanner? Okay, cool. Do you have a computer that people can use? Do you have like a private meeting space? Okay. If you do have a private meeting space, is there a way to get a computer in front of a veteran so they can have a telehealth exam, or they can talk to a doctor that way? That's truly what I've had to do many, many times with veterans. And so think about libraries whenever you are trying to build access when you're working with a veteran. Okay. In addition to libraries, I would encourage you to leverage other community support resources. At a time when we're very, very divided, we all know that. I get the sense that we all are pretty united in supporting veterans who have served us. That's just the sense that I've gotten. And what that means is most of the people that I talk to are ready, willing, and able to help veterans who are trying to work on their disability compensation claims. So I want you to think about that, because it's not just libraries. I think that you should leverage other community resources as well. So I'm talking about churches, Mizzou Extension offices, nonprofits, just local county agencies. Even if they have nothing to do with veterans or veteran advocacy, I am pretty sure that if you call them, especially in Missouri, and you say, hey, I've got a veteran in need, any chance you have a computer that we might be able to use, they're going to say, absolutely. Okay? So don't just think libraries. You can also look at other community resources. And also talk to law firms as well. Even if you have a law firm who is not practicing this area, you can ask if you can use their conference space, or if they can scan something and upload it to you. So I would encourage you to be thinking about other community resources as well. And just as a general point, whenever I am looking at the state of Missouri, which has over 6 million people, it's very, very big. The clinic is based in Columbia. It's kind of this tight-knit clinic here. I don't really try and view the rest of the state as this expanse that's, there's islands everywhere and we're not able to navigate it. I kind of view all of these different community resources as an extension of our office a little bit. So if you take the state into account and you think about it that way, I think it becomes a little less daunting. And so think about those libraries, think about the community centers that might be in the veterans area, and direct them that way. So that's a big one for me, is leveraging community resources. The next one is capturing evidence effectively. So whenever we are thinking about capturing evidence, if you're not dealing with veterans law, or you're not sure exactly what this is, generally if a veteran is trying to prove that their condition is related to their military service, they're going to have to prove that they have a current condition, that something happened in service, and there's a nexus or a connection between those two things. And so what you're having to prove is those three elements, and that takes some medical evidence from a doctor saying that the veteran has a condition. It also takes the doctor or the medical provider saying there is a link between what happened in service and what they're dealing with right now. So we have to get some evidence in the file in order to do that. How do we effectively do that whenever veterans are in a rural area? Well, some might be surprised, but pretty much everyone has a cell phone these days. It's gotten much, much better. I have a lot of veterans who are homeless or at risk of homelessness, and most of them have a cell phone as well. And so we're getting much better about getting access to people for technology in that space. And the cell phone, for my rural veterans who don't have a Wi-Fi connection and don't have a computer, that is my number one thing that I use with them in order to develop evidence for them. So use that as like your primary tool whenever you're helping veterans. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some things that I do on that front. So classic case of an example of a veteran who only has a cell phone. It's all they have. What I do, they become a client. I review their records. I review their intake. And I call the client and I do a very thorough interview. I ask about their military service, their work, what they've been doing since service, their conditions, their symptoms. And I take it all down. I put it in notes. And then I draft a statement on their behalf for them. You know, I am veteran so-and-so, and then lay it all out. And what I've had to do with many of my veterans is I call them and I literally read that statement out. Sometimes it is like 3 to 4 pages, and I just read it to them because that's the best way that they're able to do anything. And guess what? You can do that. I know that that seems simple, like it's out of the Stone Age, but it works pretty well. And they're able to say, well, Carter, actually, no, that part wasn't right. It was 1983, not 1984, okay? And they're able to talk through those things. And so lately, I've been doing that actually a lot with a lot of my veterans. And so, you know, that's a way in which you can get a lay statement in the file is by doing just that. If the veteran has a smartphone, which, you know, I think it's like 90% of the people who have a smartphone these days, it is a smartphone. What they're able to do is they're able to take pictures with that smartphone. So they can take pictures of prescription medication bottles. They can take pictures of a literal document. I have tried to, you know, assist veterans sometimes in downloading scanning apps. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But they can really just take a picture of a medical record or take a picture of a statement that they wrote or their spouse wrote. And I send them a link to upload it and talk them through it, and it works pretty well. So use their smartphones, okay? Literally take a picture of the things and put them in the file. One thing I should note there, we use a SharePoint, so generally it's going to be a secure way to do it. I wouldn't encourage you to have them like text or email. Sometimes we do it, but generally I would, you know, make sure that it's an encrypted way to do it. I would say provide clear, you know, pathways to be able to do these things. Rural veterans are incredibly smart. They are. It's just a lack of, you know, access to technology, but they're very smart. And so, you know, provide clear instructions on how to do things. Anticipate spending time walking through how to, you know, put things into a particular file or link. Encourage family, friends to write lay statements. You know, if there's going to be records missing, that is a great way to build the evidence and make sure that we are, you know, getting all the information possible into the file. A big one that I ask my clients to do often, honestly, regardless of whether they're in a rural area or not, is to keep symptom logs. And so maybe this veteran is 2 hours away from medical care, and they don't go to the doctor, you know, regularly, and they're not documented. Well, what I ask them to do is I say, hey, pull out a pen, a piece of paper every morning, you know, write how your knee is doing. Is your knee really hurting today? Is it feeling pretty good? And do that, and it builds the record. And so it doesn't mean they have to go into a medical facility. What they can do is just write things down on paper. So that's something that I often do with them. Again, I ask them to just take photos of their meds. Sometimes, you know, it's hard for them to get the records of a problem list and the prescription meds that they've been prescribed. So I literally say, hey, can you walk to your medicine cabinet really quick and take a picture of it? And they upload it, and it works great. And on that, be flexible. I know that like many of you are attorneys, and you're probably like, okay, I got to get this affidavit in good shape, so you know I'm going to submit this. It's probably going to go to a federal court, and it's got to look perfect. Yeah, maybe someday you do go to a federal court, but guess what? The evidence that you submit is generally going to match the situation that you're dealing with the veteran. And so if you are submitting a picture of a prescription bottle, that's totally fine. Okay, there's no rules at VA that you can't submit a picture like that. In fact, I think it helps provide to the narrative that you are going to tell VA about this veteran's lack of access to examinations, to medical treatment. You can explain exactly why you're submitting evidence in that particular way. One thing that I do encourage my veterans to do often is to embrace telehealth. So it's becoming more prevalent. I was actually talking to Mr. Deaton about it the other day, and it's becoming more prevalent with VA as well. I encourage them to pursue telehealth for 2 different reasons. The first reason I always tell them is, I want you to get care for you. I want you to do telehealth so that way you can take care of yourself, you can get health care, and you can feel better. But it also does help us build the record whenever you're reporting things to your healthcare provider. And so I do encourage them to seek telehealth when possible. And that doesn't just mean video calls, by the way. There are telehealth appointments where it's literally a phone call. So even if they don't have Wi-Fi, oftentimes it's going to work with just a cellular phone call. Okay. One thing that I do that's kind of important is I always get informed consent from the client to use their digital signature. And so it's something that I think you can put in your retainer agreements whenever you're helping a veteran. But generally, VA is going to accept a signature if it's reasonably attributed to the veteran and there's no like evidence of fraud or anything at that front. So often what I'll do is I'll tell the veteran, hey, do I have your permission to use your digital signature on this statement? Even if they say yes over the phone, I typically email them or text them to get confirmation that it's okay that I do that. But that's what I do. I'll be on the phone. I'll say, do I have your permission to put your electronic signature here? Yes. I'll send them a text before to get it in writing that yes, indeed, they did give me my permission. And then I'll do that. Generally, if you're an accredited VA attorney, you can sign forms for veterans if it's not the original claim submission. But often I'm doing that for their statements that I'm submitting for them. So that's one thing I wanted to mention. There's some examples that I've put in this presentation of, for example, a symptom log or retainer information for the signature. So feel free to take a look at those things if you want to use those or change them. Thanks, Kate, for helping me do some research and everything on that. The next thing that I do is I proactively plan for evidentiary gaps, okay? So I know that there's going to be gaps whenever I am working with a veteran, and so you have to be proactive about it. You have to address it at the outset. So identify those gaps early and use those lay statements, as I mentioned, in order to fill those gaps. So if there's no treatment for a particular condition for 10 years, we'll get a lay statement in there that tells VA exactly why that's the case. Hey VA, I know you're going to say there's no treatment records for a very long time, but it takes me 2 hours to get to an appointment. That's why I don't go regularly. So things are getting better, but that still is often a possibility. So anticipate those issues before you get a denial from VA. Also anticipate not just the veteran needing to put a lay statement in there, anticipate examinations and medical opinions from VA that say, well, there's a lack of treatment records for 10 years, so therefore there's no nexus. Well, that's not entirely the case. Yeah, it makes it harder, but you still can absolutely get service connected for a condition that you've not sought treatment for 10 years after service. There's a number of reasons why you might not do that. So anticipate that when you're briefing to VA, address that at the outset. Okay. Again, frame the evidence as an absence of treatment, not the lack of a record in and of itself, because a lay statement noting what a veteran was experiencing, their medical issues, whatever it might be, that is evidence in the record. It's evidence. It just doesn't look like a medical record, but it's still there, and you're still able to cite to it. Okay. I think that I've covered most of this stuff. One thing that that I do often is I request ACE review medical opinions. So an ACE review is an acceptable clinical evidence opinion, which means that the VA provides an opinion for the veteran without requiring them to actually go to an examination, or maybe not even needing to do a telehealth exam. And so I often will request those. So the picture kind of can look like the veteran doesn't have a lot of treatment. They submit a claim and they say, hey, I don't have a lot of treatment because it was really hard for me to get to examinations, whatever it might be. You anticipate that. You get the veteran to an exam and they get a diagnosis. Maybe the record is built now a little bit because they have an examination, and there's a medical opinion that's negative. Well, if there's an exam on file, you can request that VA provide another medical opinion and not force the veteran to go back into another examination. So that's another thing that I often do whenever I'm working with veterans who are dealing with some of those issues. So again, I have some examples here of language you might write. If there's might not be medical records in the file, if they are living in a rural area and they don't have access to particular treatment nearby, and then another thing, you do have to have a diagnosis of a current condition in order to be service connected for something, but it's not required that the veteran has a diagnosis in their active medical records. The veteran could be sent to an exam and get a diagnosis the day of the exam and be able to be granted service connection on that front. So just because the veteran doesn't have a diagnosis of diabetes yet or left hip pain does not mean that they can't get diagnosed at an exam and then get service connected for it. Okay, let's do this one, which I think is maybe one of the most important things that we can be talking about today, which is manage examinations effectively. So, like we talked about those 3 elements of service connection, you have to have a diagnosis, a nexus between something that happened in service and that diagnosis. Well, VA has a statutory duty to assist veterans to develop that record. So it's very friendly to veterans. They're required to help the veteran develop the record on this front. And one of the ways in which they do that is they send the veteran to examinations, medical exams with nurse practitioners, PAs, doctors, and that exam is supposed to figure out, does the veteran have a condition? How bad is the condition? And okay, is it related to something in their military service? That examination process can be very complicated and be very hard to navigate. It's done by third-party contractors once VA says, we want you to go to an exam, and that's kind of the general process. So let's talk a little bit about ways to handle that process effectively. If a veteran is scheduled for an examination or VA requests that they go to an exam, I immediately call the contractor if I think there might be issues, and I request that they provide an exam as close to the veteran's home as possible. Sometimes that is possible. If you don't, sometimes the contractor will schedule the veteran for an exam that's like 4 hours away. It's happened to me before, even though there was a contractor that could be in the same city, but they just didn't have availability on the day that they wanted to schedule for it. So you can call the contractor and say, hey, I need it to be this close because of these reasons. Or if the veteran maybe works an hour away, which happens often in rural areas, you can say, hey, could you schedule it where the veteran works, because they're going to not be anywhere near their hometown at that time. So proactively do that when you're working through things. Assess early whether you think that this examination could be done via telehealth or ACE review. So again, ACE review is just taking a look at the records based upon what's already there and providing an opinion on that front. A telehealth is just exactly as it sounds. It's an examination that's done over the phone or through video. So you can request telehealth exams from VA if you think that it might be a type of condition where you could just do this over telehealth. VA and the contractors will tell you, we can only do this if it's TBI or mental health or something like that. That's what VA will tell you. That's what the contractors will tell you. But don't give up. Don't just say, oh my gosh, okay, sorry. Don't do that. You can try and convince them to do it. It's not always going to work, but I often do that. There are a number of conditions where you do not need to go in person in order to ascertain the evidence that you need. For example, like migraines. How bad does it hurt? Do you have to lay down? How often do they happen? You don't necessarily often need to go in person. So they'll probably tell you initially that it's only for TBI and things like that, but that's not necessarily the case. Often I know, even though there's a telehealth exam, I tell VA, hey, that's just as good as an in-person exam, if the examination is positive. So keep that in mind, whenever you are working with the VA and they're, might potentially say an exam over the phone is not good enough. You can also request ACE exams, as I've talked about. Generally, I don't do this unless I really truly feel like the record has been developed enough to where it's not required for them to at least have a telehealth exam or go into an examination. If the veteran has a diagnosis, and that's noted, we have an exam or medical records that show how bad the condition is, then really all we're looking for here is a medical opinion. And if we just need a medical opinion, then tell VA that and say, hey, listen, we just need a medical opinion. Don't force the veteran to go an hour away because That's not what we need them to do right now. We just need a medical opinion. So request ACE exams whenever the evidence is kind of in that front. I always explain, the barriers to the contractors and to VA. When a veteran might be dealing with some issues related to access, they can flag preferences. Generally, it's going to be the contractors who are going to be, making the decision about whether it's in person or telehealth or whatever it might be. But you can still argue it, and I've often been able to secure telehealth exams for veterans. One thing that I wanted to note here is that contractors generally will not provide transportation from the veteran's home to the examination. The only times they really do that generally is if the veteran is blind or is in a wheelchair or needs like special transportation. But I have convinced contractors to do it before. I've convinced them to do it, so don't give up if they say, no, we're not going to do it. Explain the barriers that you have, and don't let the contractor say, no, we can't do that. Just talk with them and explain the issues. One thing I do, though, is I pretty quickly try and figure out, okay, who is someone in this veteran's life who might be able to get them to the examinations, and I typically learn their name. Sometimes I get their phone number, and I'm like, hey, we need to get him to an exam. We need to get her to an exam. Can you help? So keep that in mind. I always document all of my efforts to get the veteran to an examination. Calling the contractor, I'll note it in our system, called the contractor today. They said they couldn't do it. I try and document everything so I can later go to VA and say, hey, we tried everything we could. The veteran just couldn't get to the examination. It's so frustrating, the examination scheduling process is sometimes. Sometimes the veteran will get a letter in the mail for an exam that was scheduled for yesterday. Sometimes they will get notified that the exam is the same day, 3 hours away. Sometimes that's not the case and it works out really well, but just let the veteran know that it is frustrating sometimes and you are also frustrated. They shouldn't feel bad about missing an examination because the process is kind of tough sometimes. And just let them know you are prepared to argue to VA the reasons why the exam was missed, why they should get a new exam, and you've got it handled. But it is an incredibly frustrating process. Again, explain the specific situations that the veteran is dealing with very clearly to VA, that they couldn't go 2 hours away. I literally just did this 2 days ago, I think. I wrote a statement to VA saying exactly this. The veteran got scheduled for an exam 2 hours away, and he's got a severe back issue where he couldn't get to it. And so we got him rescheduled to like right here in Columbia. So, it does work out. Generally, you can reschedule after one missed exam, and then they may deny, but remember, you can always file a supplemental claim with new and relevant evidence explaining why the examination was missed and the veteran wasn't able to be there. Again, reinforce to VA, like sometimes I will write in very informally, the veteran wants to attend this exam very badly. She is so ready, willing, and able to be there, but we just need some help from you all to make it happen. So, you can write pretty informally to VA, and I think that's much more efficient than me saying, whereas my name, Carter Templeton, Esquire. I don't think that's very helpful. And so always, document and then highlight the reasons why an exam might have been missed. Okay, these are the contractors. You can call them. The contractors, they're generally pretty nice. Sometimes they don't budge on things, but generally they are, pretty nice. One thing I would suggest, when you call them initially, work with the veteran to be on a joint call, because even though you're the representative, sometimes the contractors won't speak to you unless the veteran is on the line. It's not technically correct, but it just gets through that and it becomes a non-issue. So that's helpful, and also the contractor will probably say, well, when can she attend an exam and where should she go? It's easier to have the veteran on the line with you. So be thinking about that to schedule a joint call with them. So here are some examples of ACE review requests, requesting telehealth exams, rescheduling, and then also a record-based decision. So even if the veteran gets sent to an exam and you feel as though all the elements of service connection have been met, they have to render a decision based off what's in the record. And if they've met the elements of service connection, you can tell VA, hey, I need you to make a decision right now because we've met all the elements. There's no reason to make the veteran drive 2 hours away. So don't be afraid to argue that to VA. Just some quick additional notes, and then Mr. Deaton, if you want to start making your way down here, we can kind of have a conversation. First, request private nexus opinions. Sometimes you can do it and it costs money. If that's not an option, you can always ask the veteran's private treating physician. I don't have a lot of luck with that because the physicians are typically, wary of writing those letters. But I'm always happy to, hop on the call with them to try and figure out, how they might be able to help. And then lastly, embrace tech. The number of just absolutely terrible photos I've gotten of statements and of evidence that I have put into Adobe and I've improved and made better to submit. Use those tools to make things better and to make the evidence better. Okay, so here are some of the main takeaways that I would say, but generally what I would tell you is leverage community resources, okay? Don't be afraid to call people and say, I know you have nothing to do with what I do, but can you help me out? And then the second thing is, okay, take everything that you can possibly can, at your disposal, whether it be pictures or lay statements or whatever it is, and use all that to frame a very, very effective argument to VA that embraces the idea that the veteran does not have a lot of access, and confront that right up front and tell them this is why the evidence is this way and these are your duties at this point. So those are the main takeaways. Let's get to my conversation with Mr. Deaton. If you want to just hop up here, I'll turn this off. All right, are we on? Yeah, we're on right here. Okay. All right. How much time do we have left? Can someone tell me how many minutes of time we have left, maybe? 30 minutes left? Okay, cool. Wonderful. Okay. So, Mr. Deaton, do you want to just quickly introduce yourself, really,
Sure.
quick, and talk about where you're from and who you are?
All right. My name's Michael Deaton. I am from Knoll, Missouri. Very, very good representative of a veteran from a rural town. I was enlisted in the United States Army from 1986 through 1994, and am still in the workforce and live, like I said, in Knoll, Missouri. But I have last number of years I primarily worked out of town, different sites, and sometimes able to work from home. Thankfully, more of that now. But I first became acquainted with the clinic back in 2019, and as Mr. Thomas pointed out earlier, you get back that far, it was pretty much the Angela Drake show. There were some great students, involved, but so she was my first representation, and I'm very, very thankful for that. And since then, Mr. Carter Templeton. But when my first, I wish I could remember. I don't know how I found out about this, but it's very pertinent to this day and about the rural veterans. But how I somehow found out that there was a rural outreach for the Veterans Clinic, and I was trying to get VA health care at the time because I'd had a job change and my health insurance wasn't provided anymore, and it was going to be very, very expensive. And so that was kind of my first foray into the VA system, was just trying to get VA health care. And also I was having starting to have some health problems. And so what I did figure out, was that I learned enough to know that I had contracted a disease when I was overseas many years ago. And so that was going to be kind of a tough challenge to try to get the evidence and put it all together to prove that. So I quickly learned that even though that I had a civilian job and worked in government contracts and very familiar with the Code of Federal Regulations, more than more than the average Joe, I kind of knew my way around the federal government and how difficult that can be to work with. You know, it's not just the VA sometimes if you've dealt with, the federal government in any form or fashion. So anyway, I found out about this rural outreach, but it was in Carthage, Missouri. Well, from Knoll, Missouri, see, I'm about 245 miles from right here to my house. It's, some curvy roads and some interstate, but about a 4.5-hour drive, and very southwest corner of Missouri. So from my house to Carthage was like an 1.5-hour drive at the time. And so due to that, I had to schedule a day of vacation from work to be able to go to this. And thankfully I did. Didn't really know what to expect. So it was at the, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, it's the extension office is where they had, and there was, this was, well, it would have been, what year did I say that would have been 2019. Yeah, so sometime in 2019, and so I don't remember if it was Zoom or whatnot. They had a computer set up there, and it was linked back here to the law clinic, and they were basically just listening if you could come in there and ask any questions or whatnot. So that was my first introduction to the clinic. And then from there, she had enough, very little staff, and she was, I think then maybe the only actual, attorney that wasn't a student. She's nodding her head yes. So she wasn't able to help me. Angela said it was, it was almost a year gap. Well, it was 2019 when she was able to file the first claim for me. So sometime, or 2020, I'm sorry, I think it was July of 2020. So anyway, long process there, but we started with that rural outreach clinic.
Yeah, so Mr. Deaton, I worked with him for many, many years on his claims, which you could say is because of the VA or maybe because of me. I don't know. I hope that I did a good job. But for years we worked together. And when I put this presentation together, I was like, you know what? Pretty much every single one of these things that I have talked about, that we've dealt with, Mr. Deaton, I went through with him. And so, I felt like he would be a really good person to talk with about everything. And, Mr. Deaton is like way smarter than me too. He always kept me on my toes, and so I'm very glad that he's here to talk with us today about some of these things. So, could you talk a little bit about how far you typically would have to travel to a VA facility or like a specialist or something like that from where you're at?
I have to travel an hour. I'm fortunate enough that from my home I can be in an hour to the Fayetteville, Arkansas. Since I'm only 2.5 miles from the state line, and there's a VA hospital there, and one with a very good ranking, thankfully. So I'm very fortunate for that, to have excellent healthcare facilities there. Now, for Missouri residents, that in recent years they've established a clinic in Joplin, Missouri. Now that clinic, provides a great service, but it's not a hospital or labs or anything like that. So it's the same distance for me to go to either one. So I go to Fayetteville, and I've got everything there in one facility.
Yeah, and it's I have medical facilities in my actual building now, and so it's it takes me like maybe 30 seconds to get to my dentist, which is crazy. So, it kind of shows the divide, and it's something that, I'm always having to think about whenever Mr. Deaton's like, I'm headed to a medical appointment tomorrow. I'm like, well, that doesn't mean that it's 10 minutes away. It likely means that it's, pretty far away. So talk to me a little bit. I mean, that's the medical side of things. When you're, dealing with maybe a complicated VA claim, what about access to services in your area for that, in terms of navigating the VA claims process?
That was definitely a challenge, because the closest VSO was Joplin, Missouri, and
which is how far away?
That's an hour away. So I was able travel there and started the process as as Mr. Thomas also pointed out in his great presentation. That's kind of how the process works. You don't typically just initially come to the law clinic, and they're able to help out in more complex scenarios. But it quickly became evident with with what I was trying to show proof of. I'd had diagnosis and issues that were in my military medical records when I was overseas, but that were never diagnosed correctly for the disease that I was diagnosed with after I was off active duty. So anyway, with that, I quickly figured out I'm not going to get any results or anywhere without some professional help. You know, when I first started this, I'm like, well, you know, if it's filing some government forms and things like that, you know, I can do that. You know, I'm familiar enough with my way around that. But I quickly learned that it's a very arduous process for sure.
So, you know, we've established you're super far away from a lot of things, does make it harder, far away from maybe like, you know, really high quality representation for your VA claims. So let's talk about, you know, Angela stepped in and then I took over for her after she retired. And you and I and your wife, Wendy, went through this process for years where we're handling examinations and things like that. So let's kind of talk about how we went through that process together. So talk to me about, you know, your experience with the examination process for disability compensation and, you know, what it was like to be scheduled for those and to find out when you were scheduled and things like that.
Sure, that was a huge chunk of the process for sure. And with what they were looking at me for, it required a number of examinations and different body parts and things like that they were gathering evidence for. And as I mentioned early on, I typically worked out of town. So, you know, they got pretty good about sending overnight packages. You know, when they wouldn't tell you when they're going to send these, but you would just, you know, you would get a UPS or a FedEx overnight, and you open it up, and of course it could be very quick, where they're going to tell you what, and there may be more than one examination that they've scheduled at the same time. You know, in the same city. It may be in the same building, or it may be in the same city in another area, and it may be 3 days away. Well, I wasn't even home, you know, you know, I was working out of town, so that was a difficult process for sure. And you know, Carter helped navigate that, you know, and the fact that I know one time, you know, where the city I was working in, he got them to rearrange that so it would, you know, it was in another state, but so I could have the examination there. And then even when I was working out of my home in Knoll, I recall one that was on the far, from my perspective, on the far side of Springfield, Missouri. Well, that was a 2-hour drive. And, you know, so that was another day of vacation that had to be scheduled. And, you know, like a lot of you in your work, sometimes you can't get vacation scheduled with 3 or less days notice. So, and we had, I wish I knew the number, but my goodness, there had to be 20 or 30, if not more of those, you know,
yeah,
over the years, you know. And so that was definitely a challenge.
Yeah.
And it really takes, you know, and thanks to him for kind of running interference there. And one thing, there might be a better question come up about this in the future, but something I want to say now. For any of you out there that will be or are helping veterans, you know, one thing that Carter was good at, Angela as well, you almost have to be a coach and a very optimistic person, because I feel like I'm fairly patient, but and now, you know, I'm pretty much towards the end of my working career. I'm going to hopefully be retiring here in a year or two, but I see every day that a younger person comes into the workforce, they're used to things fast and faster. And I can see that younger people and the veterans you're going to be helping, they're going to get frustrated very quickly, and they're going to want to give up. And, you know, I mean, I don't think it's in the VA's, you know, in their playbook, but they will wear you down, you know. And they wear enough people down to where it's just like you just get mad and quit, you know. And I'm sure that happens. Doesn't mean you're a bad attorney. It's just it's just hard to deal with that. But that's one thing that you did a fine job of, and you know, and at times we had such a long-term relationship. You know, I think, you know, at times you know, hopefully helped build him back up, because he got frustrated, you know. he would be like, I can't believe this decision, so.
Yeah, I told Mr. Deaton last night, I remember specifically 2 symposiums ago, I was walking in downtown Columbia, and I saw a medical opinion that was provided in his case, and it made me so angry, and I called him and Wendy immediately, and I was just venting about it. And then I called him back later, and I was like, I'm sorry, I'm your attorney, I probably shouldn't have been so angry. But that does happen, it does take patience. And so one thing I did want to mention that Mr. Deaton mentioned, so whenever you are representing veterans, you may have multiple different claims happening at the same time. So maybe there's an initial claim that's happening and a higher level review and a supplemental claim that are all 3 separate claims that are being worked by 3 separate people at VA, and they're not communicating with each other really at all. And so it's quite possible that you will have one adjudicator say, yes, we should send this veteran to an examination, and the other, for another claim, say, we should send this veteran to an examination, and all 3 of them do it. Then they send the examination request. They may go to 3 different contractors. It may go to VES, and then another one to Leidos, and then another one to Optum. And all of a sudden, this veteran is getting examination scheduling requests from 3 different contractors. Sometimes the exams are in the same exact day. Maybe they're like 4 hours apart on the same day. So that really does happen, and that happened to them one time. And so you really do have to call the contractors and talk with them and talk through things. My wife, Lara, who, she's probably heard the wait call for the contractors. She's like, oh, here he is calling another contractor because of their wait music. So, anticipate that. Let the veteran know, hey, because we filed 3 different things, you might be getting examination requests from 3 different entities. And if you have access to VA system and VBMS, whenever there's an examination request, typically they will list the contractor that it was sent to. And so one of the first things I do, if I see an issue, I will call the contractor, I'll get it on their radar as quickly as possible. That's something that I wanted to mention. Can you talk a little bit about, you often had to work pretty far away from your hometown, and so there were a lot of times where we would end up scheduling you for an exam that was really where you worked instead of, where you were from. Do you recall that happening at all? You want to talk about the kind of hoops we jumped through to kind of talk through those things?
Yes, yeah, that was definitely very helpful on more than one occasion. And like I said, the burden was sure on Carter, but to get things rescheduled into where it was in the town where I was working. And obviously, if you're in a larger town in a metro area, you don't have to take a day of vacation, and that allowed me to, if we could schedule them later in the afternoon, I could just take off a little bit early and make those examinations. So that was something that I can't imagine anyone that's just out there on their own. They would never be able to even think about that or accomplish that. But that was very helpful.
Yeah, something I also wanted to bring up too that kind of goes with the first part of my presentation about leveraging community resources. Do you want to talk about when we met in person for the first time and where and everything?
Yeah, that's another good point. The telephone calls and other electronic methods, as he talked about earlier, sure help and bridge the gap in the rural environments. But I don't remember if it was you or Angela or someone in the clinic or whatnot. But with friends, as you attorneys, you're a brotherhood and sisterhood, and know all each other, and Missouri alumni and all. They found a law firm that was close to me, that was willing to allow the use of their conference room. And so and we kind of, it was, they drove about 3 hours or so, and I drove an hour, and we were able to meet in person in a professional setting. So, and it was at no cost to the clinic or myself. So that's just where, thinking outside the box and networking with your own attorney friends can help.
Yeah, so that's an example where Angela reached out to someone at a law firm and said, hey, we need to use your conference room. And of course they were like, yeah, absolutely. And so we spent 5 hours, I think, talking through things in the conference room. So again, like I mentioned, just, contact people, ask if you can use their conference room or whatever it might be, because they're typically going to be more than willing to help. One thing I wanted to ask you, that to provide the attorneys and VSOs that are helping veterans some perspective, what do you want them to know about veterans who are in rural areas like you, where you're super far from everything? What's something that you feel like they should know about that?
Yeah, I think probably the biggest thing, and you've been hitting on it pretty good, is the time involved in the distance. Maybe, I know, with my case, there was a number of examinations, but, with anything, you're probably going to have to go, have one or more examinations, and it's going to be, travel time and distance. So that would be something, to have to talk about and plan for ahead of time, because it usually takes a day. I mean, your whole day is ruined by the time, if you're driving an hour or two each way and you have the examination. I mean, you just have to think that a day is lost to do it.
Yeah. So I think I want to move to questions. If people in here have questions about, the specific examination request process, exams generally, or anything like that, people online as well, love to hear your questions. And I'm going to keep Mr. Deaton up here because maybe your questions will be for him. So I think we have a question right here, and we've got some students coming down with mics. We do have to use the mics if you're in here because people can't hear you at home unless you use a mic. So that's why you're going to be projected everywhere.
Okay. I was wondering, what percentage of your time is spent dealing with contractors? And how do you think we can improve the system to make it, to streamline it and make it easier for rural veterans? I mean, they're talking about dealing with contractors who won't provide rides to maybe people in wheelchairs or help people who are blind. What do you think can be improved?
Yeah, so to the first part of your question, I spend an inordinate amount of time talking to contractors, unfortunately. I've gotten pretty good. I mean, I call them and they put me on hold. I listen to some music while I work, and then they pop up and I'm like, oh, hey. So I do spend a lot of time talking with them. Again, especially, a lot of the homeless and at-risk veterans have some of the same, barriers that some of our rural veterans have. So especially with them, but, a lot of the rural veterans as well. So, what could be done better? I think, to be honest with you, we could inject some common sense into like the practices of the contractors. It's very hard to just explain something, and even if the contractor on the phone is like, yeah, that makes sense, but I can't do that because of whatever reason. So how do you change that? I mean, the contractors, they win contracts that the government awards to them. So I think what it largely is telling your elected representatives, hey, the contractors need to be better. It's your taxpayer dollars that are going to these contractors to pay for exams for our veterans, which I think we all, want to do here in America. But, when the exams are bad, when the veterans can't get to them, it gets frustrating. So, that's a big thing. With the transportation one, I think is a pretty clear, easy one. That's just like if you meet certain, criteria or elements, if you're in a rural area, then we'll provide you transportation. I think that could be a pretty quick, easy fix. The contractors will provide transportation if someone is legally blind, if they're wheelchair bound, if they need like an ambulance to transport them, then they generally will. But I've had to rely on like DAV transportation. I think there's one called Soldiers Angels that I've never used before. So to answer your question, I think, holding contractors accountable generally, and then requesting specifically, could you please just provide transportation for them, because that's a pretty clear, easy fix.
I have one more
Yes, ma'am.
question, maybe one for him.
Yeah.
Another question, do you foresee maybe perhaps doing these hearings, disability hearings by Zoom call? Like maybe the veterans can go to a place, in their county and be able to accomplish these
Yes, so I mean, I think you just came up with a very good solution that I probably should have just suggested right now. But yes, the answer is yes. Right now, we're at a spot where, I mean, maybe after the symposium, all of you can call the contractors and ask them the question. I'm like 99% sure if you ask, they'll say, you know, we're only going to provide telehealth exams if it's something like a mental health exam or a TBI exam or something like that. That's what they will generally tell you. So should it happen where veterans can do things via telehealth, you know, video or over the phone? Absolutely. Like I mentioned before, there are a number of conditions where the veteran does not need to be in person for the examiner to ascertain whether they have a condition or how bad it is. There's probably always going to be some in-person exams required. You know, if it's a knee claim and you have to measure range of motion or flexion extension, then sure. But for example, the example I used earlier I dealt with fairly recently was migraines, where the veteran was going to have to travel an hour and a half to an exam when the examiner was just going to ask them and they weren't really going to like physically examine them at all. So that's another solution that we could try and, you know, press the contractors to allow for telehealth exams for things like that. One thing, whenever the examination request is rendered by VA, typically the adjudicator will say, we're not requiring that they attend in person. So VA will say that on the examination request, but it's still up to the contractor to determine whether they think that veteran needs to come in person or not. So it's another solution to allow telehealth exams to be a little bit more prevalent. Yeah, Chris has got a question.
I really appreciate the presentation you guys have made, and I've learned a lot. In some of the work I do, I have to rely on the local resources to help a veteran out. And one of the things I found is if I can connect with the commander of the VFW or the Legion Post or the Marine Corps League or county extension sometimes, and I've been known to call a church and make them feel guilty. And there are an amazing amount of can-do people that'll just grab a pickup truck and solve problems in the real world. But my question is, I went through a lot of C&P exams, and I had actually a very positive experience on all of them but one, and I actually had a really good experience with Optum working with me as far as my time and schedule. But what do you do when you get that bad C&P examiner? And, you know, they're maybe having a bad day, maybe a little hungover, whatever, or just not happy to be there in their career at that point in time?
So great question. Here's my typical practice. I write a letter to VA immediately after. So most of my veterans, I say, you know, if I don't keep track of every single exam. I do have a calendar when they tell me when it is. So I put it on there to generally know. Oftentimes as their attorney, I don't know that they have an exam unless they tell me, because the contractors don't send the examination dates and requests to us. So I tell my veterans, hey, you got to tell me when you're having an exam, otherwise I don't know. So I generally say, send me an email, a text, or call me if you have a weird experience at an exam. So if the examiner comes in and wears like pajama pants to an exam, which has happened before, let me know. I immediately write a letter to VA and I say, these are the things that were experienced at the examination. Now, recently, I have not tended to immediately say that exam was inadequate, you can't use it, send them to a new one, for a couple of reasons. First, because I like to avoid having to send my clients to exams when I can. And second, sometimes really, really bad examiners end up uploading a good exam. And so, you know, I'll note it in a letter, but if I get the exam and it's really bad, or if it's really good, then I'm like, okay, great. You know, it didn't seem like it went well, but it did turn out to go pretty well. And then, you know, if you write the letter to VA, explain the issues, and they get the exam and they still deny, which is 90% of what happens most of the time, then that's where we put our lawyer hats on and we look at the medical opinion and, you know, we argue why the opinion was not adequate and figure out what the best appeal path is. And it's part of the reason why it's so frustrating, because you'll have veterans who wait for 4 months to have their claim worked. Then they go to an exam that is scheduled. They wait a month to get the exam uploaded. And then the medical opinion says, you know, the condition is not related to service because it's not related to service. You know, that's an opinion I got one time. And so then VA denies immediately, and you have to submit an appeal, and it's another 3 months. So, it's frustrating, but that's my typical practice right now whenever I see or hear from a veteran that I've got a bad exam.
I know something you did that that I would recommend anybody do that was very helpful is because there was bad exams. You just didn't know, and you really didn't know, like he said, until that you got it back, what we call it, the DBQ back,
Yeah.
with their, which takes some time. But so what he would do, if he could call, if his schedule was available, as soon as it finished an exam and was in the car, we would talk, and if you think, for you veterans or military, it's like an after action review. It's kind of like, because it's fresh in my mind then, and I don't have that good of a memory. If my wife could go, she would go with me, and that would help too. But we would talk about, he would get my take on the exam. Was it good, bad, what questions, what did they, ask right, wrong? He would make those notes, because it may be weeks until he gets the ruling. Is that what that be?
Yeah, the exam worksheet. Yeah.
The exam worksheet back, and then he's have to call me again. But if you waited that time frame and called the veteran back, he's like, yeah, I don't really remember what they said, or if they said that, or like I said, or whatever. But that was helpful because we captured that then,
Mhm.
and you captured it for me.
Yeah. We've got 3 minutes left, I think. What other questions do you all have? You got one? Yeah.
Just have one more.
Let her grab the mic so that way they can all hear your great question.
For you, for your client. I can't remember your name. When you had to take off work, was it difficult to take off work to get the exams?
So the
yes, ma'am.
question was it difficult to take off work to get to the exams? Yeah.
Yes, and why? Well, because a lot of times it was short notice. Like I said, maybe that depends on what kind of job and how willing your boss or your company is, but you never knew. And the thing is maybe he had the power to get another exam scheduled, but you don't know how long that's going to take. And I remember talking to my wife, I'm like, I think I can go. What if this is going to be the good, the good person that gets it right this time? If I wait, it may be, you just never knew. So it was tough with the short notice.
So did you have to take family medical leave or anything like that? Or, sometimes employers are good about it, and some are not so good about it.
I had to take vacation, and in my opinion, and in being in the workforce, having read FMLA posters on the wall in the break room and such as that, I don't think FMLA would apply to an exam.
I don't think so. I don't think there's any protections for veterans being able to leave for compensation exams. There is for people who are in the National Guard and things like that. They have to go to duty, but I'm not aware of any ability. That'd be a great idea, but yeah, I'm not aware of anything on that front. Any other questions? We've got 1 minute left.
Yeah, Carter, I'm just wondering, Mr. Deaton, how's it all worked out?
Yeah, the question was, how's it all worked out with working with us at the clinic?
It's worked out wonderful, and I've transitioned from a client to an advocate. So it's much like yourself. It's now I'm on the other side, and I want to do what I can to help the clinic, and so they can help other veterans. So I've made the full circle.
How's the VA finally resolve things for you? Positively?
Yes.
So, yeah, the question was, did VA resolve things positively?
Yes.
In the end?
Yeah. Like I said, it took a very long time, but yeah, they did acknowledge that my disease was service connected and started when I was overseas. So it just took a very long time, and like I said, there was no way a person, and even though if you pick the best VSO in the country, I don't think they would have the qualifications or capability to get through the time and effort it required. So there's reasons, many reasons for the law clinic that if they can't help somebody, they're not going to get the help they need.
So I would say my information is on our website. So if you have a question about any of this, please email me. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have, provide feedback or whatever it is. But I want to thank Mr. Deaton for talking with us today. I want to thank you all for listening to me. Hopefully you got something out of this presentation. And then next up, we have Martha and Hannah, who are going to talk a little bit more about the outreach that we actually do throughout the state of Missouri. So thank you all.
Okay, so we have the attendance code back on the screen. So for our virtual attendees, make sure you get that entered so that we can count you as present for today and verify your CLE credit. Okay, so Hannah and I will be talking about mobile legal services and the Show Me Access model. Here's just a little bit about Hannah and myself. We both have served as Thomas Fellows here in the clinic, and we also manage our own caseloads, so we are also staff attorneys, and then we teach a few courses as well. So like I said, I was the first Thomas Fellow here at the law clinic, and I can't overstate the value of the fellowship. Not only like Ben said, what it does for the veterans that we're able to go out and help, but for what it did for me as a brand new attorney developing those first few years. So thank you, Ben, for making that position possible. I always say I couldn't have dreamt up a better, more perfect position. It truly is the best job ever. So very thankful for that. So while I was the first Thomas Fellow to run the Tigers for Troops program, the program itself did predate my time in the clinic. So, oh gosh, I don't know the exact year, but several years ago, kind of like the clinic started with a student having the idea for it, a student also had the idea for the Tigers for Troops program, and they created a map, and they had this big plan of where all we should go. And the first event was held in Stover, Missouri, and I'm told the story is that they showed up not knowing what to expect and what the attendance would look like, and they looked out the door and there was a line down the street with veterans holding manila envelopes full of decision letters and their DD-214s. And that picture just almost makes me emotional, right? These veterans finally had someone there for them to sit and talk with them about their case. And it can be really frustrating when you're not feeling like the VA is hearing you and acknowledging your service and what you've been through. So for the clinic to go somewhere like Stover, Missouri with a population of 1,000 people, I think really meant a lot to veterans. And I know that Angela saw the need immediately, and she started going to triage, right? So which veterans have the first upcoming deadline? We're going to work with them first. We're going to put you guys on a waiting list. And like Mr. Deaton said, it was like the Angela show back then. She was doing it all on her own with a few students. So the need was very clear at that point for a comprehensive program. So in February 2019, Angela Drake and Brent Filbert created Tigers for Troops. For those who are not familiar with Mizzou, our mascot is a tiger. So that's where the name comes from. Kind of cute. So the program was dedicated to expanding access to justice for veterans across Missouri, focusing on the rural communities in the state. The clinic's Tigers for Troops program started with very limited funding, but when you're traveling 4 and 5 hours outside of Columbia to go do an event like this, you start having to pay for things obviously like mileage, but hotel rooms because you want to get started early the next day, so you need to stay the evening before, feeding the students, and and maybe renting spaces. We'll kind of talk about the costs that go into a program like this. But we realized the program needed a sustained future, right? And that's where the Thomas Fellowship came in to make sure there was a full-time staff attorney on our staff to dedicate to planning these events and making sure that they run smoothly. So in 2021, Ben and Carolyn, his wife, started the Thomas Fellowship, and I was graduating in May of 2021, so lucky me, I got to be the first Thomas Fellow, and if I haven't made it obvious, it was very valuable to me. So let's start by talking about the unmet need amongst rural veterans, and we'll start by defining rural. So the VA uses the Rural Urban Commuting Area Code System. I know that Dr. Kaboli, who's our keynote speaker, is going to be talking about this today. He knows a lot more about the code system than I do. But for our purposes, we obviously like to follow suit with some of the things the VA does in terms of defining populations. So we take the RUCA code system into account when we're planning our events. And the RUCA code system looks at population density as well as how closely a community is linked to socioeconomically to larger urban centers. This is kind of a generalized idea of what these numbers might look like in terms of population. So they would qualify an urban area as a place with more than 50,000 residents. In Missouri, we have 13 cities that would qualify as urban under this code system, which is not that many when you learn that there are over 1,000 places in the state. I say places because they're categorized as cities, towns, villages. There's like all of these like tiny kind of offshoots. But 13 cities generally categorized as urban. Those fall in Kansas City, St. Louis, Columbia, Springfield, those types of places. But there's all the suburbs in St. Louis and Kansas City that make up most of those urban areas. So that means there's over 1,000 places in the state that would be considered rural. Rural areas are not urban, but still have a significant population center or commuting flow to urban areas. So those are some other factors the VA takes into account. If you want to talk numbers, that would be around 2,500 to 49,999 residents. And then highly rural are the other areas where fewer than 10 people per square mile live. So that's an extremely remote area. Looking at the numbers as a whole, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, there's nearly 18 million veterans living in the United States, and around 4.7 million of those veterans live in rural America. Getting back down to Missouri's numbers, according to the MVC's annual report in 2025, there's approximately 377,000 veterans living in Missouri. And estimates vary. It's kind of hard to find a really good solid number on how many of those veterans are rural, but based on some past data, we think it's somewhere around 37 to 38% of the Missouri's veterans live in rural areas. So again, that's that 140 to 150,000 veterans. So let's look at some patterns and provide some context for what rural veterans face and what kind of characteristics they have of their own. Veterans living in rural areas have strong ties to their community and place. They're very proud of where they are from. I am from Farmington, Missouri, so southeast Missouri, about 18,000 people, and I now live in an extremely remote town in between around New Franklin and Fayette, if anyone's familiar with that. So, I mean like maybe 2,000 people. So I'm pretty familiar with the small town vibes, right? Like I know how proud people are of their small towns, just like I'm very proud of the places that I've lived, and Hannah is also from rural areas, so I feel like we both have a good perspective on this. But yeah, strong ties to community in place. They're very neighborly and friendly, higher likelihood of military service because their father served, their grandfather served, their uncle served all the way back. Geographic isolation is a huge thing we'll talk about, and access challenges like Carter also touched on in his presentation. Our rural veterans tend to have distinct healthcare patterns. On average, veterans living in rural areas are a little bit older than those living in urban areas. And mental health care access can be more limited, and stigma around seeking care with those conditions tends to be pretty rampant in rural areas. Lastly, cultural values that help shape help seeking. Many rural veterans are independent, and they may not contest a no from the VA, like Mr. Deaton was saying. Once they get that no, sometimes they just accept it and move on, and they either don't know what their options are moving forward, or they just think a no is a no, and maybe they want other veterans to have, they think veterans besides them deserve it more than they do, which obviously we know is not true, and trying to convince them, it's not a pie, like there's not a finite number of resources for you. So those are some patterns and context. I'll talk now a little bit about some specific aspects of rural isolation, first being the lack of legal counsel. So many rural counties have very few and sometimes zero licensed attorneys, and they're referred to as legal deserts. The attorneys that do practice in these areas tend to be generalists, and they may not specialize in certain fields, especially VA disability compensation or military records correction cases. As of April 2026, in Missouri, there are 114 VA accredited attorneys. Only 14 of those live in rural areas, so that's places like Rolla, I think Cape. I think Allie Brown is like the one veteran VA accredited attorney that lives in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. The rest are really in St. Louis, Kansas City, and Columbia. So I don't know, that number was a little bit astonishing to me, only 14 VA accredited attorneys in rural Missouri. Attorneys in rural areas have higher caseloads because obviously there are fewer of them, so they may not be able to help every veteran they come in contact with. And then this is maybe an obvious thing, but for those who don't practice veterans law, I just want to note that there's no right to counsel, right? Like in normal, like in the criminal context, if you can't afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you. That's not the case in VA benefits cases. So if a veteran can't afford an attorney and they don't know about the Veterans Clinic, they have to proceed pro se. And we know the system was built to be veteran friendly and a system they can navigate on their own, but in practice, it's just not how it works. They often do need an advocate to go along with them. So for transportation barriers, Carter talked about this a little bit, but rural residents may have to travel far distances to reach a law office. Like even our office is centrally located in the state, but it can take like 4 or 5 hours to reach any given corner of the state, and that's just not doable for some people to make that trek. Limited public transportation, of course, many rural areas lack reliable public transit, makes it difficult for veterans to attend meetings and things like that. And then weather and road conditions. This one's kind of funny because with our Tigers for Troops event, we are like cursed when it comes to having in-person events in February because weather in Missouri is insanity, and it's like never fails. There's like a huge ice storm and we have to pivot or go a few days early, and it gets really challenging when we have students traveling too, and we want to make sure they're safe. So that's like a problem we have with these events, so it's obviously highlighted even more when it's not even an event we're talking about. There's also, we went to Eminence, Missouri last year sometime, and we were driving down those really curvy, rural, hilly roads, and I was just thinking to myself, like, if there was any type of bad weather, this would be an impossible event to have, and so how would the veterans get to us, right? It would be impossible. Technological barriers are a big factor when it comes to rural isolation. The Tigers for Troops program predates COVID, so it started in February 2019, but obviously COVID hit in 2020, so I'm thinking back to when I was a student in the Veterans Clinic in the fall of 2020, and my first Tigers for Troops events that I attended was actually randomly in my hometown in Farmington, but it was virtual, so it was this veteran set up on a screen with a Mizzou extension worker, like peeking over his shoulder, helping him, log in, and we made it work. And it was like scary times. You never know how we're going. no one knew what they were doing, right, to try and make things work during that time. But it opened up opportunities and opened up our minds to the possibility of doing doing virtual meetings with veterans, and we're able to reach so many more veterans now that we do have kind of hybrid events at times. Limited internet access is a huge issue, so broadband service is often unreliable or unavailable in rural communities. I know in New Franklin, where I live, it was very hard to even get our internet established a few years ago when we moved there. The lack of internet isolates 1 in 4 rural veterans, so 25% of our veterans living in rural areas may not have internet access at all. So that can be a big problem, especially when we're talking about telehealth visits, just major gaps, right? Low digital literacy, even where internet exists, some veterans, especially older veterans, may not know how to work a computer or even log on to a virtual meeting. We'll talk about some social and cultural factors. Privacy concerns and misinformation is another big barrier when it comes to helping rural veterans in these tight-knit communities. People may fear gossip or stigma if they seek legal help, especially for sensitive issues like PTSD. I had a client who was a judge, and I got his file, and I'm looking back through the claim chronology, and I saw that he had submitted a claim for mental health and then never went to the exam and just abandoned that claim. And so when I asked him, like, what happened here? Why did you miss this exam? And he said, I was up for re-election and I was worried word would get out that I have a mental health condition, so I abandoned the claim. Which, of course, if I was his attorney then, I would have said, that's not going to happen. You don't have to worry about that. But it was unfortunate because that was probably 6 or 7 years worth of he got like 100% service connected. So that's a lot of money he missed out on, which was really unfortunate. But just kind of like getting over that barrier of misinformation can be a challenge. We have one of our attorneys in our clinic lovingly calls it the Veteran Whisper Network. So veterans are always talking to each other, right, about like their benefits and what their case looks like. And so they'll say, well, my buddy got 100% for this. And it's like, well, I don't know what their condition looks like. I don't know what their medical records look like. I don't know if the VA made a mistake in giving that person 100%. For many reasons, that can be a challenge, right, to try and correct that misinformation. But they come by it honestly. You had a story, too, about, and maybe that's more like the cultural norms of asking for legal advice. Can you tell that really quick?
Yeah, so it was, it's one of my clients. It was a very recent Tigers for Troops event that we went to where he had pretty severe PTSD. And he and his wife had just been silently dealing with it, untreated and unservice connected. And when I initially broached the topic, he didn't want to talk about it at all. His wife kind of forced him into it. I think she dragged him to that event in the first place. So we're always really appreciative of spouses that are champions for their veterans. And when he did try to explain what his condition was and why he had never sought service connection, it was because he lived in a really small town and the VFW was his entire social circle, and he cared really deeply what the people in that command leadership thought of him and felt of him. And one of the important leaders of that VFW was also the only VSO. And he was really worried if I go to this person who I respect and I want him to respect me, and I tell him about my PTSD and all these symptoms that we've been struggling with, what if he tells his wife? What if he tells his wife and then on Sunday evening when all the girls get together, she tells everyone else's wives? And because that was the only VSO that he had access to and he wasn't comfortable speaking to that one person, he just silently suffered for, I think, about 10 years before we finally happened to be in his town and his wife dragged him to our event.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Another big one is the distrust of institutions, right? We all know the frustrations with the VA. Some rural residents distrust outside attorneys as well, right? So that's why it's so important at these events to like sit down face to face with the veteran and look them in the eyes and tell them how much you care about what happens with their claim and that you're going to walk alongside them because people make promises to veterans that they'll help them and then the veteran somehow ends up being abandoned by that. And so when you're worn down, told no by the VA and maybe left out to dry by someone who said they would help you, I think veterans become very hesitant to even talk with us when we go to these events. So it's really important to establish that relationship and build that trust. So how do we bridge these gaps with Tigers for Troops, right? So we meet veterans where they are at, both literally and figuratively. We travel all around Missouri to these rural communities. But meeting with them figuratively, right, that can look like, what's their case posture? Have they ever filed a claim before? Do they have a pending claim? Do they have a decision deadline in like 2 weeks, right? These are things you have to keep in mind when you're meeting with them. And then is also like knowledge of process and benefits available to them. So many veterans come to our events and one of our first questions is, are you enrolled in VA healthcare? And they're like, no, I don't think I qualify. And we're like, well, you need to talk to this lady because I bet you do, and she can get you enrolled in like 5 minutes. So making sure we close the loop on that and share information with veterans in a way that's really informative is important. We hold free one-on-one legal consultations, if that wasn't obvious from what we're talking about with the program. These are private and confidential, and again, establishing that trust is so important with the veteran, and this is that opportunity to do that, right? Intake, issue spotting, and next steps are all part of the process, as you all know, like a traditional intake interview. One thing I really want to highlight is the law student experience. So we do at least one in-person event every semester, and the students like hop on that sign-up sheet like so fast because they hear from their friends how fun it is to go on these trips with the clinic staff. It's like one of the most rewarding parts of being in the clinic for our students because, we load up in cars and we travel and go have dinner and stay in a hotel and get up early and talk to veterans all day and hear these wonderful stories and meet these people, and the students really care. And so it's valuable for them on that level, but also to like see what an intake interview looks like, and they sometimes jump in and ask questions, which is really nice when you see it click for the student and they start asking the right questions. And then, of course, there's a follow-up structure, so you want to be very careful, again, with the trust building to follow up with these veterans and do what you say you're going to do, even if that's declining a veteran because maybe they have a pending rating decision, so there's nothing you can do at that time. You still like send something in writing to them saying, thank you for meeting with us. Please contact us when you get your rating decision so we can check on the accuracy of that. So bridging the gap and doing these events, I think, boils down to 3 things: access, clarity, and trust. So for access, making help reachable regardless of geography. Like someone's zip code should not dictate what type of access they have to like competent legal representation, right? Especially with issues as significant as VA disability compensation and discharge upgrades. Clarity, so turning a very complex system into something understandable and actionable for the veteran, even if you can't help them, giving them the information they need moving forward, connecting them with the VSO. We work pretty closely with the Missouri Veterans Commission and send veterans to them who have never filed claims before, because obviously we don't want to duplicate work. So helping them, make sure the process is clear to them is a really big goal of ours. And last, I think I've said this a lot, but building trust is so important with veterans, right? So alignment, partnership, and credibility, and not just rapport with these veterans is really, really important. So logistically, when you're talking about starting a rural outreach program, these are questions you might have. And of course, if you have more questions about logistics, we'll have time at the end to talk about those. But initial questions might be like, where do we go, right? So maybe you look at the data in your state or your area and find a definition that's workable for you in terms of like do we consider rural. I wouldn't say we have like a very strict definition of rural in our clinic for purposes of Tigers for Troops, and obviously we would never like turn a veteran away who signs up for the event who lives in an urban area. It's not that strict, but it's good to have an idea, obviously, and those are identifying the areas that need your help and where you want to go. Community partner input's really important, so we work with the Mizzou Extension, we work with other veterans organizations. Sometimes people just contact us and they're like, we have a high veteran population, please come to our area. So that can help us decide where we need to go. When do we go? You have to ask like what time of year. Like I said, the weather in Missouri is crazy, so maybe we do a virtual event in February instead of rolling the dice and hoping that we don't have an ice storm. The day of the week might be something you consider too. I think at the beginning, some of the events were held on the weekend, but that's a little bit challenging for our students who might have jobs and things like that. But maybe we tend to do it on like a Thursday, Friday, and Hannah will talk all about the logistics of that. How do you pay for the events? At the beginning, in the early days, we received a few grants. Donations, obviously, are huge. In-kind contributions are another big one. We went to Perryville for an event a few years ago, and this woman and her husband love what we do and are like so moved by what we do that they personally paid for all of our hotel rooms. So we had like 10 hotel rooms to book because we had so many students going. So they paid for all of that out of their pocket. They fed us dinner the night before. They brought us breakfast to the event. They brought us lunch to the event. They just like made it so special for us. We've had events at churches where like all the church ladies will like, they had a table of baked goods for us and coffee, and obviously we shared those with the veterans. But it's so nice to just have even those smaller contributions that mean a lot and like take off the financial burden of these events. Lastly, how do we get the word out? The veteran population is like ranges from like age 21 to like 100 years old, right? So you have to keep in mind what means of communication like they're plugged into, right? So we do it all. We do flyers, social media, we do a lot of radio interviews, newspaper stories, and then obviously our relationships with the Missouri Veterans Commission officers. We call them and we're like, hey, do you have any veterans you've been working with who like have come to a really hard place in their case? Maybe like you want an attorney to look at that case, and they'll refer people to us that way. So that's kind of how we spread the word. Obviously, word of mouth is a big thing too. If we have clients in those areas, they'll help share information and tell their friends about us. So I'll turn it over to Hannah. She's going to talk about like how we do these events today and what the Tigers for Troops program looks like right now.
Yeah, so I'm the current Thomas Fellow. I graduated from Missoula in May of 2025, so I'm very new. And I took the clinic, of course, as a student. Prior to law school, I was in the Air Force as a Russian cryptologic language analyst, so I did that for 6 years. This program means a lot to me because I am a rural veteran. I grew up in Moberly, just north of here, and lived on a little 10-acre plot, and we have our chickens and our ducks. And so I really resonate with this program and what it can do for the veterans. And I also have been through the VA system, my husband and I both, and know how isolating that can feel and what it can be like to not have someone by your side walking you through it. So when I took over the program about in August, we took a look at what had been achieved and tried to strategize what's next. How do we get a deeper impact for this program? So when we first started the Tigers for Troops program, the goal was to reach every county, every rural county in Missouri, and we had met that accomplishment. And so we had to decide how do we move forward there. And so we kind of have separated into two separate goals. I'm going to talk about them a little bit separately, but they work simultaneously. So our first goal is to get statewide clinic awareness. So I want to be able to go to any town in Missouri and say, I work for the Missoula Veterans Clinic, and them to know exactly what that is. I want every veteran to know what that is, but that takes a lot of groundwork. And the second thing that we've done is to marry the existing pro bono network that we had through the clinic to the Tigers for Troops program so that they're aligned better and we can get more attorneys that are competent to work VA cases, and disability compensation in general is more accessible to more rural veterans because the clinic has grown and we have 6 attorneys, but we still have a finite amount of time and resources. So the more veterans can go to a local attorney, the better. So for the statewide clinic awareness, what we've decided to do for the next, for 2 years that I'm in the Thomas Fellow position is to separate the state into 4 quadrants and really focus on one at a time. So last semester we were in the Southeast and we really focused on targeted events in that region. Now we're moving to the Southwest. The first month of those 6 months is just planning and research, and then the next 5 months are where we're really in action. And so we have an even mix of virtual and in-person consultations. So we still do those big legal consultations, but we've also added in other events to sprinkle in between that are less costly, and we take less students to those. It'll just be myself and 1 or 2 students, where we'll go to 2 to 4 community events. So if there's a fair happening or some local fair, like Veterans Resource Fair, we go and table at those just to spread information about what we do and who we are. And then we also try to do 1 to 2 presentations with a veteran-specific organization, so the VSOs, or we've even met with local government and smaller towns to make sure that they know who we are. If they get anyone that could use our services, they can send them our way. The logistic considerations, if you're thinking about expanding your program or if you are starting a program like this, it takes quite a bit of planning, and there's a bit of a timeline that you have to work with. So 2 months out, you start looking for a good venue where you could have a big event, and you start preparing the materials, doing the research for that. 4 weeks out, you have to send out those registration links, and we found that registration links are great, but also having a phone number where a veteran can just call and get the resources that they need is really important as well. 3 weeks out, you start booking those hotels, and 1 week out, you have to assess the current situation. So if you have low enrollment, then you start adding in some of your virtual and turn it into a hybrid, just to make sure that everyone's time is being used effectively and that we're not going out to a place and then sitting around all day. We always try to make sure that everyone's busy the whole time. This is one that we held at a public library. We're really spreading love on the libraries today because they are such a great resource, and they have been really, really useful for us. But we've also gone to churches. We've gone to Mizzou Extension offices and public community centers. What we were looking for really in what makes a suitable event location is that it's handicap accessible, that it's centrally located and well known to that community, so everyone knows where the library is, so it's easy for them to find. That it has reliable internet, that there are private rooms for consultations, and ideally free or low cost. And there are many ways to keep the costs down for this program. It doesn't have to be extremely expensive. So something that I do ahead of an event is send out sponsorship invitations to local businesses saying, hey, we're coming, this is what we do, it's really great for your community, maybe consider sponsoring some part or all of the event. The worst that they can say is no. And then we carpool as much as possible. We use free registration software. Sometimes the fanciest thing is not the best thing. So Google Forms has been a really good resource for us, or we use Qualtrics. And then when we do have to pay for a venue, I'll explain what we do, and a lot of times they'll waive the fee or give us a reduced fee just because we're helping their community. Or we'll ask around and find a veteran-owned business. That way the money that we're spending is going into a veteran's hands, which is, just really aligns with our mission. As far as advertising, this is something that's evolving for us. We are really focusing more on social media. We're always going to send out those traditional media forms, but now we're looking into getting into community groups and smaller groups and just messaging the admin and saying, hey, we saw your Facebook group. We think that you're a really good avenue. This is what we do and where we're going to be. If you could just let the people in your group know. And that's been really helpful as well. As far as the pro bono attorney network, this already existed, but it wasn't very robust. We have a couple partnerships with bigger firms, but what we're now doing is every time we go to a Tigers for Troops event, we the next day have a CLE that's free, and we invite all of the attorneys in the area to come and just hear about what the clinic does. With our pro bono referral process, we handle all the initial consultations with veterans. We do all of the records collection, and then we send out a memo to everyone in our network and say, hey, this is one of the cases that we have. Do you have the bandwidth for it? And then allow them to accept those cases. And we do ongoing support, so we'll give them a folder of resources and just really hold their hand through it if they need it. Some of the logistic considerations seem a little superficial, but they've proven effective. So we always hold them in conjunction with Tigers for Troops events so that we're not paying for the travel and the hotels twice. We make it on a Friday because attorneys are less likely to be in court on a Friday afternoon. We often make it a working lunch and offer food and coffee. We learned the hard way that even if it's 3 p.m., the attorneys will be very mad if they don't have coffee. And we try to keep it short and compelling. We bribe them a little bit to get them in the door, but once they hear what we do and the benefits of our work, and they have X amount of pro bono hours they need to meet anyway, a lot of times that's really what hooks them and gets them into the program. we try to make the referrals as pain-free as possible. So collecting those records is a big one for us. It's something that we do as part of our everyday process, but it might not be so simple for someone who doesn't practice this area of law regularly. So taking that burden away from them has been a really door opening. The problem with that, and I just put a little caution in there, is that as that model grows, the administrative burden on your clinic will grow as well. So although we have the capacity right now, if we then maximize this program like I'm hoping we will, the administrative burden on our record collectors will exponentially grow. And then eventually I would love to do some geographic matching. It's not possible right now, but it's one of the benefits of having it tied to the Tigers for Troops. We go, we meet with veterans, and then the next day I can say, these are the veterans in your area that could really use your help. This is how many came to our event, and there are probably so many more. And that's really compelling for them because attorneys want to help the community that they're in, and they want to be able to help the people, their neighbors, their community members. We kind of sat down and talked about what are some of the lessons learned for this program as it's gone for a while and we've been able to evolve it and expand it. One that is hard to swallow when you're new to the position is that low attendance does not mean the event failed. So we had a fairly low attendance on one of my first Tigers for Troops events, and it's easy to be devastated by that. But what we found was in the next week after the event, so many phone calls came in from people who saw the flyers but weren't available for that day, or one of their buddies came to the event and then told them about it. So even if the event itself has low in-person attendance, the word is getting out and more people will know about the clinic in that region just by the nature of having been there. And so we then often have to do a virtual Tigers for Troops right after, 2-3 weeks later, for all the trickle-ins of people who saw the event, couldn't go to it, heard about it too late, or heard about it from someone else who attended the event, one of their friends in their veteran network. The hybrid events, not being afraid to do a transition kind of last minute and include hybrid options has been really helpful for us to kind of pivot. About a week out from an event, you'll know whether or not it's going to be highly attended, and you can start adding in some virtual appointments. Knowing our capacity, this is something that we are still learning because we are a fairly large clinic. But if we have 20 veterans come to an event, that doesn't mean that we can take on 20 new clients. Did you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I can. We would get to a point where Angela's laughing because it would be like, we all have such a soft spot for these veterans, right? It's like we met with 20 veterans. We now have 20 new clients because we can't say no to these people for good reason, right? So just setting your expectations and maybe putting some boundaries is always a good idea. Know how many clients you can reasonably take because you don't want to get underwater by taking too many, and use those referrals. Maybe you have attorneys in the area that you've trained that you can do a warm handoff with. Maybe that veteran has an appeal that would be really suitable for a VSO to walk through them with, and maybe you provide a short legal memo with some guidance on how to move forward with that. Another huge thing, local partners are the bridge, right? That's how we get the word out. That's how we make the events better. They know the community better than we ever could because they live there. They go to church with these people. Their children are in school with their children, so they know who to reach out to and how to get the word out and give us good advice on what to do in those areas. And lastly, the model is very adaptable. I mean, it's changed so many times over the years. We try something new, maybe it doesn't work, so we scrap that idea. Or maybe we try something new and it's amazing, and we figure out how to adapt it and make it even better. So the program has evolved. Hannah's taken over and done a remarkable job. I'm really excited to see how it continues to grow with the quadrant model over the next few years. I think we have 5 minutes for questions if anybody wants to know more about Tigers for Troops.
I think this is such a wonderful program that you're going to where the veterans are. And I'm kind of curious, since these are legal deserts, do the people you meet with bring up other legal issues, maybe family law,
Yeah.
criminal record stealing?
Yeah, it never fails. Like our advertisements, we try to be very explicit in what services we'll be providing, and a veteran will show up with like a real estate issue. They're trying to evict someone off of their property, and that's really hard because we want to help them. But I'm looking up at Jay Benson. We had an event in Kirksville a few years ago, and a veteran came in with an issue similar to that, and Jay was like walking down the street, and we were like, Jay, maybe you can talk to this veteran. So we obviously, like Angela's very well connected. Our students go out into the world, right? And they go practice in Missouri. So like they still feel that like burn in their heart to help veterans, right? So we send cases. Allie Brown helps with cases. Our students are all over, and we do like warm handoff referrals in those ways too. With like it's always like family law or like real estate issues, but we just say, you know, we're not competent to help with that, but we know someone who is.
I think I heard you say that last semester you were in Southeast Missouri. I guess every semester, do you go to a different region of Missouri?
Yeah, so we spend about 6 months in each region, and it doesn't exactly align with the semesters, but we try to make sure that there's at least one event that the students can attend. But the program continues to run through the summer when we don't have students in the law school. So yeah, we spend 6 months, and it roughly aligns with the semesters.
Okay. Yeah, because I would love for y'all to come back. I'm from Poplar Bluff. I just found out about this program about 3 months ago. I think it's great. I've been referring a lot of my clients. I've been encouraging them to give you a call and stuff. Because as a veterans coordinator for a behavioral health facility, I can only do so much. And I mean, I can put in the discharge upgrades and all that stuff, but I have not had any luck with that at all. So I'm just so happy that there is something like this for the veterans out there.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned discharge upgrades. It's something I meant to mention earlier. For our referral program, we mostly send out discharge upgrades with a really robust research packet that tells them exactly what framework we've used and what's been really successful for us. We have a very good track record with those discharge upgrades. They're really good for referrals specifically because you don't have to be accredited with the VA, which is a really big ask for an attorney who doesn't do this as their primary area of law. And also there are a lot less deadlines for that. But we're really glad that you refer people out to us. If we do CLEs in regions, even if those attorneys don't end up being part of our network, they then know about us and they can send their clients our way, which is really great.
I have a question from our virtual attendees who is working on standardizing their own program's go bag to have on hand, and they want to know, do you have checklist or packing list for what you bring to your mobile meetings that you would like to share?
I'll just say, you can answer this, but to begin, like when I started, there was this box, like this massive box that just had Tigers for Troops on it, and it weighed like 40 pounds, and I lugged it around to every event. And eventually Hannah came and was like, we don't need any of this. Like, why are you breaking your back at every event to carry that? I'm like, well, first of all, I have a student carry it because they're so helpful. But yeah, talk about like what we actually need for an event.
So we've digitized a lot of the forms that we were bringing in. So we have to have a limited representation agreement before an attorney can give legal advice to anyone in those consultations. And so now it's included in the email that confirms their appointment. They can click it, read it, type their name, and then we have it in file. If they can't access that or for some reason that doesn't work, we do have a few copies on paper, or I'll just open my laptop and open that form and have them do it right there at the beginning of the meeting. I think the only thing you really need is your laptop at some point, but we do generally bring in, some things. We have a tablecloth. We have a couple banners that we put up so that if someone's approaching the public space and they're not entirely sure if they're in the right place, they see it and immediately recognize that they're in the right place. But generally speaking, you really don't need a lot for these events. You just need an open mind and an ear.
Yeah. Is there one up there?
It's not a question as much as a comment. I'm a veteran service officer with the Missouri Veterans Commission, works in Moberly. If you're an attorney and you do not have access to the VA systems, or you just want to help a veteran with some of the information, talk with your local VSO. Most of your VSOs, if we are representing your client, we can help submit that paperwork for you. We might be able to, depending on the VSO, schedule a time with the client and you so that we can review VBMS together, because we all want to help our veterans as much as we can. We can be a resource for you as well when you're doing that.
Yeah, that's very helpful.
Just real quick, there's another resource out there. The company I work for, we're partnered with VA. There's a program called Squares. And then all I got to do is just type their name, social security number, date of birth, and it tells me whether they're eligible for services and stuff.
Yeah, Andy in our office, our licensed clinical social worker, has access to Squares, and it's very, very handy in those initial steps, for sure. Anything else? One over here.
Okay, I was concerned about the widows of veterans, you know. A lot of, what's the follow-up for widows of veterans in order maybe to receive the GI benefits? Are there children who receive GI benefits from a deceased service member?
Do you mean if we have a client who passes away, like, do we reach out to their spouse for those things?
Right.
Yeah, so I feel like that's a huge thing, is like working with the veteran's spouse on these cases. Like, sometimes they can provide you so much more information than what the veteran can give you, because they see it from a different perspective. So we try to make really good relationships with veterans' family members, whether that's like what Carter said, like maybe their son's the one driving them to their VA appointment, so you have, their contact information to provide that like really holistic advocacy. So yeah, we do have a process in place where we take care of those things if one of our client passes away, and we're in contact with the spouse. And then in all of our advertisements, we try to make it clear too, like veterans and their family members are welcome to come to our events, and we have that happen a lot, like with DIC benefits. Dependency and indemnity compensation if a veteran passes away from a service-connected condition, their surviving spouse or other dependent can receive compensation moving forward. So we see a lot of those people come to Tigers for Troops events too, and we try to help them as much as we can.
Thank you.
I think we are out of time. We'll break for lunch. It's a 30-minute lunch, so for those online, we will return in 30 minutes, which will be noon Central Time.
Thank you. That was wonderful. This morning has been just amazing, and this afternoon is going to be the same. We'll come back at noon to hear from the keynote speaker, Dr. Foley. A couple of important announcements. Most importantly, we have extra lunches. So if you didn't sign up for lunch,
Katie Becker. I'm one of the staff attorneys here at the clinic. We were joking, I'm the one staff attorney who is not native to Mizzou law, so coming at you from upstate New York, which in and of itself has its own rural communities. So it's been fun to really hear about the commonalities and the things that, you know, bring our populations together, even though we might live in different states. So I want to kick off our fabulous keynote speaker. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Peter Caboli, the Executive Director of the VA's Office of Rural Health. He leads his office in their portfolio of partnerships with clinical program offices, research initiatives, and innovative programs like the Rural Promising Practices and enterprise-wide initiatives that are disseminated across the whole of the Veterans Healthcare Administration. In effect, he increases access to care for hundreds of thousands of rural veterans across the United States. He also oversees the activities of 5 Veterans Rural Health Resource Centers across the country. These serve as hubs to conduct rural veterans-focused research, create innovative solutions to rural veterans access challenges, and disseminate those solutions system-wide. He's a very busy gentleman. He's also a core investigator with the Comprehensive Access and Delivery Research and Evaluation Center of Innovation. He's a hospitalist at the Iowa City VA healthcare system, and he's also a professor of internal medicine in the Division of General Internal Medicine at the University of Iowa Carver College of Medicine. He's a triple Hawkeye, as far as I can tell, earning his BS in biology, MS in epidemiology, and MD from the University of Iowa. So I just want to flag, despite the fact he did not go to Mizzou, he shares our appreciation for black and gold. He completed his residency at LDS Hospital in Salt Lake City, Utah in 1998, along with his General Medicine Fellowship and VA Quality Scholars Fellowship at the University of Iowa, Iowa City VA Medical Center. He's held leadership positions in a number of different areas within the VA, and his research interests include healthcare access, rural health, inpatient medical care quality, development of valid methods for measuring medication appropriateness, and interventions to optimize medication delivery to vulnerable veterans populations. So we are so thrilled to welcome him to our symposium today. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Kaboli.
All right, everybody, thank you so much for the invite. Professor Filbert, thank you so much for letting me come here, and Martha and Dean Linton. I am from Iowa. I do have Missouri connections, though, I'll get into in a minute. And I am glad you noted that we have the same colors. So I was walking around yesterday with something that had Hawkeyes on it. I realized that nobody was going to notice because it's the same color. So one thing I really want to do with this is make this interactive. I have about 20-some slides, but really those slides are just to present some information. But throughout this, this is your opportunity to ask questions. And I'm fine asking you ask questions during the presentation, especially something if I say you want to know more about, something I say that you may not agree with, which I probably will say something you don't agree with, or something that, triggers you in terms of a question that you've always wanted to ask. When I work with our residents in the hospital, I always say, this is your opportunity to ask about anything there is to know about the VA healthcare system, and if I don't know it, I know somebody who knows the answer. Okay, here's my first connection to Missouri. So my dad is all the way on the far right in the middle row. He was a resident in St. Louis. That hospital's been bulldozed a long time ago. And so I almost grew up in St. Louis, but then they ended up moving back to Canada, and then they moved to Iowa. So I grew up just across the border. We used to ride our bikes to Missouri to buy fireworks. So if you know where Keokuk, Iowa is, I grew up just north of Keokuk. I also came to Scott Air Force Base when I was 17, had my Air Force physical, was all signed up, ready to join the Air Force. The Air Force is going to pay for all my college at Iowa, and I was planning to go to medical school then. They were going to pay for that too. And then right after I signed up, the American Legion gave me a scholarship to pay for my entire college. So thanks to the American Legion, I actually didn't go to the Air Force. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. What's that? Yeah, I think I'm still under the age cutoff, I think. Yeah. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I lead the Office of Rural Health. It's an office that I'm going to tell a little bit about. I'm going to talk about what we do. I'm going to talk about what we think of as rural veterans and what the challenges that rural veterans face for health care. But I can tell you the challenges that you all have talked about this morning are exactly the same things I'm going to talk about. And so some of the things that Martha talked about this morning, I'm like, oh, we could have just given the same presentation, because it's all the same. It's how do you access services that you need. I'm going to talk about some of the research and the innovation we do, and then I'm going to talk a little bit at the end about the civil legal needs for rural veterans that we're involved with on our end. I am not a subject matter expert on that. You all are, but I'm going to dabble into it just a little tiny bit. So I always like to start with just sort of who are we talking about here, and it's interesting. Every time I give this talk, this number changes because the number of veterans decreases every day. Hopefully, we don't create too many more with what's going on currently, but we're actually at about 16.5 million right now, and roughly about 9 million are enrolled. And that's one of the things that a lot of people that don't work with veterans and don't understand the VA healthcare system is. First, not everybody is eligible to get care in the VA, and not everybody that wants it that is eligible gets care in the VA. And even of the veterans that we take care of, 75% of them have another form of health care, whether insurance, meaning they have Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. And so many of them are dually eligible, and so they can get care with us when they want to, or then they can get care through their own health plans. Oh, and obviously many retirees have TRICARE. But I want to point out about the percent, and I'm going to talk a little bit about what's rural, because Martha talked about this too. So it's about a 1/3, 2/3 split, that about 1/3 of all veterans are rural. But the bottom line is what's more interesting is that rural veterans actually enroll in the VA and are dependent upon the VA at a much higher percent. So about 65% of rural veterans are enrolled versus only about 46% of urban veterans. And I've been doing this with this office on and off since 2008, and we've never fully understood this number and why the percentage is different. We always used to think that, well, you have more healthcare choices in urban areas, so Why would you need the VA? So you'd think it would be a higher rate, or that they would enroll because it's right there. When you're in rural areas, you just got to go farther to get care, and so maybe that's the reason. We don't know. This is another way to look at rural, and the reason I'm going to explain this, it's the red and the blue, what it means, is that there are rural veterans in every single state. Even Rhode Island, as a very tiny state, has rural veterans. And what the blue indicates, so the darker blue is the greater percent of veterans who are rural. So states like Maine and Vermont have the highest percent rural. But if you look at the red dots, that's the number of rural veterans. You can see Missouri right in the middle. You know, you have about over 90,000. I think, Martha, you came up with 100 and some thousand. So it's over 90,000. So you're one of the states that has the largest total number of rural veterans. I mean, Florida has a lot, Texas has a lot, California have a lot. But you take a state like Montana and North Dakota, it's just a much smaller population. So the total numbers are relatively much smaller. So I'm just going to read this briefly because this is what our office does, and that way I can say right up front what we do. So in cooperation with the VHA research program, we conduct, coordinate, promote, and disseminate research into issues affecting veterans who reside in rural communities. And from that research, we're supposed to develop, refine, and promulgate policies, best practices, lessons learned, and innovative and successful programs to increase access to care for rural veterans. So that was a law that was passed in 2006. Our office has been in place since 2008. I directed one of the resource centers for about 7 years, and then I stepped away from it and have been in this position as the national director since 2022. Everybody's got to have a vision and a mission statement. We lead the future in delivering unparalleled health and well-being to rural veterans. That's what we're trying to do. And our mission is to honor America's rural veterans by providing exceptional health care that improves their health. And I do want to say I'm not with VBA. So you guys all know there's we call it big VA. And there's VHA, which is Veterans Health Administration. That's where I am as both a physician and a leader of the Office of Rural Health is VHA. Then there's VBA, which is benefits, and the third arm is cemeteries, National Cemetery Association. You don't need the cemetery part till the very end. But you know, that I think it shows why the VA is a unique, healthcare system. So we are a system and a provider of care. We're not an insurance company. Now, we do a lot of care in the community, and I can talk more about that later. Right now, I think projecting next year it's about $400 billion will be care in the community that's paid directly to local providers to take care of veterans. But we provide everything else. I mean, we're one of the only systems in the world that provides health care and across the entire spectrum of health care, mental health, rehabilitation. We provide short-term rehab after hospitalizations. Again, we pay for all that. We work with the veterans homes. Where's the veterans home in Missouri? Where is it? St. James, yeah, okay, yeah. And, you have 5? 7? Wow, that's...
5 cemeteries and 7 homes, or 7 cemeteries and 5 homes.
Oh, that's fantastic. I didn't know you had that many.
7 homes.
7 homes, yeah. So we only have 1 in Iowa, and I'm at the Iowa City VA, so some of our veterans go to Marshalltown, and then there's a veterans home in Quincy. And the veterans homes are fantastic. I can't say enough for them. They're not ours. We don't run them. We just help, support them, but they're run by the states. So our goals are that our office, we specifically support the delivery of accessible, high-quality integrated health care. We optimize the healthcare workforce. Anybody that's from a rural area, and a lot of you all are, know that workforce is such an important part of that. We do research, quality improvement, and innovation. And lastly, a big part of what we do is trying to make sure our workforce, both people that work for me, but also our overall VA workforce that's in rural areas, is supported. So like I mentioned, there's big VA, we're under VHA, and then right now the VA is undergoing a reorganization. It's like you move into a new house, you want to remodel. Every administration comes in and they want to remodel, which is fine. So we've been spending the last year reorganizing and remodeling the bathroom and the kitchen, and we're putting a den in the basement. And so the house is kind of torn up right now, but it's going to get better, I promise. We work with what we call National Program Office partners. So we're one of the national programs, but there are national programs. This is just a few, whether it's primary care, specialty care, suicide prevention, geriatrics. Every part of healthcare has a program office, and we work with almost all of them. Annually, our budget is about $340 million, and that goes directly into providing care to veterans. So this is, how to make care better and providing services. We have programs that every medical center has some program that's related to our office, and almost every single clinic has had a program that we have funded in some way. And then we do programs at what we call a national level or sort of enterprise level. We do programs at a regional level that are what we call rural mentored implementation programs. And then we do local level projects at a single VA or a single set of clinics. Okay, I'm going to spend a minute talking about this because I think this does sort of support a lot of things you all have said this morning. I'm going to start at the top with workforce. So workforce in rural areas is not just a numbers issue. Do you have enough people to do things? It's that you don't have a really long bench, meaning if one person leaves a clinic or a community, you've now lost an entire individual that does that work, and oftentimes there's not somebody else that can step in and do it. I'm in Iowa City, which we serve a large rural population, but we have, a big university medical center, kind of like Columbia. We're actually a lot like Columbia, and I'm walking around here. Although I will say this, you guys, your campus is much nicer than ours. I will give you credit for that. I even say to my wife, their Iowa State campus is way nicer than the Iowa campus. But we have plenty of workforce in Iowa City, Iowa, and you probably do here in Columbia, Missouri. But Kirksville, I think Carter City was from Kirksville, or somebody was from Kirksville. I grew up near there, and they just don't have as many people. So if one psychologist leaves, if one psychiatrist leaves, if one primary care provider leaves, you have lost a large percentage of your workforce. So what we do is we try to work with clinics and communities to figure out how to support that workforce, whether it's through training and education. We're really interested in the long-term pipeline. So this is why it's really important that you think about not just who you need to hire tomorrow or next week, but 10 years from now. Where are those people getting trained? Are they getting exposed to all the things they need so that they can take care of people in the future? Other big thing is, what's the number one predictor of somebody working in a rural community? They live there and they're from there. It's not that complicated. And so if our young people that grow up in rural Missouri and rural Iowa don't go into the legal field to support their communities or go into healthcare to support their communities, not often that people that aren't from those communities are going to move back there. It's just a simple. They talk all the time about ways that we can support kids to come back to rural Missouri or rural Iowa, and it's like, well, if you don't support them when they're young to get them educated so that they can come back, you're not going to solve that problem. The other is geography, and what we mean by that is what most people think about rural and being just distance. And you all were talking about how going around the state, when you do your mobile clinic, when you go in to help people, you got to plan ahead, you got to drive, you got to stay overnight. It's the same thing when veterans come to see us, when they come to Columbia or they come to Iowa City or Des Moines or Omaha. A lot of them have long distances to drive, and so how do we overcome that? So we're one of the only healthcare systems in the world that provides transportation. I looked this up during the pandemic because I was like, I wonder if other places are providing transportation. The UK provides some transportation, and during the pandemic, there were a couple small countries that were providing transportation through vouchers so people wouldn't get on public transportation when they had COVID. But transportation is one way to get people to come to us. But the other is, what can we take to them? And what can we take to them either by people going directly to the home or telemedicine? And telemedicine has really changed things. Before the pandemic, I'm just out of curiosity, before the pandemic, how many people had a video telemedicine appointment? A handful. Since the pandemic, how many people have had a video telemedicine appointment? Almost everybody. And that's what we found with veterans too. Before the pandemic, about 20% had a video visit. Lots had had phone visits, and phone visits count, absolutely. But there is something there is a little bit of benefit from video visits above and beyond a phone visit. After the pandemic, 80% of all veterans had a video visit. And of those 80% said, I'd do it again. 20% are like, I did that. I'm good, I'll just come into clinic. Some people don't like video visits, and what we really want to do is offer people the opportunity to have it if they want it. And so that brings us to the digital divide. And one of the huge things that's changed, especially over the last 10 years, is just access to broadband. Technically, everybody now can get broadband with low Earth orbit satellite. So there are more Starlink satellites up in low Earth now than any other company, and anywhere in the United States, pretty much anywhere in the world, you can get low Earth orbit satellite that is good enough to do full streaming and video visits for about a $500 sign-up fee and about $100 a month, which is less than I pay living in the city. And so everybody has access to broadband now. Not everybody wants it, and not everybody can afford it, and that's another issue. The other is, and I think this was mentioned this morning, was there are some people, not only do they just not want to use it, but they don't have the skill or the ability or the equipment that they want to do it, but they just don't know how, or they're intimidated by it. And that's where helping them, whether you're family members, friends, we have digital divide consults that we provide at the VA to help people get what they need, is really important to overcome that. Because how many people have ever gone to a medical appointment and you're done with it and you're like, well, that was a waste of my time driving here. I could have done this over the phone or over a video. I mean, we've all had that experience. And trust me, those of us on the other end feel the same way. We're like, really? I had to have this person come to clinic for this? I have a good friend that runs a urology clinic, and they have been transitioning all their follow-up PSA tests to just phone or video visits, because you don't need to come into the clinic if all they're doing is following up on your PSA and seeing how you're doing. And the last box is the social determinants of health box, which is where you all really come in. The civil legal needs of veterans is a big part of that. And whether that's, helping to get housing. So the HUD-VASH program, Andy and I were talking about this last night, is an amazing program that the VA has access to. And one of the things we find sometimes in certain areas is, so the HUD-VASH program is vouchers for people who need help with, housing. Is that there are some areas in the country that have more vouchers than they can use, whether because people aren't asking for it, whether there isn't a need. And so we have excess of vouchers in some places, and we don't have enough vouchers in other places. So that's one that we're really working on, trying to equalize that. A lot of rural communities, it's hard to find a place to use them. That's another thing too. Education, I know somebody asked about, GI Bill benefits, and that is another huge benefit for the veteran or their family member that can take advantage of that. And again, that is a social determinant of health. People who are more educated, who get education over time, are healthier over time. It's very well shown. So, and the last is employment, and whether it's compensated work therapy programs or other programs that the VA has. Wrong way. Okay, I'm still waiting for that first hand to go up. And where's that Carter guy that was here earlier? He said I could ask him questions. Did he leave? Okay. All right. Do you have a question? Piqued anybody's interest? You have? Yeah.
Is there any efforts to ensure that maybe somebody from Farmington, a young person from Farmington, will return to Farmington law school, maybe they won't be able to meet the huge student loans that they get? Is there any
Yeah.
efforts to help?
So she's asked about, getting kids to return back, and what are the incentives that we have? And so there are a number of programs both within the VA and outside the VA. A lot of state programs. There's actually quite a bit of financial incentives for kids to go back. What's really hard is getting them to, giving them money up front and signing them up to return as a promise in the future. And the challenge with that is then a lot of people end up, for whatever reason, they can't go back, whether it's the specialty they go in or the field they choose or a spouse or significant other, and then you get into the debt collection business and trying to get the money back from them. So a lot of programs sort of try not to do that up front, say, we want you to sign on this line to say you're coming back to Farmington, or for me, Donaldson, Iowa. So a lot of them are now later saying, okay, now you want to go back, these are the programs that can help you. So like the state of Iowa has one for physicians, and you just have to do residency in one of basically 5 residencies: internal medicine, pediatrics, family medicine, general surgery, and psychiatry. And if you do one of those and you practice in a town of less than 25,000, that qualifies you for essentially $50,000 a year for 5 years. That pays off most kids' medical school debt. So when they start complaining about their medical school debt, there's opportunities for them to go places. Many of them just choose to want to go someplace else. So, yeah, you bet. It's also more interesting for me to get the questions, because it's all the stuff I'm saying. It's just stuff I already know.
So Carter told me to ask this question. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
So you had a slide up earlier that showed high percentage rates for rural veterans enrolling in healthcare.
Yeah.
And you indicated you really weren't sure why that was the case.
Yeah.
Has it been looked at in terms of the quality of VA healthcare centers that are serving rural populations versus urban? And I'm thinking, like, so we have Truman VA Medical Center here, which is it's an outstanding facility. I get a lot of my health care there, and our veterans, it is so important to them that they're able to get into Truman once they have started receiving care there. So I just wondered if that's part of the reason, or if that's been looked at.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and one that our office looks into, and the VA has been looking into for a very long time. I started my VA career in 1998, and some of the early work I did was on comparing VA to non-VA care, and it's challenging to do. But what studies have shown over and over again is that care in a VA is just as good, if not better, than private sector care. And we think it's for a few reasons. One is that we're taking care of a population and taking care of that population over time. If you're a member of an HMO, or you have Wellmark insurance or whatever, they may only have you for a few years. Hey, you guys that are in the VA, we've got you for the rest of your life, And so it's incumbent upon us to do preventive medicine, to get the things done that you need to prevent long-term complications. The other is, especially over the last 10 years, the VA has been very well staffed. Now, took a big hit in the last year. We lost about 50,000 employees, but we have been, both because of Congress and a number of reasons, we really ramped up hiring over the last 10 years, especially for mental health. In a lot of rural communities, there are not mental health providers, and that's where the VA has really stepped up in terms of both ability to get access and quality. The last thing is getting at when you start to look at small hospitals. And the VA has, and I'm going to talk about this here in a minute, about 40 hospitals that we refer to as rural serving, that are both have a high proportion of rural veterans and are far away from other services. Poplar Bluff, you're here somewhere. He's still here. That's a smaller community in Missouri that has another hospital in town, And so it gets hard to compare sometimes, but we're pretty confident that the care we provide is as good, if not better. But there's always exceptions to that, and we're always trying to get better. The last thing I'll say about, sort of quality and people's perception of quality is you can always complain, if you don't like the care you get to us directly or to your congressman. If you call your congressperson about, University of Missouri care, they're going to say, well, it's not our problem. You can complain all you want, but you can take it to your congressperson, and trust me, every single one of those comes to us. So it's one of the challenges when I was chief of medicine was dealing with congressional responses, because you had to handle every single one of them. But anyway, that we're trying to do the last thing I'll say about it is we're trying to get our data out there so that we can show both public and everybody else these are our data for quality. And the other one is wait times. If you look at wait times in the community versus the VA, almost every single specialty and primary care, our wait times are much lower. I don't know all the wait times here, but I used to have to track every wait time in Iowa City. And if you wanted to see a dermatologist, we could get you in 14 days. If you wanted to see a dermatologist at the university across the street, it was about 14 months. And so we don't get everybody in all the time exactly when they want to get in, but we do our best. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the enterprise-wide things to give you an idea of sort of the scope of what we do, and maybe that'll prompt some other questions. Our programs are basically everywhere. The map really isn't that helpful because there's a dot in every state, and basically every place that has a hospital, we have a program. And you're not supposed to read this, but I'm going to highlight 3 or 4 of these programs. Up on the top left, we have a program called Scouts. It's the government, so we have to have an acronym for everything. Supporting Community Outpatient Urgent Care and Telehealth. That's what Scouts stands for. Scouts is a program, I can't remember if you have it here in Columbia or not, but if not, you should get it, and we'll give you the money to do it, we hire former medics and corpsmen who have served in the military, and anybody there's probably at least one medic or corpsman in the room here, knows you can't just walk out of your military service as a medic and corpsman and sign up to be a medic and corpsman in the private sector. There's no one-to-one, sort of crossover. And so what this program does, the VA started an actual position called an intermediate care technician, or an ICT. Got actual designation of a position in the VA that you can just take your corpsman or your medic training and be eligible for this job. And you can work in an urgent care or an emergency room. They do put in stitches, they take stitches out, they do, pretty much anything that they could have done in the military, they can do in a urgent care or an emergency room. And they do home visits. And so that's one that we're really excited about supporting, because it both provides job opportunities for veterans, but also it's veterans serving veterans, which is a big part of the benefit. The next box down on telemedicine, we have a lot of telemedicine programs. But the one that we support to the tune of about $100 million, and it's about a $500 million a year program across the VA, are called clinical resource hubs. And these hubs, there's one in every network. There's 18 networks in the US, and every network has one of these hubs that provides primary care, mental health, and now a whole range of specialty cares through telemedicine. And it's really intended for gap coverage. So let's just say, I think there's a CBOC in Rolla, if that's how I pronounce it. If there's a clinic there that lost a provider, then the clinical resource hub can just have somebody step right in and provide care through telemedicine. And that provider might be in St. Louis, or they might be in Kansas City, or they might be in Columbia, but they can provide care anywhere. But a big part of that also is then extending into specialty care. So if you need a cardiologist in one of the small clinics, it doesn't make sense to have somebody drive 2 hours to go to that clinic to see 3 patients in a day, but they can see 3 patients that day through telemedicine, which is a huge value. I want to mention one on mental health. We have a program called Rural Access Network for Growth Enhancement. Again, I don't know where that name came from, but RANGE is a program that does intensive case management for patients with serious mental illness. And I'm sure a lot of those patients overlap with your veteran clinic that you run. These are patients oftentimes with schizophrenia, bipolar, other serious mental illness. It's really challenging to manage, especially in rural areas, because there just are not psychiatrists and people with that expertise to manage their care. And each RANGE team manages about 150 patients. So they don't manage, well, it's 50 to 150 depending on where they are. But they don't manage that many because these are people that take a lot of effort. And it keeps them out of the hospital, it keeps them on their meds, it keeps them out of jail, it keeps them, in society functioning, whereas otherwise they just get left behind. We have a mobile prosthetics and orthotics care program. So you'll take your clinic on the road. My view of most mobile health clinics, since I'm in Missouri, I can say this. You all know what it's like to own a boat, right? What are the two greatest days in a boat owner's life? The day you buy it and the day you sell it. And anybody that's ever run a mobile health clinic feels the same way. They're exciting to get, and you get all these, everybody's all, oh man, we're going to drive this van all around the state, and we're going to see lots of patients. But the reality is, it's like camping in a Winnebago. There's always challenges that happen. Those things are just waiting to break down. They spend more time in a parking lot and waiting to get repaired than they do actually seeing patients. They're great for PR. They look good when they pull into the VFW parking lot, and there's you have a day that the local newspaper comes and takes pictures. But the reality is they just don't see that many patients. So anybody that wants a mobile clinic, and every time I go to DC and meet with anybody in Congress, they're like, oh, hey, can we get a mobile clinic for Maine or New Hampshire or whatever? I'm like, not from us, you can't, because that's not what we do. But our clinic, this is not a clinic. What it is, it's a mobile van. Well, I guess all vans are mobile. But it's a van that has a prosthetic lab inside it. When I say lab, it's just their workshop. It's mainly power tools and things to repair prosthetics. And then they have a whole inventory of prosthetic and orthotic equipment. And so they'll drive. So we have one in Iowa City, for example. I should have looked to see if you had one here. And if you don't, you should get one. We'll pay for it. Then they drive to we have 10 community-based outpatient clinics, and they just have a schedule, and they schedule patients for those days that live in Quincy or Ottumwa or Burlington, and they say, okay, on Tuesday we're going to be there, we're going to schedule all the patients that need prosthetic care, and then they see them all while they're there, not inside the van's not big enough for people to be inside it, but they can take their equipment inside. And last thing is transportation, and you all know transportation is a huge issue, but we support buying vans and paying for drivers. Okay, I'm going to skip this. Our projects cover a whole range of things. I didn't even write all 127 down, but I do want to point out this picture. This is the town I'm from. This is Donaldson, Iowa. Probably very few people know where that is, but it's really close to Missouri. That was my dad's office growing up. So he died in 1986. And when he died in 1986, this is a little quiz. You have to guess which is still there. Of all these things that were there in 1986, there was a doctor, a dentist, a nursing home, a pharmacy, and a golf course. Which of those 5 things are still there now? The golf course, yeah. There's no doctor, there's no dentist, there's no nursing home, there's no pharmacy in this town anymore. And not just because he died, but it's just a town of 1,000 people, and next town over, they just decided it wasn't worth backfilling all this. So, what are some of the things that we do? I'm going to highlight 3. So food insecurity, or really more of it's just nutritional insecurity. This is on that social determinants of health kind of issue. Veterans having the means to buy the right types of food and to think of food as nutrition. Food as medicine. Obviously, food is nutrition. Is something that our secretary is really excited about. Working with the Health and Human Services to make America healthy again, and if there's ways that we can do that through the VA, we're really trying. So we're developing these programs that we're going to partner with USDA on, where USDA pays for the food, and we link it with veterans to get locally grown, locally produced vegetables, produce, dairy, meats that they can get locally through us. I highlight nephrology because that's one that, kidney specialists are really hard to get in rural communities, and a kidney specialist usually doesn't need to touch you. They don't need to examine you for anything that you have because they're not going to be able to feel your kidneys. Everything they basically do is through lab work and how you're feeling, and that can almost all be done now through telemedicine. And so we're really supporting a lot of telenephrology services, so the veteran that lives, 2 hours from Columbia doesn't have to come up here for his care. He or she can get it where they live. And lastly, substance use disorder. I was talking to some people about this last night, and there's no shortage of substance use disorder in our population. And I think we feel like it's incumbent upon us to really try to turn that around. So we do a lot of work with alcohol use disorder patients, and I'll give you a kind of a sobering statistic. You're welcome. If you get admitted to the VA with alcohol withdrawal, you have a 32% 5-year mortality rate, meaning you have a 1 in 3 chance of being dead in 5 years if you get admitted to the hospital with alcohol withdrawal. I mean, you have to be pretty sick to be admitted, and alcohol withdrawal is really serious. But when we saw some of these numbers, it's like, wow, that's worse than most cancers. That you're going to die within 5 years. A 1 in 3 chance of dying within 5 years. So there are a lot of programs that we have that can help with alcohol withdrawal or alcohol use disorder. Here are a few others. I'm going to skip over these. I want to talk about what's rural, and Martha talked about it this morning. We use a system that most of the federal government uses, which are rural or urban commuting area codes. All you have to know about this is that every single census tract, and a census tract in the city is usually about 1 block, and in rural areas it's an area that has, I forget the number of people, I think it's 200 people, creates a census tract, and every single person's address is in a rural or urban commuting area code. And so what we do is, for veterans, we classify them as urban, rural, or highly rural, and the codes go from 1 to 10, and there's some subdivisions of them. And what we came up with, and I'll keep this simple here, but our system is on the right, where it says VHA, so about 2/3 of veterans are considered rural. 2/3 are urban, 1/3 are rural. On the left is another categorization that other parts of the federal government uses that says about 80% of our population would be urban. So it's about a 15% difference between 80 and 66%. And we are a little more, we err on the side of counting somebody as rural more than what other federal government agencies use for their classification. Federal government alone has at least 9 different classifications for what's rural, and says that the U.S. population is somewhere between 9% rural and 45% rural. So that shows you even the federal government can't decide what's rural. But does anybody know why the government cares whether somebody's rural or not? What does everything always come down to? Money. It's all dependent on money. So if you're going to have programs for rural communities or rural anything, you have to have a definition of what's rural. And so we err on the side of having more people considered rural than not. This is a little bit of a complicated slide, but it's intended to be. Let's see if I can. If this pointer works. This is a way that we classify hospitals, and I'll tell you right now, Columbia, Missouri is right there. I saw Poplar Bluffs right there. These blue ones here are what we call our high rural serving hospitals. And obviously some are pretty obvious, like Sheridan and Fargo and Fort Harrison. These are the most rural here. But then you have a whole bunch of hospitals that are in this green box that we call sort of medium rural serving. And by the way, St. Louis is not one of them. St. Louis is right here. And what this basically says is that We've identified the hospitals that, based on the drive times, the distance to specialists, the percent of rural, the number of rural, these are our hospitals that are the most rural. And so everybody likes to say we're the most rural or the best rural or the greatest rural, but there's no real categorization for what's the most rural. Okay, last thing I'm going to say here is, the civil legal needs. You guys covered all this morning, so I'm just going to mention some research that's been done by our office. And this gets at what are the needs that people have. And again, your clinic knows this. I'm not telling you all anything you don't know, but this is some stuff that just came out a few weeks ago. That about half, and this is from a national random sample of veterans across the country. So this isn't people that come in for services. This is just all veterans doing a phone survey. That about half, just about 53%, reported that they had some legal need. So you think about, you got 130,000 rural veterans in this state, half of them have some need. So keep that clinic open. But in order of what they need, wills and inheritance, VA benefits, finance, family issues, housing, non-VA benefits, military discharge upgrades, and employment. So there's a whole range of things that you all know that you provide. And I know you talked a lot this morning about VA benefits. And, it's a complicated system. I admit, again, I'm not in VBA, so I'm neither going to defend them or criticize them. But it's a complicated system, partly because of the way legislation is written. But that's why you guys are there to help them. Lastly, you all are recipients of the Legal Services for Veterans Initiative, or LSV. The H stands for homelessness. So this is enacted in 2021, and you all are going to be getting another 2 years. Great that you're funded, so you'll have 4 full years of funding to your clinic here. So there were 75 organizations that were awarded the first set of grants in 2023. And Andy, how many did you say there were? How many are there this year that are funded? How many? No, how many organizations nationally? 88. Okay, thank you. I know you told me last night, but I wasn't paying attention. So we're part of a team that's doing the evaluation for this, and they don't really have a lot of results yet, but all the data that you all produce from your clinic goes into a central data source so that we can kind of analyze what are the things that you're doing. So we're going to be looking at, sort of the outcomes of what happens to veterans when they get care there. What are the barriers and enablers of implementation of these clinics, and examine the costs and benefits. And I think that's something that, this is put into legislation, and we want to know the value of it because we have to tell Congress, because you all want to know that Congress is spending your money well, and we'd like to be able to figure out what's the most cost-effective way to provide these services and get the most number of veterans to get the benefit. So I'm going to just end here, and I want to take questions. Is it really, put that arrow down there where social determinants of health, that's where so much of what you all do fits, is to help the veterans with those issues that they have so that they can get the rest of their health care. Because if you can't get access to the services that you all help with, they may not be getting access to health care. So on that, let's take the rest of the time for just questions. Should have said something that...
So one of the things I want to point out is one of the things you had on the slide was that for legal services, wills was a big issue.
Yep.
The Missouri Veterans Commission does have a staff attorney that goes around the state for will clinics, and he's always looking for volunteer attorneys who could help attend those to help people draft up their wills, do transfer of estate, things like that, so it can be established. So for the attorneys in the room and online, that's something you can look at. But I have a question for you regarding the Veterans Benefit Administration and Veterans Health Administration working together. One of the problems we as VSOs see is that veterans who only use Veterans Health Administration for health care have trouble getting the examinations that are needed the nexus statement and the DBQ, the Disability Benefits Questionnaire, completed by their primary care provider, which is in through VHA. How can we help resolve that?
Yeah, boy, how much time do you have? No, you ask what's really one of the fundamental issues, and there's both benefits and challenges with VHA and VBA being separate. I mean, one is that, I never have to say, a veteran says to me something about their benefits, and I have to just say, you know what, all I do is give objective information, and somebody else makes a designation of whether you're eligible. I'll give you an example. His personal friend and a patient that just discharged from the hospital 2 days ago has renal cell carcinoma. And when we first diagnosed his recurrence 6 years ago, I was just certain that had to be an Agent Orange presumptive condition. I'm like, how could this not be? And it's not. And it hasn't changed in 6 years. And we looked at it again just a couple months ago. Like, maybe it changed with the PACT Act. It's not. Same, I had a patient with pancreatic cancer. It's still not, so I can't say that it's a presumptive condition. All I can do is give the information, and then VBA makes the designation. But you're right, we do need to work together better. And there's pros and cons. I think we're talking this morning about the contractors. There's good things that the contractors do, Leidos or QTC, whatever they're called, and Optum, and they've taken a lot of the burden off of the VA, but there's some things they don't do very well either. And so I wish I had a better answer than that, but we need to keep working on it. Poplar Bluff, yes.
My question is, like I have a lot of clients in Southeast Missouri, okay? Some of them that live in Kennett, which one of the satellite offices from Poplar Bluff used to be there, they're not there now.
Yeah.
And then Veterans Transportation, they will only come to Kennett if you have more than 2 people that have an appointment and stuff. So it makes it hard. I mean, I can't take every veteran to every appointment, but it makes it hard for a lot of the guys over there in that area to get transportation.
Yeah. So again, it was one of those things I talked about, do you bring the patient to us or do we bring the care to them? So one of the things in rural areas I think is really important is working with the local, the local clinics and the local hospitals. So I don't know, Kenneth, if they have do they have another hospital or clinic there that's not VA? A small clinic, yeah. So a lot of these small rural towns have either rural health clinics or federally qualified health clinics that, as long as they're 30 miles away from VA care, they're drive time eligible. And I think that's one of the things that anybody who's drive time eligible should, if they want it, should be getting care locally, especially for primary care. And it's not a money issue because I can tell you, I know exactly how much we spend for care in the community for primary care, and it's budget dust. It's not consequential whatsoever. Specialty care gets expensive, but primary care is cheap. And so I think if they can get as much primary care in their community, and then when they have to come, so limit the number of people that need to travel, get more people to do telemedicine where that's helping them. Through the VA, we can send iPads to people. You still have to be trained on how to use it, but it's getting pretty easy. We do a lot of visits over smartphones. So I think anything you can do to figure out all the ways that people can stay in their community and not have to travel, then the people really need the travel, we can help with that. The other is, the travel benefits, and those of you who dealt with travel benefits have been a huge mess for, 20 years, partly because of just a whole different set of legislation that is, some of it has to be renewed every 2 years, and we tried about 3 years ago to both get legislative changes and administrative policy changes. And the last secretary was really interested in it for about 6 months, and then he got distracted with something else, and we didn't get all these things changed. And so we want to be able to make sure we're as efficient and as available to provide transportation when they really need it. Sorry, it's a long-winded answer, but you asked a great question. Time for a couple more? This is your chance. You can ask anything. You go ahead and say it, and I'll repeat it if it's not loud enough.
I was wondering if there's any push for increasing the number of telehealth psychiatrist visits available, because getting that diagnosis is something that we see a lot of our clients struggling with getting it from an actual psychiatrist.
Yeah, so the question was more psychiatrist visits through telehealth. Absolutely. And so that clinical resource hub program I told you about, I don't have the numbers at the top of my head, but it's hundreds of thousands of mental health visits, and a lot of those are psychiatric visits or psychiatrist visits, because there just aren't psychiatrists in rural communities. I mean, I think if you look at the state of Iowa, like almost all the psychiatrists in Iowa are either in Iowa City, so in Johnson County, Des Moines, which is Polk County, and Waterloo. If you go to the rest of the state, there are almost no psychiatrists. And so, again, that's another thing. Trust me, you don't want your psychiatrist touching you, so you don't need to be in the same room with them. You just seeing if people are still awake. You don't, and in fact, there's a lot of evidence for a lot of patients that they actually prefer telehealth visits for mental health conditions. They don't have to drive and park someplace that somebody might think that they're at the crazy clinic. They don't have to be around other people. Some people have agoraphobia or other things that they just don't want to get out. And if they're having a mental health visit, that they can be in their own home or in their truck or in their backyard, and that's more comforting to them, it's a much better way to provide care. So that is a huge push by the VA, is to do as much telemental health as possible. And I think that's where, if you all see that you're not getting, the veterans aren't getting the exams they need, or through VHA, not VBA, then I think you can push that locally and say, is there a way to get more telemental health visits?
I saw, of course, on one of your slides you had mentioned like women's health initiatives.
Yep.
And so rural veterans is kind of one subcategory, and then rural and female veterans. To the extent you have any data or any kind of insights, I guess, what have you noticed? What are you all tracking?
Yeah, so right now it's right between 10 and 11% of all veterans in VHA that are our patients are female. The thing in rural areas, so every VA clinic has to have a designated women's health provider. There has to be at least one. There's supposed to be two, but some clinics only have 3 providers, so it's like, and some clinics actually only have 2 total providers. So we always try to have, and I think right now we're at about 88% of all clinics have at least one designated women's health provider. And I think that's really important, because they're trained. I mean, God forbid, you don't want me as a women's health provider. I did that a long time ago, and that's not what I do anymore. And so if I was working in a clinic, I'd have to get retrained. So that's one of the things that we do. We support a program that it's a training program. It's called a mini residency. It's over 2 days, so it's really short mini residency, where you can come and come to one of our training centers, and then they spend 2 days just going over all the women's health issues over 2 days to refresh people. And then we have one that goes on the road, and we'll take it to some of these small rural clinics so the whole clinic can be part of it. And we've been doing that for almost 10 years now. The program's going to come to an end in 2 years because we've basically been all the places that want it. Now they're going to probably know more places, but it's a very expensive program, because we got to not only fly the providers there, we even have, they have a special name, but there's women that allow physical exams, as patients. I mean, that's what they do, and we take them to the clinic so the providers can practice. So there's a lot of issues. There's an entire Office of Women's Health that's like ours, that deals just with women's health issues. Do we have time for one more? Yeah.
I really appreciate your presentation, and thinking about the slides, looking at the civil legal needs. I'm wondering if you've seen any good models of medical legal partnerships between legal aid organizations and VA hospitals or clinics.
Yeah, so it's really variable. And one of the things I had said to Martha when she invited me was like, I don't know a lot about this. And so it's been a good excuse for me to learn a lot more. I think what I'm finding is that there's a huge range of that, where some VAs have designated space and people that are in the actual medical center, and some, like, we don't have it in Iowa City. And our law school is like maybe about 6 blocks away, and we have Iowa Legal Aid, but we don't have a designated veteran clinic. So I think that's something that now that I know more about it, I can help promote this more. And so, but last thing I'll say about all of this, I think so much of this is relationships. You have to develop the relationships between people to have these difficult conversations. I mean, sir, you've had a relationship here for a long time, right? And you know a lot of people here, and that makes a big difference. And so the people that have been in this clinic and been working in it, they get to know the people at the VA that they can talk to. Andy was a VA social worker, so I mean, she knows how and significant other also works at the VA, that helps too. But that relationship is really important. But all these relationships are important, and how you communicate with each other and then figure out, well, what does this veteran need? And if you don't have to know all the answers, but if you know somebody that knows the answer, it really helps everybody. So I'll just leave it at that and say, keep building these relationships. These things take a long time to build, and this clinic has done an amazing job. I am super impressed. So thank you very much.
Next up, we are proud to introduce Professor Hillary Wandler, who is a professor of law, interim co-director of the clinical program, and the director of the Veterans Advocacy Center at the Alexander Blewett III School of Law at the University of Montana. Professor Wandler is the director of her law school's Veterans Advocacy Clinic, and she also teaches courses in legal research and writing and veterans disability law. She's served as an associate dean of students and currently serves as the director of clinical law programs at her university. In addition, she also represents veterans in disability claims and appeals in collaboration with her students in the clinic. Her research focuses on issues facing rural and tribal veteran communities. Her work includes resource guide for honoring veterans and helping Native American veterans with VA claims, both published in the Tribal College Journal of American Indian Higher Education, as well as articles in the Montana Law Review, including Spreading Justice to Rural Montana, Expanding Local Legal Services in Underserved Rural Communities, and Rurality's Impact on Supply and Demand of Legal Services. We're so pleased that she can join us here today. Please join me in welcoming Professor Wandler.
Hi, everyone. See if I can get situated here. My feet are hanging. That's how short I am. Like Katie said, I am a professor at the School of Law, and I have the privilege of leading the Veterans Advocacy Clinic at the University of Montana. We serve veterans all over the state of Montana, and I was thinking about some of our experiences in rural Montana. We've piled into a vehicle and driven to Fort Belknap, a reservation that is so large it took an entire day to tour half of it and meet with veterans there. We've stayed in a veterans home near Lewistown, and I'll talk about that place more in a minute. That's right in the center of the state. We have sat on the porch of a veteran in Troy, Montana, another very remote, small town. We've given a CLE on the High Line near Canada at a tribal college. We have visited a bedbound veteran in Thompson Falls, met with her in her bedroom. These are some of the things we've done with rural veterans in our state, and our state is quite large. Our population is relatively smaller, but the distance between people makes things a little bit complicated at times. And our clinic has had the privilege of trying to help through that complication. My research is on access to justice issues in rural areas of Montana, but it also touches on Native veterans because we have quite a few tribes in Montana who share land with the state of Montana. We also encounter veterans in those communities, and so we've also had the privilege of serving them and learning a lot about their access issues as well. I grew up in a remote rural town. I'm not alone. I understand many people who have stood up here today also grew up in remote rural towns. My grade school class was 3. There were 2 boys and me. They were very nice. And then I moved to a big town where I had 10 people in my class. And then I finally went to high school in a much larger place, and larger for Montana, the capital, Helena, Montana. So much of what I'm about to say has been said. I'm sorry, and you're welcome. And so I either have 20 minutes or 2 hours. And so I'm going to try and hit the sweet spot and keep it within the boundaries and still leave time for questions, or you're going to get out early for your break. We'll see what happens. Okay. Wait, this is not my PowerPoint. Keep going. The down button. Oh, that's me. Wow, okay. Okay. So I, in preparation for today, did kind of a case study with a remote rural veteran whose views are emblematic of a lot of the views that we encounter with our remote rural veteran clients. He happens to be my dad as well, so access was easy. But we also had the interesting experience of being able to talk with his providers, a couple of his providers. So we got a nice round perspective on his experience, not just his, but his providers as well. Really interesting insights. He served in the Montana Army National Guard for 37 years, 20 years in the active guard program. He federally deployed. So he has a service-connected disability compensation. He has several health issues, but I would say the major ones are hearing and vision, and his lungs and hearing related to service-caused conditions. And for those of you tracking the RUCA, he's in a place with a primary RUCA of 10, a secondary RUCA of 10.3, and so as Dr. Kaboli said, that's highly rural, so he's in the tiny little slice of the pie that you saw of the veterans in the United States. He lives in Buffalo, Montana. It's a small unincorporated community in the state of Montana. He is off of US Route 191 in a place called the Great Judith Basin. There is a post office, and there is a community church, and that's it. He lives in a place that's spaced out from most everyone around him. And it was a place that was booming with the Great Northern Railway that came through that part of the country, but that went away for various reasons. Our family was there soon after that came through. My grandma rode to a one-room schoolhouse on a horse when she was a kid in that area, and obviously my dad still lives there, and many generations before my grandma as well. So we also recognize that others were there far before us, and so that's part of the reason why we are very aware of the Native populations in our state as well. Okay, down. So for my dad, distance is a factor. He has a distant scope of care. He gets vision care in Billings, which is a round trip, almost 4 hours. He gets sleep apnea care in Helena, which is a round trip, almost 5.5 hours. His local community is about a 1 hour, 20-minute round trip in Lewistown, Montana. There is a CBOC there. However, when he goes there, he's put on telemedicine from that place. And so distance is not the only part of his experience. Fractured care is also a part of his experience. Not very many of his peers in that area have to go to so many places at so many distances to get medical care. Legal services are also very scarce in the area. He had a longtime attorney who retired, and what he calls the young buck who took over the office is now his attorney, but he's a little skeptical, I will say that. But the area has so few attorneys that it's really hard to find people who are able to take on legal matters, and especially not possible to find attorneys who take on matters related to veterans care or veterans legal issues. If he didn't have me, it would be impossible. Okay. So in preparation for this, I actually asked them to record him talking about his experience. There are just a couple of short clips. I thought it would be interesting for you to hear from him rather than just from me. I don't know if this is going to work. I was told the volume is a little rough, but I just wanted you to know I did not coach him. I asked him one question, and that was, what is the most important way the VA could help remote rural veterans thrive? And then he talked. He is a quiet talker because he recently had a stroke and is very self-conscious about the way he talks, although I watched this and I thought, you're doing well. So we'll see what happens. Maybe go ahead and try the video.
We have to call Helena or Denver and talk to someone there, and then they say they will connect us with this clinic in Lewistown. And I've talked to more than one veteran who says that if we could just call the clinic in Lewistown, set up our appointments, tell them our problems, see if we can see the doctor, and talk to them, it would be much better than talking to an operator in Helena who now they say, well, we'll set you up with a triage nurse who will talk to you and tell you what they think you would need. And most of the veterans I've talked to would rather talk to the doctor. So that's what would be the most important thing.
Not on. Okay. All right, I will describe a little bit of what he said. By the way, that's my mom's camera work, so you can thank her for the interesting zooms. But what he's talking about is that when he needs to get a hold of the doctor, that he gets care from primary care at the CBOC in Lewistown, he actually has to call either Helena or Denver. He cannot call the Lewistown CBOC if he has issues. And when he gets a hold of Helena or Denver, there's often a wait time to actually talk with someone. And then when he gets through, they put him in with a triage nurse who's trying to determine whether he needs to talk to someone in Lewistown. And for a guy like my dad, who obviously he has some communication issues himself, he's in a small community where relationality is very important and in-person interaction is really highly valued. That's a very jarring and alienating thing to encounter when really what you have is a pretty quick question about your health care. We also talked to his provider who was not willing to go on video, which is fine with me. I'm a lawyer, and said, that's great. I don't think you should. But the provider did say, if I could just talk to the veteran on the phone, the veterans that I care for on the phone, I could maybe head off about 50% of the issues that we have. I could stop the problem before they have to travel in to me. There are a lot of reasons where that in-person communication could benefit the veteran. And so that was interesting to hear him talk about that. I think the real underlying thing that I heard there, based on my research and my experience, was there's a relationship and a personal interaction that's lacking. There's a knowing that is lacking between the veteran and the VA, and perhaps that would benefit both sides of that equation. He also talked about telehealth. And I'll talk more about this, but and it's kind of a complicated issue for a lot of veterans. But telehealth is required for him, particularly for audiology. And what he wanted me to know, he sent me this picture. The audiologist in the community in Lewistown is literally in the same parking lot as the VA CBOC. But he is not allowed to see the local audiologist. He has to use telemedicine out of the CBOC building. And so there's a care in the community or a VA typically authorized provider in this audiology department who for over 20 years has been an audiologist in the community. And when care started shifting to telemedicine, the existing clients could ask to remain with her, because there are rules about pulling those relationships. But when they were told that they could ask to remain with her, they had a very difficult time getting through. When they did, they were put on hold for over an hour. When they finally talked with someone, they were highly discouraged from using care in the community. This is an experience in one community, I understand that, but it is an experience that we've heard from multiple veterans, and so it's emblematic, which is why I'm highlighting it. And it makes, to me, it gives a bit of a bigger picture understanding of telemedicine, which holds a lot of promise, but also some complexity for local communities. So for this provider, the system's design has drained that provider of authorizations and clients she had served for 15 to 20 years. And then there's the declining reimbursement rates that make the people left in her care very difficult to serve. As you can see from this, the 2021 reimbursement rate for dispensing hearing aids was $1,600, dropped to about $750 in 2025, and now then the upcoming 2026 reimbursement rates for her are right around $350. Which is a pretty big difference in not very many years. And for a local provider in a small community, you have to think that their business model is a bit different than the urban provider. They have fewer people that they can serve. They have overhead expenses that look very different from being in an urban environment where staff are easy to find, where facilities are more prolific. And so for her, she felt squeezed out of a practice and has been quite literally. She actually has to leave the Lewistown community to serve people in other communities in order to make a living as a certified audiologist. And so it's an interesting thing to observe where a program that holds so much promise is put on communities in kind of a one-size-fits-all way. And the design doesn't work for every community. And in some communities, it actually ends up harming the local economy and the local providers, and in turn, the local veterans. I did put her quote up there. I know it's a bit, I'm aware, Dr. Kaboli, that you're in the room, and I know it's a little aggressive, but she did say that that's what the providers in rural Montana say, is if they don't want the program to keep going, they'll just keep declining reimbursement, and then the doctors will be unable or unwilling to continue. Okay, so this is my dad talking about that. I don't know if we're going to be able to hear. Do you want to try this again and see if we can hear him? Yes? Okay.
Second most important thing is we have caregivers like in Lewistown We have an extremely good audiologist who used to take care of all the veterans and was very good about ordering their hearing aids and servicing the hearing aids after they received them. And if you had any problems, you could just stop in and she would help you with the problem of the hearing aids. Now we have to set up an appointment with a nurse at the clinic who sets up an appointment with a audiologist in South Carolina, and we do the whole thing virtually. And they can, I guess, see your ears and see the insides of your ears and set your hearing aids and all that. But I think we should be utilizing our local people and keeping the money in the community.
So what he was talking about, what I just told you with regard to the audiologist who's right there, when he goes to the CBOC, he's put on telemedicine and he's put on with an audiologist in South Carolina. And he's telling you, he understands that they can do things like fit your hearing aids and help you with those issues. But his experience is very different now that he's not seeing the audiologist across the parking lot. Because he could stop in. When he went into Lewistown for groceries, he could stop in and she would do things like clean his hearing aids and check them and then tell him, yeah, you do need an appointment. I think we need to fix these. Let's talk about levels, things like that. Kind of in-person thing. Seems to me, as we have represented remote rural veterans in highly rural areas, that kind of relationality is actually highly valued. And that it seems like a small thing, but it's actually a really big thing for him. And so traveling for care is not the only thing. And a more impersonal, a quick, an assembly line feeling is very jarring for a person who so highly values in-person care and relationality. And then also seeing care exit the community. Seeing things that the VA does impact people that he knows and cares about in his community, and also the local economy, that makes a difference too, and it doesn't engender goodwill for him. So we also serve, as I said, remote, rural, Native veterans, and so I wanted to bring in some of those perspectives. The veterans in remote rural areas are giving us kind of stories about what's happening on their end. They're talking about scheduling as a question, and the community word is that rural veterans are being scheduled at a slower rate than urban veterans. So the urban veteran calls in for an appointment and they're being put on the schedule within a couple of weeks, whereas a rural veteran will be placed further out. Of course, this is not a personal experience of mine. I'm just reporting what we're hearing from clients. In remote, rural, Native communities, community is, and family is a broader concept, and so they actually talk with each other across locations, and so often have contacts who live in the urban area, so urban natives, and they're either related or they consider themselves family, so they often communicate. And that's an interesting thing that might not otherwise happen and might reveal a pattern that needs to be considered, whether or not rural veterans are getting care at a slower rate. That would be the concern with that. And then the other thing they raised was that travel funding. Dr. Kaboli acknowledged that travel funding is a rough business, and it's been up and down and all over the place. But one of the things they're raising is not necessarily about the program itself or the level of funding. It's actually that it cannot account for the experience of traveling from a remote rural area in Montana and perhaps in other larger rural states as well. Seasonal conditions make that travel quite risky, And there's not a lot you can do to account for or mitigate that risk. They travel in the dark. If their appointment is in the winter, they're almost inevitably traveling in the dark. They're on rough and dangerous roads. They encounter wildlife frequently. And so getting the travel funds is not, it's kind of small potatoes when you think of the bigger risk that they're facing in that regard. So what's interesting about this, hearing from my dad's experience and that community's experience versus hearing from our remote rural Native veterans, you might actually think these are in tension with each other, aren't they? Right? Because my dad is not super happy with the telemedicine. It's kind of hard for him because of the lack of relationality. And then we have remote rural Native vets saying that the travel is very difficult. And so you might think, well, in those communities, I think telemedicine might offer connection to quality care that is not otherwise there. And so that's something I think we have to consider. But again, I think that even though local and personal does not always mean the good, right? Local and personal does not always mean good. I don't think the VA can possibly assume that it does in every community. However, I think the common thread through these people, these veterans in these rural areas, is the question, are there ways to offer relational connection to quality care in rural communities? Are there ways that VA could be more involved with increasing relational communication in these rural communities and even investing in these rural communities? I think we heard of some programs from Dr. Kaboli's presentation that have some promise in that. And I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all. I think that each rural community may have a different picture on this. That's tough when you're heading up a huge organization, a huge bureaucracy, to know all those different rural communities may have a slightly different need picture. And maybe the VA would also say, when I say something like, is there a way to invest in local rural communities, maybe VA's response would be, that's beyond the scope of our mission. That is not what we do. We serve the veteran, and yes, we have to be aware of their context, but we're giving care, we're giving services, and so that kind of thing is kind of beyond the scope. You might have noticed that the title of my talk today is called Reaching Beyond the Scope. So spoiler alert, I'm going to talk about that. Okay. So the other thing that we have to talk about is that there's a limited scope of legal access. These are called, as somebody noted earlier from the crowd, these are called legal deserts. There are limited numbers of active attorneys in these rural communities, in the remote rural areas, especially of Montana. And the other thing that we have noticed in trying to develop networks and referrals is that lawyers have a strong preference for limited scope representation, for good reason, right? It makes expertise easier to build. It's probably more responsible from a malpractice standpoint. There are a lot of really good reasons that the law profession, the legal profession, is developed that way. Didn't used to be that way. In fact, limited scope representation is actually a recent history development in the legal profession and became kind of more of a thing even in the time that I've been a lawyer. But what I've noticed is that kind of approach to law practice actually weighs against the veteran. In places like Montana, large rural areas, in places that have higher rural populations where veterans reside in the rural areas, limited scope representation actually weighs against the veteran because they can't encounter more generalist practice, more holistic practice. Their legal representation is also fractured. Their legal representation also requires distance, travel, risk, and some alienation. The other thing I wanted to note is that complex bureaucratic processes in the VBA create friction for more than just the veterans navigating that system, it actually also discourages legal representation. So we talked about lawyers maybe broadening their practice to encompass some of the VA practice, but the complexity of the system actually drives a lot of people away from that, from trying those kinds of things, from entering into that with veterans. And so the other thing to think about when we're dealing with rural veterans is that remote representation is friction for the lawyer as well as the veteran. You can have remote practice. Carter's a great example of a successful remote practice. But for remote rural veterans, especially those who highly value this relational in-person type of experience, it can be, again, kind of like the telemedicine issue, a bit alienating. It can be difficult to communicate, and it can create a friction in the relationship that's not beneficial to outcomes. So that's also something to think about. And like the VA, those of you who are lawyers in the room may be thinking to yourself also, yeah, I'm comfortable with limited scope practice. I think lawyers have gotten very good at saying that is beyond the scope of my practice, geographically, from an expertise standpoint, and I set boundaries for my own good and everyone else's, and that's all awesome. In fact, Martha and Hannah did a very good job of expressing why you might need to do that when you're in this kind of work. So again, I'm going to talk about that in a minute, and that's right now. The minute has come. Okay. And so this is not a quick answer. This is not an easy roadmap. There is no 5-step plan here. It's more an invitation to be curious along with me as we navigate this law practice for rural veterans. My emerging hypothesis, that's what I'm going to call it, is that broader is actually better. And not just for the veteran, not just for the lawyer, not just for the VA, but maybe everyone in the system. It's counterintuitive. It sounds weird when I just talked about scarcity in all of these different places, but let me explain a little more. There's a thing called integrative law. It's a movement that has started small and is gaining momentum. And I encountered it a couple of years ago when I was on sabbatical. I took a sabbatical to look at something much narrower than that, but that touches integrative law. And I went to some training on high conflict mediation, thinking about how that could inform our work with veterans in the system. And I encountered integrative law, which critiques the conventional adversarial win-lose model of the law profession and calls for a more holistic, a more humane approach that includes a broad variety of problem-solving techniques, from mediation to restorative justice, to collaborative law, and to all sorts of shades around all of those. And also to traditional legal practice. The idea is not to squeeze that out or completely separate from that, but it's actually to look at it in a broader way, a more holistic way. It calls for a blend of legal knowledge and emotional intelligence, communication and compassion training, and it calls for partnering across disciplines, like partnering with social workers, like Mizzou Veterans Clinic does, is an example. As Carter was describing this morning, it calls for partnering across a broad range of community resources. And so it is this holistic look. There's a part of that, when I encountered it, I thought, this is kind of what we do in some ways already with our veterans law practice, almost because it's required. The clients we have such a wide variety of issues, even if you're just looking at their veterans issues, but also the ones that connect with emotional, mental health, physical. I mean, it just is such a broad need that we almost already are doing this thing. But it also struck me that maybe we could lean into it more, especially with the remote rural veteran. I encountered a legal professional and a mediator in Australia that I've been interacting with. He studies and writes about building a cord in their administrative system, and a closely related concept called reciprocity, which in the indigenous communities, I think they're talking about a similar thing when they say relationality. And it's the wow, see, I said I either had 20 minutes or 2 hours. Apparently I had 2 hours. I'm going to go a little quicker here. Anyway, Andrew C. Wood in Australia, who deals with the administrative system for veterans in Australia, we've been interacting, and he's been talking about this, building a cord across systems. How can we bring something like integrative law and accord building mediation into an administrative process? We started interacting because I put it to him, that's not possible here in the United States, in the VA, as it's currently designed. That was my statement to him. I said, there's no hope for that. Our VA system is not relational. It does not have openings for that kind of work. There is no mediation possibility, right? There's no accord building. So wouldn't it be better for me to sort of forget that as a concept, call the VA system a spade is a spade, translate the veteran's experience into administratively palatable claim through the forms and the words that I use, get whatever they need and move on, and not suggest to any of the veterans that the relationality or reciprocity is possible within the system. And that, I mean, I was a little aggressive, I will admit, but he put it back to me saying, well, actually, have you really looked at the openings, the possibilities within the system? And I think that's the thing to think about is, have you really looked at the openings? And I'm not just talking to the lawyers in the room. I'm talking to the VA people in the room. I'm talking to the VSOs. I'm talking to the veterans. Have we looked at the possibilities that we can potentially inject more relationality into this system? And so what do I mean by this? I'm going to skip ahead to very loose ideas about what this may look like. But ideas nonetheless. Maybe we all need to reach beyond the scope that we have so carefully drawn around our practices and our ideas of what the VA practice looks like. Maybe we need to not only advocate for more access, but we need to advocate for big systemic change. Maybe we need to track and account for and report barriers when we see them, to draw a much bigger systemic picture about what's happening. It's not one rural veteran like my dad. It's not one rural community like Lewistown. It's a lot, and it's patterns, and maybe that's part of what we do as legal professionals. Maybe we learn FMLA. Carter talked about that as can veterans use that? What I'm talking about, that's just one small example, is thinking maybe there are areas of the law that I have always walled off from my expertise within the VA practice that I need to start seeing a little bit more. Maybe I need to expose myself to more of those civil legal issues that Dr. Caboli listed above. Employment law might not be outside of the scope of my expertise. Do I need to educate myself at least enough to hear the issues, help spot the issues, and maybe help connect in a more meaningful way with other resources, or maybe even partner with them? I think that now that am I seriously out of time? Pretty close. Okay, so I'm going to say, I think that what I'm talking about is looking for those openings that would help the person in front of you. And so asking yourself, what would it look like to increase justice for this veteran? And not thinking about it with a cookie cutter approach, but thinking about it with a more holistic approach that encompasses a bigger array of issues and possible problem solving. And maybe it looks like saying, okay, now that we've talked about your VA issue, tell me about that issue you're having with your employer or your roofer or your neighbor. Let's talk about it at least. Let me listen. Let me consider whether the law offers something or whether the community offers something or whether we need to just facilitate good communication here. And that could be a game changer, I think, for remote rural veterans who have less access to in-person medical, who have less access to in-person legal. If we are a bit more holistic, if we all reach a bit beyond the scope we have crafted, that might be the thing that creates an opening. Okay, I don't know if I have time for questions. I might have ran right over. We're good, okay. Okay, what questions do you have?
Real close, okay. Here I am. You had great difficulty getting the right care for your dad.
Mm-hmm.
And that's awful when your father is older or if he's dying or whatever. It's just awful. But what would be the ideal panel if you were to teleconference in all the people that would help your dad? What would be the ideal panel to teleconference to have helped your dad? The audiologist, who else?
Well, so I'm going to answer your question in a kind of an odd way, and that's to say, for my dad, I don't know that anybody should be teleconferencing in. Actually, what would be the ideal panel is there would be potentially a few people sitting in the room with him. Yeah, and that's, I mean, he's one person. I understand that, but he is not the only remote rural veteran we have encountered who has that same experience of alienation with anything, really. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So it's. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question. The question was, what about the people who are truly alone in a remote rural area? And it's an interesting question because our remote rural veterans very often are in very sparsely populated areas and yet have community. And it may not be community you see across the road. You can't see much across the road from my parents, or from our vets on the High Line, or for a lot of the vets at Fort Belknap. You're not seeing people across the road, and yet there's a community aspect there where people are checking on each other. You were talking about the checking on people and making sure. And so in that respect, it's community resources that they do have access to. And it's the complexity of obtaining the care through the VA, whether it's through legal issues or medical issues, kind of makes that community, the community resources they do have access to, seem like that would be better if I could have that through the VA care, right? And it might not just be better for me, but also better for my community. So that was kind of the question he was raising. I don't know if I answered your question. I tried. Anyone else have questions?
Maybe less of a question and more of a reflection on your reflection, which is to say it's so interesting because I feel like for those of us who practice veterans law, I think of the issue as kind of a deep one. You go very deep into one system, like you were saying, and it almost butts up against like cross-disciplinary action. Like sometimes it feels like we approach social worker kind of territory, but of course, you know, you don't cross the line over it. But I like, and I'm going to be reflecting a lot about, you know, going wide rather than going deep and narrow. Yeah, it's a framing that I haven't necessarily thought about, but the connections that you are even able to build with your clients in that narrow feature, I mean, those would be magnified tenfold if you were also representing them kind of in all of these areas, or the impact of what they have related to their service as related to housing or family or whatever. So
Yeah, and that's the thing that I started thinking about when I learned about integrative law was, you know, we value relationship with our clients. I know that about all of us in the Veterans Clinic community. But I'm sure we've all had an experience of they give us, I think Martha described someone bringing in a real estate issue, or they bring in the will, or they bring in the employment law issue, and every single time we say, that's not what we do. And we might try to do warm handoffs, that's great. But what would it feel like if we didn't say that? If we entered in even just a little bit, I don't know what that looks like exactly, and I know there are risks that would come with it, but what if we didn't shut that off quite so severely and we entered into a broader relationship with the rural veteran? There's a part of me that thinks that that would be a big difference for not just them, but other people in their community via them, almost like this ripple effect, if you will, in that community. Anyway, like I said, working hypothesis. I'm sure there are a lot of people in the room who have counters.
Just sort of on the topic of going broader, I've been interested as a possible solution, states that have loosened their unauthorized practice of law statutes to let non-attorneys handle some things. Has Montana kind of thought about that? I think Alaska's done that, so I was kind of just curious your thoughts.
Yeah, Alaska's really done a great job on that. They've focused, I mean, the issue they're taking on with it is a bit narrower. I think it has to do with a specific set of governmental benefits and the way that people apply for that. But they definitely have a model people are looking at, including people in Montana. What's interesting about that lay advocacy movement is as soon as I heard about it, I said, well, that exists in the VA. It exists in the VA maybe longer than most other things. And when I actually looked that up, the agency was one of the very first agencies to incorporate lay advocates, and that's our VSOs. And there are certification requirements and training requirements. And so the people who were looking at lay advocacy in Montana, I went to them and say, hey, you should look at the VSO program. You should look at the requirements and trainings and certifications. You should also be aware of the complications with VSOs, because I think VSOs in Montana carry pretty high caseloads. That makes it really hard to do their jobs. They can't take on everything, and they struggle with some access to information issues, access to good training, and so there are things to learn from the lay advocacy program that already exists in our world if states are going to go that direction. But it's something to think about. I think there's potential there. Perhaps not for veterans, because we have a system that if we're going to talk about expanding, let's expand that. Let's get more resources into the VSO rather than creating a whole separate parallel system of lay advocates who help. And yeah, that could be really interesting, I think, and an interesting way of broadening things too. So.
I have a question, kind of as a clinician and that you're running a clinic. My concern with broadening the scope of representation for our veterans would be that we'd have to take a lot less cases, right? We would have to take less if we were broadening the capacity there. Is that something that you've implemented into your clinic, and has that necessarily been the cost of broadening a scope, or is that kind of not really a true concern?
Yeah, it's a very good point, and obviously a concern. And it might actually go back to your question about lay advocacy. When you think of that from the perspective of VSOs, I think that the broader representation I'm envisioning would be a lawyer representation, not a lay advocate. I don't know that you could ever train a lay advocate. I think at the point that they got familiar with that variety of civil legal issues and would be able to offer them, they might as well just go to law school. There's really no reason to be a lay advocate at that point. And so I don't think that's an answer, but perhaps resources being funneled into a good, solid VSO program, along with clinics and other lawyers taking a broader representation approach to veterans, you might have a decline on one, but an increase in the other. And so that might be something to think about within a system that has a high rate of rural clients. But I do think necessarily you might see a decline in capacity for numbers of people. And so it would be, as always, a choice of resources. Okay. Oh, wait. I didn't hear. Is that it? Okay.
Okay, we've got a 10-minute break, so we'll take a break, go use the restroom, get some water, and then we'll come back.
Let's go ahead and get started again and get this this thing wrapped up. So we're showing again the attendance code. If you haven't got it down now, then I don't know. It's like the fifth time. So the last panel today is one that is going to be different than the others in several different ways. I mean, still touching on rural veterans, but from a very different perspective or different perspectives. So we have two panelists who are going to be here with me. We have the Honorable Kevin Hillman, who's a Pulaski County Associate Circuit Judge. He's also a colonel in the Missouri Army National Guard. He is the staff judge advocate for the Missouri National Guard at this time. So I'm going to refer to you as Judge, if that's okay.
Fine.
Okay.
I live a double life, so.
And he was previously the county prosecutor in Pulaski County, down where Fort Leonard Wood is. So welcome, Judge Hillman. Joining us is Allison Brown. I've always known her as Allie, so I'm going to refer to her as Allie. She was a student here at Mizzou, and she's a grad of Mizzou Law. She was also in the Veterans Law Clinic. Really, it was the first year that I was here, right?
Yes, that's right.
That's right. And she survived that experience and won the, you can see up there it says the King Award. That is our very top student in the Veterans Law Clinic for that particular academic year. So she was an outstanding student, she's an outstanding lawyer, and now she's an attorney in private practice. And when I say this is from different perspectives, having someone in private practice who is assisting veterans we have not had anybody from that background talk today. She also, at her firm, is a partner who really runs the pro bono show at her firm in Cape Girardeau. Okay, so I gave like sort of the basic information about about both of our panelists. But what I'd like to start with you, Judge Hillman, is if you could give just a little bit more background in terms of your military experience and what you've done in the military, and then also prosecutor and now Associate Circuit Judge.
and also the judge for the treatment court down in Pulaski, the Veterans Treatment Court down in Pulaski County.
All right. Well, I was an ROTC cadet in college. That's how I paid for my college. Ed Delayed went to law school, not here. I went to University of Cincinnati, but and then I got stationed. I owed the Army 4 years, and so they gave me some great choices. Fort Sill, Korea, or Fort Leonard Wood were my three choices, and so I chose Fort Leonard Wood. And we liked it so much we ended up staying there. Actually, they kept me there too long. I got to know too many folks. So I did 5 years active duty, and then I immediately went into the Guard from then, and I've been in the Guard for 21 years. And then, kind of started this parallel journey of being both a civilian attorney and a military attorney. On the military side, I've been in the Guard for 21 years. I did deploy, was activated, and was sent in Operation Enduring Freedom, actually to Kuwait, to Camp Buehring, which has been in the news here recently. It's one of the targets, and spent 9 months deployed there. Came back. I do have a VA journey. I'm 40% disabled. Had to go through the whole appeals process for some injuries I received from an inoculation that I received before my deployment. So that's kind of how we met. As I told you my story about that I couldn't believe how difficult it was as an attorney to try to navigate that system. And I felt bad for a 21-year-old infantryman who had been severely injured if he was trying to do that on his own. Parallel to that, I served for 14 years as a prosecuting attorney in Pulaski County. I was reelected 4 times, or 3 times, elected once, reelected 3 times. And one of the things that we were, and I should credit Judge Long, who I think might actually be listening, was my predecessor. We had a drug court, and kind of these new things were coming up, veterans treatment courts. Judge Russell, there was a judge up in Buffalo, New York, who's the one who started these programs. He actually is the one who trained us. We were very blessed to have him train us. But we kept having these situations where we were having defendants with no criminal history whatsoever committing pretty, between domestic assaults to DWI or drug-related offenses. And the one I always say was the one that we were like, we have to get one of these in our county. I had a retired command sergeant major, 26, 27 years of service, honorably discharged, five or six deployments in Iraq, Afghanistan, and 0 criminal history whatsoever. Police get a call. He is standing in his living room, and he's alternating between sticking a 9mm in his mouth and sticking it to his wife's face with his 2 children watching. And we have several hours of a standoff. Ultimately, he's arrested. He's incarcerated. His wife immediately comes to see me, and she says, I don't want him to go to prison, but you got to get him help that he needs. He refuses to get help. He has severe PTSD. I know he does. He won't go get the help he needs. And so, as a prosecutor or even as a judge, how do I make that defendant get that help? I can encourage that. I can say, well, if you don't want to go to prison for 25 years, here's some options. But, we didn't have a really good tool there. This guy was charged with multiple Class A felonies. And ultimately we did work out a plea agreement where he got some help. And these were well-known people. I knew these people in the community. His wife was a kindergarten teacher at one of the elementary schools. So we worked very hard. We got a Veterans Treatment Court in 2013 was when we stood that up. And had it. We were, I think, the 3rd Veterans Treatment Court in Missouri. Now there are 17 Veterans Treatment Courts. We take cases from any county that does not have a Veterans Treatment Court, we will take regionally. So we've had people I've had from as far as Webster County down towards Springfield. And obviously in my county, we have a huge veterans population with Fort Leonard Wood being there. A lot of folks just retire or stay like I did. And so, I'm proud to say it's my favorite court that I do of all the courts. We have veteran mentors that serve as kind of if you know anything about treatment courts, a lot of times they have peer specialists. Well, it's hard to have a peer specialist with a veteran treatment court, so we have mentors. The mentors don't work for the court. They're completely volunteer. but they serve as an ability. They can sometimes talk to the veterans, and they don't share with us necessarily what they're talking about. They can share if there's like an issue that we need to know about or a concern. But sometimes I'll have them talk to the veterans. Our mentors are all veterans. Many of them are actually graduates of our program. And the veterans typically come in, they're bitter, they're upset. They've never been in criminal justice system typically before. And that's why I want my mentors, because they were the same way. We call them scratchy. They were not happy about being there. And then, we get them in there, and the veterans just sort of respond to, it's somewhat discipline, right? I'm going to tell you where you have to be. You're going to have to be drug tested on these days. You're going to have to show up in court on these days. You're going to have to complete group therapy on these days. You're going to have to make your VA appointments on these days. And you know what? It clicks in their head because they've all had that discipline. They've all had that, they've all been told where to go. And when they realize, like, we're not there to hurt them, we're there to help them, typically it's a joy to have them. They don't cause me any issues. They typically do what I tell them to do. Our graduation rate is somewhere in the 80s. I mean,
Wow.
Typically, and I'll compare that to our drug treatment court is about 50%. And then our recidivism rate is very low. I don't know the specific statistics. It used to be 100%. We've had a few. And I've had some that have had to come back into the program. They've graduated, they've had a relapse, they come back. But it's really a neat program. I like it. It's neat being the judge as a veteran. I think that sometimes, I could kind of look at them and go.
So let me ask you a question. When they come into the Veterans Court, did they know that you are, a colonel in the Army National Guard or a veteran? Is that knowledge? Do they have that knowledge?
Most of them do. I mean, it's pretty common knowledge. They certainly know I'm a veteran, and I usually will tell them, hey, just so you know, I'm a veteran too, so when I'm telling you this stuff, I'm not telling you this as some sort of outsider.
Right, but you have the experience.
Yeah,
right?
and in our court, obviously it's heavily Army because of the Army, but I have had veteran Marines. I've had everybody, Marines, Navy. We make fun of, no offense to you, but we make fun of the Navy folks just a little bit. But
I wasn't expecting that, but go ahead.
But we tell them up front, and I'm sure the mentors do.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So, does that matter? I mean, I know that the judge here in Boone County is not a veteran, but she does a great job with her
Sure,
program
yeah,
as well. And one of the things I will tell you, we kind of throughout the day kind of bash the VA a little bit, but I will tell you this: from when we started to now, the VA has made significant advances in what they do. The VA has a person at our court. They have a veteran justice officer that comes in, and the key is that she helps them get. And Andy, with your program, used to be ours. It helps them get connected with the VA. So I always think of the VA as the people in the VA are great. The system kind of stinks. So she helps them get with the people, right? And that's a bridge, and so that's a great thing. And then I've seen the VA has seemed to have, when we first started, everybody had to come to Columbia. Well, it's 90 miles up here, and that's a tough drive for a lot of folks. So now, but we do have a CBOC now that they built in our community. They're building a higher level facility in Rolla, which is only 30 miles away. So I think at least somebody up there in Washington has heard that there needed to be improvements, and they have made improvements. Are they perfect? Absolutely not. But they've been helpful.
Let me turn to Allie. So we have judge, colonel in the Army National Guard, but you're in private practice. So tell us about your practice and then your experience in terms of representing veterans, at Mizzou and then in a pro bono manner.
Yeah, so I was part of the Veterans Clinic kind of in the early days,
we didn't even have the box that Martha was talking about yet. So we had a 16-passenger van and Angela Drake driving us from town to town to start the Tigers for Troops. So I loved working in the clinic. It gave me a lot of great skills on how to talk to clients and build cases like we've talked about today. And then I kind of used that as when I started practicing in 2019 as a young lawyer, and that's what taught me basically how to build my own practice within our civil litigations. I've always studied civil litigation, even in law school. I knew that was what I was going to specialize in. And so I went to a small firm in Cape Girardeau. We have about 8 people, and each attorney does different things, but it's all civil litigation focused. I was the only attorney who had ever had any experience doing VA claims and discharge upgrades, and so when I first started at my firm, they were so excited because that was going to be a great program that we could do. And then it was like kind of like opening the floodgates at some point where it was like, okay, now I have to learn how to say no.
Right.
So
Right.
there's kind of a balance there, especially like, you know, I'm sure Carter, who was here, and he can take on all of those clients, but you do have to keep track of what you're doing with your other civil litigation cases and then how many pro bonos you're able to take on. And so kind of learning how to balance that, I would say, has been, that's what's taken me the most time.
So, did you grow up in that area?
I actually grew up in the Boot Heel of Missouri in Pemiscot County, somewhere between Hayti and Cooter. And they have one post office and a few churches, and that's about it. So, sorry. There used to be a Piggly Wiggly, but it's not there.
So when you were here at Mizzou and you were, training as a lawyer and in the Veterans Clinic, and we were going to very rural places, I remember that in really bad weather.
Yes.
It was frightening. So did you know that you were going to go back to a rural area and practice? Was that always in the cards, or how'd that work?
It was not always in the cards. At some point, I thought I was going to live in D.C., and I thought I was going to go straight from Mizzou to D.C., but then as I kind of got through law school and I started doing applications and I started working at other law firms, I realized the value that I had there, kind of going back to where I went to college and where I grew up and how valuable those connections were for building my own practice. There were actually 2 attorneys who came out of my law school class who went back to Cape Girardeau, and they were the first 2 attorneys in our class who became partners of their law firms. So that was something that I wanted to do that I couldn't get anywhere else, is just that control and that stability and, kind of being your own business owner also within the community that supports you.
So in your civil practice, you do a broad array of things in your civil practice?
Yes, so my area of expertise in civil practice has been civil litigation. So that includes all kinds of claims for like defamation, business-related claims and torts. It also includes personal injury litigation. We do a lot of defense work on personal injury claims. Probably the past 6 years has been heavily focused on family law. So divorces, paternity cases, restraining orders, and then probably the third biggest portion I have is probate. So anything with, litigating estates through probate, guardianships, all of those kind of things are what I do. There are other attorneys who do things like taxes, wills, estates, trust, things like that. So what we try to do, since we are a small town, and I think somebody mentioned, this kind of integrative approach is, if we have one person who's a business owner, they need solutions for their business. They need a divorce. Their grandpa needs their VA claims fixed. And so we try to be kind of open and available for all of the issues they have, even if it's not one attorney, but someone in the group will be able to figure it out.
So, so then that leads into veterans coming to you and seeking assistance. Are you working primarily in VA disability compensation cases for those veterans?
Right now, so to do VA disability, you have to have your accreditation through the VA.
Right.
Even if you are actually just assisting them or kind of helping the VSO. And so if that lapses, then the only thing you can do are discharge upgrades.
Mm-hmm.
And so between those two things is kind of where I fall depending on when I get my CLEs done.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So how do veterans like come to you and ask for help in discharge upgrades or disability compensation cases? How does that work?
If you actually have the VA accreditation, they can find you online, and there's multiple sources online that can find VSOs and identify VSO contact information, and they will also list accredited attorneys. And since I've been practicing in 2019, I've been the only accredited attorney in Southeast Missouri.
So does word get out that Allie Brown will do these cases also
Definitely.
on a pro bono basis?
Definitely. So it'll come up either as, we do outreach events like Tigers for Troops, or I have clubs and events like Kiwanis Club where somebody finds out that that's what I do and then word spreads. Or it comes up when somebody is getting a divorce and they say, well, I've got this VA disability income, and I'll look at it in their divorce pleadings and think, man, that rating could probably be a lot higher. And then say, well, do you want me to also, after your divorce is done, fix your VA disability?
Yeah, that's a good follow-on.
Key is after the divorce.
After the divorce pleadings are done.
After the divorce, yes, that's right. So that's, we'll come back and talk about how you balance all these things, because that must be quite a challenge. But I want to go back to you, Judge Hellman, in terms of, so you're in Pulaski County, it's a rural area, right? What's the population like in terms of veterans in Pulaski County? I know you have Fort Leonard Wood there. Are they mostly veterans who grew up in Pulaski County, or is it more related to Fort Leonard Wood?
No, it's almost all related to Fort Leonard Wood. The joke in Pulaski County is most people aren't from Pulaski County, or even if they're from Pulaski County, you go back one or two generations and their family's military that's come there. There's very few. There are a few families originally from there, but it's not. So most of our folks are from Pulaski County, and I have veterans from age 21 to 70, and I get that in my court too. Surprisingly, we have older veterans that have, committed crimes, usually alcohol related, and sometimes we even have we have a few active duty folks who have come into our court. Usually they're transitioning out of active duty because of what's happened, we have one now. We just put into court last week. So yeah, and I think he's in his 20s. So we have a wide range. I just graduated another retired command sergeant major who had a bad DWI incident, and he's in his late 60s.
So how does it make, well, two questions. One is, how does it make it different that you have a population which has a connection to the base and connection to the military? And then also just a little bit more about how is it that a case ends up in front of you in Veterans Treatment Court? How is that decision made? And if you could just walk through that. Because, Missouri has a very robust Veterans Treatment Court program. Not every state has that. So if you could talk about that, that would be wonderful.
Yeah. So let me start with the first question. With the folks, a lot of my folks that are in our court, I'd say over half of them actually have over 20 years of service. So they have a pension, which is helpful because we're not dealing with the transportation issues that we deal with on a lot of folks. And so that does make our veterans court a little different than some of our other courts in that a lot of my veterans have resources that other folks have. Now, that sometimes is bad because they have the resources to buy the things that they shouldn't be buying.
Right.
But it is helpful, especially because a lot of them have to come to Columbia or go to other places to get some treatment. How we screen folks for Veterans Treatment Court, we typically on our jail intake form actually have a question that we have the jailers ask, are you a veteran? That's our first kind of step to try to identify them. Second step, when we first started the court, we really tried to make sure all the defense bar and of course I was a prosecutor then, but everybody knew, hey, we have this new program, so if you have a client that meets the criteria of coming in, please, talk. And the gatekeeper, quite frankly, it's not the judge, it's the prosecutor. Because the prosecutor's the one that has to offer them, if you will do Veterans Treatment Court, I will amend these charges to this, or I will agree to probation. So you have to get the prosecutor, and you really have to get the defense bar to buy off on it. Our defense bar, they don't trust the prosecutor when he's going, hey, I got this great program, I want your clients to come into, and it's a more intense probation, and they're like, why would I have my client do that? But I think they realized, that it's not a gotcha program. We are truly trying to help these folks. We help these folks. I think their clients have come back and told them, thank you for sending me to that program. And so now we have a lot of buy-in from the defense bars. And now we have it where we also have a lot of buy-in from the surrounding counties that don't have a court. They'll call me, the prosecutors still even to this day will call me and go, hey, I've got a guy, do you think he would qualify? And we have a screening process that we run them through. The one thing I will tell you that's difficult is sometimes the most, what we call justice-involved veterans may have an OTH or a bad conduct discharge or a dishonorable discharge. And those folks are harder to get served because they're not eligible for VA services. So that's one thing we try to use the clinic for, is to get those upgrades, or at least through the VA. But, it just goes without saying, if you were justice involved in the military, you're going to be justice involved out of the military. So, especially for OTHs, I'm always kind of disappointed that the VA has not relaxed that, especially for people that need to help for service-connected issues.
Yeah, the good news with VA, at least, not on the Department of War side, but the regulation on that has been amended in the last couple of years, and it is easier to have VA recognize services being honorable. And we'll talk about that, but that has been a big change, and it's really affected our practice at the Veterans Law Clinic.
And I should mention, too, our VJOs go, and I think they have a connection with the jail. So typically, if we have a veteran in the jail, she knows right away that we have a veteran incarcerated. And sometimes she will come to me and say, hey, we got a guy in jail. Do you think this guy would qualify? And that's when I will then go look at the prosecutor, because, as the prosecutor, he may not know that. Right. And so that works as well. And then, that starts a discussion either with the public defender or the retained attorney about, hey, this might be a good diversion for these folks. Our program is not, so there's some treatment courts that do what they call pre-plea diversion. Ours is not. Ours is all post-plea, partly because of the way Missouri sets up. It's hard for me to sanction someone that's on bond, but I can sanction them if they're on probation.
On probation, right.
But we do have, Missouri does have SISs, suspended imposition of sentence, so there's a way to kind of keep them on supervision without incurring a conviction.
So the counties where the prosecutor from that county will reach out, are those like surrounding rural counties for Pulaski County?
Yes.
Yeah. So, okay.
We've had several folks from Texas County, which is the county south of us. The prosecutor there is actually a Marine reservist, so sometimes he will catch those folks. But Phelps County does not have a Veterans Treatment Court, which is Rolla. It's a pretty significant population of folks over there too. And they will, basically I serve as a circuit-wide court. So, but we have taken people outside our 4-county circuit. I could think of over 10 over the years that we've taken from outside. And then sometimes our veterans from Pulaski County commit crimes in other counties, which typically as a prosecutor I liked, that's how I get enough business. But so they may actually enter their, like, for example, we had a gentleman get a vehicular assault here in Boone County, but he was from Pulaski. He actually had come to a VA appointment and decided to go out after his VA appointment and drive home on 63 the wrong way. So what happened there was the Boone County prosecutor coordinated with us, and the treatment court here coordinated with us and made sure that we would accept them, took the plea in Boone County, then transferred the case to us. And the legislature about 6 or 7 years ago made it pretty easy to do that so I could become the supervising judge for the treatment court portion of that. So it happens quite a bit.
So Allie, I wanted to ask you, getting back to your practice, how do you decide if you're going to be able to take on a veteran in terms of representing them in a discharge upgrade or a VA disability compensation case? And then once you take on a case or cases, like how do you balance it with your private practice?
Well, I will say I'm still figuring it out. It's a process, and I know in law
Figuring
school,
out the yes or no part of it, like, or
how
all
to,
of it.
how to balance
right.
all of that, and,
Right.
and which clients to take and not take. And there's certainly been some clients I took, and I thought this is going to be quick and easy, and I'm going to get this done, and it's going to be no problem. And then it turns out being the biggest problem I've ever had. And then there are some clients that I take on thinking, oh my gosh, this is going to take a lot of time and investment, and I'm going to need help. And they turn out to be really helpful and, able to do a lot by themselves, and so it wasn't as bad. So I hate to say that I'm always like the best predictor of which way that's going to fall, but as you practice with time and as you have more clients in different areas, I think it does give you some insight. I know when I was in law school, they talked about compassion fatigue, and I thought, oh, that's not really a thing. It really is. It's really hard to say no, especially in a small community, to veterans who need your help, but you do have to kind of learn to say no, or, even if it's not no forever, like, I can't take this on right now. Let's talk again after you get a decision in 3 months, and let's go from there. So sometimes it's not always about learning to say no, it's about learning how to give a different answer. But that's part of it. I mean, you have to have billable hours if you're, an associate, if you're a young attorney, and so you have to keep up with that, and you have to learn how to set those boundaries.
So this is the nature of VA disability compensation cases, that every decision creates a new deadline, right? And then you think that you've achieved the goal of the veteran, but you also know as an attorney, you look at it and you're like, well, the effective date doesn't seem right, or there's some other, the rating is too low, or whatever. So then it makes a whole nother round of filings and then more decisions. Is that your experience as well?
It is, and one of the biggest things to keep in mind when you mention those deadlines is anytime you're doing kind of a new client intake is to keep track of those deadlines and those dates in your client's file, because you still have the duty to represent your client competently under, if you have a Missouri license, even if you're doing the VA claims. And so you have to keep up with, any kind of time frames that you don't want to miss in that case, just like you would any other regular statute of limitations.
So I'm going to ask one question for both of you, and then we'll get into a little bit of what Hillary was talking about in terms of, a holistic approach in terms of representation. But so let me ask you this question first, which is, Judge Hillman, if you have a particular story about a rural veteran that you've been involved with, either as a judge or a prosecutor, where they went through the process with the Veterans Court, and it was, it was a successful thing for them. Do you have any?
Sure. Well,
because I love war stories.
I've got a number of them. So I think I told you a lot of our mentors are graduates of our program, and there's one, and I'm not going to use his name, but if he's listening, he'll know who it is. But he was very grumpy to start with. I don't need to be here. I shouldn't be here. I didn't do anything wrong, even though, I'm like, well, you pled guilty. But, and that's your right. If you don't want to do treatment court, go to trial and do all this stuff. And sometimes I've had that discussion. I had that discussion with him. I was like, look, I don't really care that much about your underlying case, except that now you're here, and now we're going to try to help you. And if you don't want to help me help you, then you're going to go back and you're probably going to go to jail. That's just how this process works. So let's talk, because there's a tough part of veterans treatment court too, right? If you don't do what you're supposed to do, I can sanction you, and that can be up to putting you in jail.
So I don't mean to interrupt your story, but just I was just curious. So the first time that the veteran appears before you, there must be like a real trust issue, right, about how this process is going to work, right?
Yeah, so the first time they appear, they actually usually have an attorney with them, and we take them into court, and I have a discussion with them about, we're not, you understand that there's sanctions and there's benefits. If you do what you're supposed to do, you get less supervision, we give gift card. I mean, we do a number of things as incentives, but then, if you don't do what you're supposed to do, I can do everything from admonish you, make you do more group meetings. I can ultimately put you in jail and kick you out of this program, and then you have to go back to your sentencing judge and explain why you didn't do what was probably the number one part of your plea agreement. And so you're probably going to get your probation revoked. And if it's a felony, you're probably going to prison. And if it's a misdemeanor, you're probably going to jail. So, but usually it's that first time, the next time. It's the second time when they have now been given the rules and they've been told, you will report at 7 a.m. on this date. You have to call every day at 7 a.m. and see if you have to take your analysis. And, the first time they missed because they didn't get up, and then they call and the guy says, well, you missed it. Well, can I come late? No. And, they've maybe done half their group meetings they were supposed to. When I talk about group meetings, I'm talking about Warriors Anonymous type, it depends on what their issue is, whether it's substance abuse, gambling, or PTSD, or just support groups. But they can pick. We don't tell them what groups they have to do, but they have to do certain ones. Or maybe it's they missed their VA appointments, because I'll know that they have to sign a waiver.
Mm-hmm.
So I know if they made or missed their VA appointments, and quite frankly, I don't tolerate it, because the VA appointments are if they missed an appointment, someone else could have had that appointment that needs it. And so it's that second time they come in and I go, you didn't do this and you didn't do this. And then I can see it. They're like, I don't want to do this program. Why do I have to do this program? I shouldn't be here anyways. I don't have any problems. This is just, and so you go through that little stage where they are going to fight you a little bit. And that's when the mentors kind of pull them aside. And I'm thinking of this one mentor. He was the worst. I mean, I don't want to do this. I'm not guilty. This is crap. You guys are all against me. I don't want to talk to the VA. I hate the VA. I don't want to talk to these people. And then about 3 weeks in, it clicks. It's like basic training. I can either fight this or I can just do this. And if I just do this, it's a lot easier than fighting it, because I'm not going to win. You're not going to win fighting the judge, right? And of course, I'm part of the great thing about treatment courts is we have a collaborative meeting before we go to court. So I know what's going on before I go up on the bench. So they all know that. I mean, we tell them that. But I'm like, you guys don't lie to me, because I probably already know what the answer is when I ask you a question.
Anyway, I interrupted your story.
So the light comes on in his head, and he just does great. He's very active now in Canines for Veterans. So ultimately, he comes back and he's like, I want to be a mentor. And we're like, that would be great. So he is zero, history. He's gotten back with his family that was strained because of alcohol-related PTSD issues. He actually has attended multiple treatment court conferences with me, which I was like, did you ever think that you would be sitting with me on a plane going to Orlando, Florida, to go to a treatment court conference when you were like, and I was a prosecutor at the time, and I could just see him just like, they're like looking at you like, I hate you.
That happens to me all the time.
I can't stand you. You are doing this to me. And I've had multiple, and I've had other ones not tell me this, but I've had people tell me, I hated you when you were the prosecutor. I hated you. And then I realized that you saved my life because you made me answer for what I was doing. You get the same thing as a judge. Is they hate you because you sanctioned them. I'm not there to be their friend, but I do want them to succeed. And so, when they succeed and they graduate, I'm very happy. And I always tell them I'm very proud of you, from where you came from to where you are. And this guy, he's actually kind of our mentor coordinator now. But anytime we call it scratchy. We have a scratchy veteran come in that just doesn't want to, he doesn't want to be there. I don't need you people. I don't need this. I'm not guilty. I didn't do anything wrong. We have him talk to him. Because I'm
wonderful.
like, he was just like you, and now he's sitting here voluntarily every week
Right.
because he cares about you guys. I'm getting paid to be there, but he's not. So maybe if you don't want to listen to me, go talk to him. He can tell you about, you can either do it the hard way or the easy way, but you're going to do this program.
Right.
So.
Well, that's amazing. What an amazing story. Allie, what about you in the war story category?
Well, I will say, I also get those looks that everyone hates you being the divorce attorney, but I don't know. I don't think they ever come to the realization that they, are thankful for you. So you do have to deal with that. But I was thinking of a veteran that I helped in the clinic, and if you asked him where he lived, he said he lived in Poverty Hollow. And to me, that was like, this is the guy. This is who we need to take. And I remember trying to convince you that this is the case that we need to take. And this guy lived in the sticks. He had no communication. It was so hard to get a hold of him and stay in touch with him. And I think it's taken multiple students working on his case over the years that finally he had a successful outcome. And so he was a client of the clinic that I always remember fondly for that.
Yeah, Poverty Hollow. I'll never forget that. Allie, it was an ongoing conversation, and it just came down to, she's like, the name itself means we have to take the client. So I was like, okay. It was a very difficult case.
He had a very complicated disease, and they were not going to approve the nexus part of his claim. And so we spent a lot of time with medical providers. It was hard to get him to those providers. It was hard to get him to the C&P exams. And then when he would go, he would say the craziest stuff, like just to blow it up on purpose almost.
Right.
And so it took a lot of time, I think, for the clinic, for multiple students to kind of build that trust with him, and for you and Angela to build that trust with him. And,
No, absolutely, yeah. So I just want to tell this very quick story about that kind of highlights the nature of representing rural veterans, in my opinion, which is we represented a veteran who was hit by an IED in 2009 in Afghanistan. He was in a vehicle by himself. It was flipped over, so it landed on the roof. He immediately began showing symptoms of traumatic brain injury, the classic headache, agitation. He within a couple of weeks, started having tremors, and he was treated in the Army for traumatic brain injury. And so he was discharged. He was supposed to be medically discharged, but his enlistment ended, and the Army just sent him home. And so we represented him in the VA disability compensation side of things for the traumatic brain injury and mental health issues. And we were successful in that. And we had the medical evidence and it all, in-service event. But the thing that he was most concerned about was he did not get a Purple Heart. And so he asked us if we would represent him during that process, which you can apply to, Army Human Resources Command, and then if you get denied, you can appeal up to the Board for Correction of Military Records. We took that on. I thought we were just, being nice about it. But I went to his home. He lived in a very small town in the sort of northwest part of the state, because I had to have him sign an affidavit. And when I got to his house, I drove down the street that he lived on, and because I was always like, why is he seems so obsessed about this Purple Heart. I drove down the street, and in almost every driveway, there was a car, mostly pickup trucks. And in those pickup trucks, it would indicate Army, Marine Corps, a combat veteran. It would have all those things, and it would just line his entire street. And so when I spoke with him about it, what he said was, I have these problems, right? And all the people I grew up with look at me like, I understand that you say that you have these problems, but where's your Purple Heart, right? You said that you were blown up in an IED, and by the time he'd applied, you could get a Purple Heart for a traumatic brain injury. And so that was what drove him, because he came back to a population that knew him before he left, and when he came back, he was different. And the question, the veracity of what happened to him was debilitating for him. And so ultimately, the Board for Correction of Military Records gave him a Purple Heart. The Army, in great Army fashion, mailed him the Purple Heart in just a box with nothing else. Just like, here's your Purple Heart. We're not happy about it, but here you go. But he was ecstatic. So that just told me, it always told me, like, okay, remember where they came from and what it means to them. So that was kind of my war story about representing rural veterans. Okay, so final questions. Hillary put out this idea of holistic approach in terms of, so if you're in civil practice representing, it would be in a real estate matter, but also maybe in a discharge upgrade or disability compensation. And then in the criminal world, the defense counsel who has, the disability compensation and the criminal defense. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that concept.
Well, I'll say it from the criminal prospect. A lot of times, it would be wonderful to have an attorney that recognized that, hey, here I've got a criminal defendant. He's been discharged from the military, and he has either no disability rating or a very low one. And maybe let's look at that because, like I said, one of the benefits we have, and we've done this for some of our treatment court participants when we got them into court, and we realized that they're in that position, is that if we get them upgraded to a higher disability rating, quite frankly, it changes their life, right? All of a sudden, they've got more income coming in, their access to VA, and so you can significantly, these are people who have earned something that they're not getting. And so it can have a dramatic impact on their life by getting them in there. I can think, we have a participant who had a severe gambling addiction. He came in with what we thought was an alcohol addiction, and he informed us, well, my alcohol addiction is I drink because I've lost so much money over the years. He was living with his daughter because he'd lost his home. He was working 2 jobs, and he had a 0% disability rating, and he had all these health issues. We got him hooked up with Missouri Veterans Commission, and he immediately got rated up, I think it's 60% right off the bat. And I think he's going to appeal a few of that, but I mean, that was a big payday for him. Allowed him to cut down to 1 job that he was just killing himself working. And so it made a significant improvement on his life. So, like someone like that, if a defense attorney would have the ability to recognize that, I mean, quite frankly, for defense attorneys, it might help get paid.
Yes.
So,
right, yeah.
I mean, that's always an issue in criminal law, right? Is that, you want to get paid. So, if your client all of a sudden gets some money and you've helped them get that, it might be beneficial to you as well. So,
what about you, Allie? What do you think?
I really love that idea of kind of holistically handling your cases with VA claims. I think that's what I've certainly tried to do. I think your clients appreciate that because someone had a list of all of the other kinds of cases that veterans bring, when we go to these outreach events, and half the things on the list are things that I try to help them with when they come in for their VA claims. And so not only does it help them kind of address all of the issues that they're struggling with, but it also, as a private attorney, helps you build your practice. So if you're a young attorney and you're kind of branching out into a few different things, all of a sudden you had one client with one case that just turned into 3 more cases, and then their brother needs something, and then somebody's got their LLC that needs set up. And so it really does build your practice through that holistic approach, and it also helps your client. I think the only risk I see is that you have to make sure that you're competently representing them, so you don't want to stretch yourself too thin. And it does, I think somebody mentioned, limit the number of cases that you can take. But I will say that once you have that relationship, like you've already done their VA claim, they know you, and they're coming back because they want you to do their estate planning, it's a lot easier to manage the client expectations, and you have a relationship that you can build on, and that's a lot easier than managing 100 new clients for the same type of case.
Okay, I was shown the sign that it's time for any questions for the panel.
First of all, thank you for this session. I really appreciate it. I was the first coordinator for the veteran mentors in Clay County, and one thing I would always share with them immediately is, first of all, what an absolute blessing it is to be in the program. But the point is, what they did that got them in trouble was very, very similar to what a lot of us did, except we didn't get caught. And I said, the thing that's about it, if I would have gotten caught, I would have lost my CPA certificate and my bar admission. That's good for me. What's bad for me is that it took me 30 years later to understand that I should voluntarily take what the VA has to offer. And that's the big trade-off. And also to another thing about the veteran mentors, I was with the Rifle Platoon, Marine Corps, Vietnam. We have people a generation or more younger than me, armor in the Gulf, but within half an hour, we can talk. The distinctions of age, excuse me, age, different continents, different centuries, completely wash away. And we could talk about stuff that if you have the civilian approach, like you got to pray harder, you got to work harder, you need discipline. I mean, that doesn't work. But what the mentors can do is really just completely cut through all that kind of stuff. So it's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, and I mean, I certainly share that. I mean, obviously I'm a JAG officer, so when I was in, I have a combat, I have a combat patch, but I literally flew a desk. I mean, I sat at a desk in Kuwait for 9 months. I mean, it was hot, but I was in air conditioning, so I didn't go outside a lot. But, I mean, my experience is a lot different than your experience in that. And so, I share a lot with JAG officers, but I don't share a lot with a rifle infantryman. So it's nice. We have a number of mentors that have had different things. Fort Lauderdale was pretty engineer heavy because the engineer school's there, but we also have a couple female mentors too, which are great because we specifically, when we have a female veteran, we hook them up because their experience is also different, and sometimes their trauma comes from things that weren't supposed to be going on in the military at all, and so they share a different perspective. So that's why I agree with you. The mentors, and it's always going to be different, right? Everybody's experience in the military is different, and what you've done and haven't done is different. But it's good to have a lot of people with a lot of different perspective, and we usually are able to match them up. We also have mentors of different ages too, who have come from different. I have a mentor that was a specialist. He got out of specialist. I have a mentor that's a retired command sergeant major. So we have all different ranks as well.
Other questions?
You named issues like alcoholism, different addictive things. What do you think is the number one problem right now that you think that we should put effort into, alcoholism or?
PTSD.
PTSD.
For veterans.
Yeah, okay.
It's a totally different story on other treatment courts, but the number one issue we see with the veterans is either mostly PTSD or traumatic brain injury, then the alcoholism or the drug addiction or whatever addiction is a secondary condition related to that. Now that may change over time as we have less veterans that come out of OIF, OEF, but that's what the majority of my veterans will almost always have a PTSD diagnosis with a substance abuse diagnosis. But at least what we've been told by the treatment folks is that is typically a result of the PTSD.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir. Sorry, it wasn't on. I'm an attorney with Mid-Missouri Legal Services in the Veterans Service Program, and we do civil stuff. And but we take a lot of calls from all over the state, and sometimes we have veterans that are involved in criminal issues. And the first thing I tell them is show up at court. Do that. That's the extent of my criminal legal advice. But I do try to steer them towards the veterans courts, but I don't know where to send them. I know I could send, I haven't called the Boone County Courthouse. Is there a central website or something for
Well, there is a Missouri Association of Treatment Court Professionals. I'd have to look at the website to see if it has a thing. I would actually steer them towards, I would try to find the VA, the VJO, the Veteran Justice Officer that's assigned to them. So every region in Missouri has a VJO. And the reason why I say that is that VJO is going to either be in that treatment court or they're going to know the VJO that goes to treatment court. And I mean, she talks to me personally, and the prosecutor. And we can get them VA services prior to them coming into the court. So like, even if they like, we've had some people who just aren't a good fit. Maybe the crime is one that they're going to have to be incarcerated for. But that doesn't mean that the VJO can't start outreach services even while they're in jail. So I would say, actually, I think the first person you should call is get them linked up with the VJO.
Yeah, Chris, also Andy from the Veterans Law Clinic, she's going to know who the VJOs are, and she could connect you. So, yeah.
She used to be the VJO, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's one of the great things about having Andy on our. That's good. That's great. That's great.
Yeah, honestly, they're the best person because like our VJO covers 3 courts, Boone, Camden, and Pulaski County. So, she covers the whole area. But like, say you get a defendant, let's say in Miller County, Missouri, very rural area, Tuscumbia is the county seat. They may be more appropriate to come to my court or Camden County, depending on where they live in that county. She could talk to them and see which, and then again, that's going to involve some transferring, but she's in contact with both courts. So, but actually Boone County might be, I think there's one in Cole County too. So, there's a number of places, somebody like that in a rural county that's kind of surrounded by counties that have it. Like I said, that VJO is the one who's going to be more tied in with the multiple courts than anybody else.
Any other questions? Yes.
First, Your Honor, I want to say thank you for being here and being so involved in a veterans court. I come from a county where that doesn't exist, but what really stood out to me is the need for that is sitting in once with a veteran who was going for an ex parte order. And I sat, as a veteran service officer, I sat there and watched. I could identify 25% of the people who were in that room were veterans. So there's a lot of issues that go with that, that also related to PTSD, as you mentioned. I think if we continue to advocate for clients and getting them the services that they need, whether they recognize they need it or not, I think that's the greater service we can do for them. So my question to you would be, how can we help our local circuit courts recognize the importance of having this as an option?
Well, some of that is what we're supposed to do as judges. I mean, I think I was appointed judge in November of 24, and I had to do new judges training actually here in Columbia. And they did do a presentation for all the new judges on, hey, there are treatment courts, they do that. And certainly we try to make sure all of the courts know that we have it. Some of it is making sure the defense attorneys and the prosecutors know too, because they're the ones actually talk, as a judge, I don't hardly get to talk to people anymore. I mean, I come in, it's just a different dynamic, right, than when I was the prosecutor. Or I've been a defense attorney too, when you're a defense attorney. And the other thing is, I think, is making sure the defense bar knows that what these programs are, because I think there's still some distrust about treatment courts and that they're a trap for your client. That your client's going to have to do more in this than they would on regular probation. So why would I ever advise my client? But I think there's certain duty as an attorney to know that, hey, my client, this would be a good, if they really have like a PTSD issue or a substance abuse issue, maybe this is the best place for them in the long run versus putting them on regular probation and just setting them up for failure, because they're going to fail and then they're going to end up in prison, which is not usually the best answer for those folks. And we work with our local Veterans Commission works with us, especially we usually use them if we have a veteran come through our court that doesn't have a rating yet. That's usually where we start them with, and they're real good about helping us. So. And by the way, I'm always happy to go talk about veterans treatment courts. So if you ever want me to come talk to somebody, I think, to me, there's no group of people that deserve a little bit of a chance more than veterans do. And so, when they're involved in the justice system, we need to figure out why they're there, because they usually aren't.
Okay, well, thank you both. That was really a great. So I'm just going to make just a few closing remarks from here, and then everyone can get on with the rest of the day and their weekend. So I just wanted to thank all the speakers who participated. It was really such a high-level group of presenters. So I wanted to thank the speakers for. It was really, really great. I also wanted to thank the Veterans Clinic staff. You don't maybe see them as much because they're not presenting, but the work that goes into putting this on is it is substantial, and it takes a long time, and to have it go off without any glitches or any problems whatsoever, and have such a high-level symposium, it really is amazing. So I want to thank the staff and all their work. And I also wanted to thank the students. We have, I guess, 20 students right now in Veterans Clinic and Advanced Veterans Clinic, and almost every one of them has been working on this as well. It doesn't train them to be great lawyers, but it does train them to organize, be on time, be pleasant, and they really have just been so great about the whole thing. I mean, it's just been wonderful in every aspect. So I wanted to thank the students as well. And again, I wanted to thank the sponsors, because this wouldn't happen without the sponsors, so thank them again. And I just wanted to finish with just a couple of comments. One is the question of why is rural veterans, why is that an important topic? And one thing I would come to immediately is that our nation is at war again, right? And every time the United States ends a conflict or stops participating in a war, I think the tendency is to think, well, that's not going to happen again. Things are different. It's not going to be the same in terms of sending our military personnel off to fight for our nation. But that's never true. There's always another war for different reasons. And many, many, many of those veterans who come back from those wars are from rural places in our country. And they have a different experience before they go in and often after they leave the military, and understanding their experiences from PTSD in a rural environment versus PTSD maybe in another situation or traumatic brain injury. It really, really is important in terms of care, representation as attorneys. And so understanding that, and the state of Missouri is we have a huge rural population. So it's our responsibility at the Veterans Law Clinic to understand that and to help address that. And so that's why when I ask myself the question, why is this important? That's what I come down to. So after this conflict is over, there will be veterans who've been in combat. Who knows how long this one's going to go on? But there will be one after that, and there'll be another one after that. And all the things that go with that affect our veterans. So they give up a lot, and they deserve a lot. So that's why we need to really take this topic very seriously. So again, thank you, everybody. We really appreciate it. Thank you for your attending, and have a great weekend.